The world is frozen, a chilling landscape of ice and snow stretches as far as the eye can see. Global temperatures plummet relentlessly. But amidst the despair, a flicker of defiance. A lone figure, bundled in heavy winter gear, stands firm against the biting cold. But please, don't give up hope, he shouts, his voice a beacon in the frozen wasteland. He's not alone. The government hasn't forgotten them. As long as they stand together, they will overcome this crisis. A surge of energy, a collective will to survive. Let's, together, a vow whispered on the wind, carrying a promise of resilience. A desperate search in the ruins of a city. Han foam, a cry pierces the silence, echoing through the desolate streets. The sound of hurried footsteps, a desperate scramble. A frantic search continues, fueled by fear and hope. Han foam, the name is repeated, a lifeline in the chaos. A sudden discovery, a young woman, her breath misting in the frigid air, her eyes wide with a mix of relief and trepidation. She spots someone. Han foam. He emerges from the shadows, his expression a mask of grim determination. Han foam, she whispers, her voice barely audible above the wind. A tender moment unfolds in the dimly lit corridor, a kiss shared between Han foam and Hyona, their emotions raw and exposed. Han foam, surprised by the sudden intimacy, pulls back slightly, questioning Hyona's impulsive actions. Hyona's confession echoes in the silence of the ruins, a declaration of love born amidst chaos and uncertainty. Her words carry a weight of conviction, a testament to her unwavering feelings for Han foam, even in the face of danger. A beat of Hyona's heart, a symbol of her sincerity, a promise of support and devotion. Han foam, overwhelmed by her declaration, hesitates, his heart torn between his own feelings and the harsh realities of their situation. He reaches out, his touch gentle yet firm, a silent acknowledgement of her heartfelt confession. Hyona's eyes flutter shut, surrendering to the moment, a quiet intimacy amidst the ruins. But even as they share this tender moment, a chilling presence looms, a monstrous shadow emerges from the darkness. The accusation hangs heavy in the air, a chilling whisper against the backdrop of a shadowy, chaotic scene. A life extinguished, a terrible truth revealed. Amidst the carnage, a desperate plan unfolds. Survival hinges on a gamble, a calculated risk in a world gone mad. A body lies still, a stark reminder of the brutal reality. The chilling silence is broken only by the faint sound of labored breathing. A struggle for life, a desperate fight against the encroaching darkness. The cold grip of death tightens. A final breath escapes, a whisper lost to the void. But even in the face of death, a cruel twist of fate emerges. A moment of passion, a fleeting respite from the horrors surrounding them. A cold-hearted calculation masks a hidden vulnerability. A chilling reminder that even in the darkest of times, survival is paramount. A glimmer of hope pierces the darkness. A warm light, a beacon in the abyss. A touch of ethereal energy, a mysterious power revealed. A brutal attack leaves Han foam on the brink, his body racked with pain, his vision blurring. Then, a blinding flash. A wave of energy erupts from within, shattering the darkness. The raw power surges, a maelstrom of light and energy. Leaving behind only a fading echo of destruction. Gasping for air, Han Feng's eyes snap open, disoriented, he struggles to comprehend his surroundings. Where am I? The question hangs heavy in the air, a chilling uncertainty settling upon him. He sits up, his head throbbing, taking in the unfamiliar yet strangely comforting scene of a sunlit bedroom. 30 minutes later, a new day dawns. The city awakens, oblivious to the horrors that await. A gentle warmth spreads through his body, a stark contrast to the icy grip of near death. So warm. He whispers, a sense of relief washing over him. He checks the date, June 28th. The apocalypse, it began on July 15th. He's back in time, a month before the end of the world. The implications are staggering. I've been reborn? Han foam gasps, a mixture of disbelief and dawning comprehension in his eyes. But something's different this time, something strange is happening. A red glow emanates from his right hand, a warmth spreading through his veins. It doesn't hurt or anything, just feels warm. He flexes his fingers, a faint light dancing around his palm. It doesn't seem to do anything else. He thought he was imagining things at first. Eh? The red glow intensifies, then shifts, it turns green, a wave of surprise washes over him. It's getting bigger? The green light expands rapidly, pulsating with an otherworldly energy. A surge of power, raw and untamed, courses through his body. Boom! A shockwave erupts from Han Feng's hand as the green energy explodes outward, shaking the very room he stands in. He stumbles back, wincing as the intense energy surges through him. The green light recedes, leaving a faint afterglow. Beams of light shooting out of my hand, how would science justify this? He stares at his hand, a mixture of awe and confusion etched on his face. Now it's shrinking? The green light begins to contract, its erratic behavior puzzling him. This green light, it's so erratic, shrinks and grows, not like the red one at all. I suddenly feel completely drained. He clutches his chest, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Is this because of the green light? A surge of erratic green energy erupts from Han Feng's hand. Damn it! What the hell is this thing? He exclaims, eyes wide with a mixture of fear and fascination. The text reveals a cryptic truth: the protagonist is always reborn, with cheat-like powers. Han Feng grips a wicked-looking blade, the green energy now flowing around it, enhancing its deadly aura. He looks determined, a newfound power coursing through him. He examines the blade, a flicker of confusion crossing his face, then, a grimace of hunger contorts his features. I'm starving. His stomach rumbles. He opens the refrigerator, revealing its near emptiness. Despair washes over him. The situation is dire. This is bad. If I don't eat something soon, I'm gonna pass out. A glimmer of hope. A jar of roasted soybeans, a leftover snack from before the apocalypse, catches his eye. He grabs the jar, a small smile playing on his lips. Not exactly a full meal, but it'll do for now. I'll better hit up the supermarket later. His green energy gently lifts the soybeans, one by one, towards his mouth, a strange, almost hypnotic scene. He eats, a single soybean held aloft by his power, then, his eyes widen in surprise. Han Feng stares, bewildered, at the wilting soybean sprout in his hand. What the? Are those the soybeans? His eyes widen as a wave of energy washes over him. I don't feel tired anymore. The exhaustion that had been clinging to him like a shroud is gone, replaced by a strange vitality. He examines the plant closely, his brow furrowed in concentration. The green glow from earlier has vanished. Could it be connected to the soybeans? With a gentle touch, he opens the pod. Pop, a single bean bursts forth, vibrant and full of life. A surge of energy erupts from the bean, bathing Han Feng's hands in a brilliant, emerald light. It's a bean sprout. He marvels at the discovery, a grin spreading across his face. What an incredible discovery! I need to study it more. But the urgency of his situation quickly returns. A small bird chirps merrily on a branch, a stark contrast to the impending doom. The city below is a chaotic maelstrom of panicked people. A sense of dread hangs heavy in the air. Han Feng recounts his experience to a concerned bystander. Okay, so, let me get this straight. First, there was a red glow around my hand, then it turned green. The green glow shrinks and grows, making my heart beat faster and I feel super tired. Then I touched the soybeans with my glowing hand and it became a bean sprout. He runs a hand through his hair, frustration etched on his face. Ugh, what kind of power is this? Han Feng, lost in thought, a subtle frown etching itself onto his features, is suddenly jolted back to reality. A cheerful voice cuts through his reverie. Han Feng. What a coincidence. Are you out shopping too? It's Li Hyane, her smile bright, her eyes sparkling with playful mischief. It's like fate, running into you like this. Han Feng's eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and something else flickers across his face. Li Hyane? Lee Hyona, the woman of his dreams for 3 long years. A bittersweet smile plays on his lips, a painful reminder of his devotion. He walks through a bustling city street, a shadow of his former self, the weight of his past choices heavy on his shoulders. A surge of anger boils within him, betrayal and a chilling premonition flash before his eyes. She got him killed. He clenches his fists, a grim determination hardening his gaze. Stay calm, he mutters, his voice barely a whisper. Revenge will come, but not yet. Han Feng. A familiar voice cuts through his thoughts, a friend's concern breaks through his steely resolve. He's spotted. Hyona's surprised voice rings out, breaking the tension. What are you spacing out for? She asks, concern etched on her face. He recovers his composure, a charming smile replacing his grim expression. You're looking especially beautiful today, he says smoothly, his words a balm to her worry. Hyona's cheeks flush, a playful smile dancing on her lips. Oh my, since when did you get so smooth? She teases, her eyes sparkling. She suggests they go shopping together, a normal date, a chance to forget the darkness that lurks beneath the surface. Ha! Lee Hyona's brow furrows, a flicker of confusion crossing her features. As Han Feng's retort cuts through the air, sharp and dismissive, nice try using me as your personal ATM. Not this time, I'm not that foolish anymore. The Waldemar Shopping Plaza in A City, a sprawling supermarket, the largest and most well-stocked in the East region. But even this colossal establishment bears the scars of time. The text reveals a chilling truth: during the Ice Age, it was completely emptied overnight, the culprit remaining a mystery. Han Feng pushes a shopping cart, his eyes scanning the shelves. He needs to stock up before the apocalypse hits. A sense of urgency hangs in the air. His phone displays an apocalypse survival guide, highlighting essential supplies: food, water, medicine, tools, and weapons. The gravity of the situation is palpable. But a bigger problem emerges. A glance at his personal wallet reveals a surprisingly large sum of money. 15,357.50. The text emphasizes this unexpected financial windfall. Han Feng's face contorts in a mixture of disbelief and frustration. What am I supposed to do with this? He checks his phone again, a message from Money Jar Loans catches his eye. A loan approval notification. His expression shifts to one of dawning realization. That's right. How did I forget? Han Feng's eyes are glued to his phone screen, a whirlwind of colorful app icons swirling around him. His brow furrows in concentration, a silent battle waged against the digital world. A triumphant grin spreads across his face as he reads the message. There are plenty of ways to get a loan. And I won't have to pay it back after the apocalypse anyway. He mutters, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Suddenly, a small blur of motion, wham, Lee Hyona's foot connects with something small and furry, sending it flying across the floor. Lee Hyona's face is a mask of simmering fury. He's just one of my many simps, and he dares to refuse me. I'm seriously pissed off. Her anger boils over. A pathetic loser who doesn't even own a car. Don't expect me to be nice to you ever again. The sound of a car horn blares, honk honk. Lee Hyona's expression shifts, a flicker of surprise in her eyes. A sleek, powerful truck pulls up beside her, its engine rumbling. Han Feng leans out, a smirk playing on his lips. Oh, if it isn't Hyona. Lee Hyona's eyes widen in disbelief. Han Feng? Is this car yours? Han Feng casually shrugs, a nonchalant air about him. Yeah, just got it. He explains, a hint of pride in his voice. My dad's been killing it in the US business-wise, so he wired me some cash. Just dropped him off at the airport, actually. Lee Hyona's voice is laced with a hint of accusation, her eyes searching Han Feng's face. I'm sorry for asking you to go shopping without me, she says, a slight tremor in her voice. But her concern is palpable. You were so cold earlier. The unspoken question hangs heavy in the air between them. Han Feng's smirk is infuriatingly smug. Silly girl, he replies, his tone dripping with playful condescension. He gently cups her face, his touch surprisingly tender. Why would I ever ditch you, Hyona? You're way too important to me. His words, though seemingly sincere, carry a hint of calculated charm. Hyona's cheeks flush, her gaze dropping slightly. You know, you're pretty special to me too, Hanfeng. Her confession is shy, yet undeniably heartfelt. Her eyes sparkle with a newfound boldness. How about, we have dinner and watch a movie today? I want to get to know you better. The question hangs in the air, a delicate balance of hope and anticipation. The scene shifts, revealing a sleek, new car partially obscured by boxes. Hyona's jaw drops in surprise. What do you think? Hanfeng asks, a mischievous glint in his eyes. The camera focuses on Hanfeng, surrounded by boxes, loading them into the trunk of his new car. Man, I still have to carry all these things up, so busy, he mutters, his voice full of playful exhaustion. Hyona stares, speechless, at the sheer volume of packages. Why did you buy so much stuff? She asks, a mixture of bewilderment and amusement in her tone. Hanfeng grins, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Nothing special, just some stuff I like. He pauses, then adds with a wink, oh, right. I got you a present too. Hanfeng, a glint of mischief in his eyes, carefully stacks boxes. He whispers, I can't let her find out about my little stockpile, it's my ticket to surviving the apocalypse, after all. A shadowy figure looms, a sinister smile stretching across its face. Its voice echoes, chillingly calm, just you wait. Once the world ends, you'll get what's coming to you, both of you. Especially the guy who helped you kill me. Hanfeng's eyes blaze with an unsettling intensity. A chilling grin spreads across his face as he declares, actually, I'm starting to look forward to the apocalypse. The digital clock displays June 23rd. A stark announcement appears, July 15th, the day it all begins. Heavy snow. Temperatures will plummet to -20 degrees Celsius. Outside, a flurry of activity. People rush, their faces etched with worry, as Hanfeng oversees the delivery of numerous crates labeled food. Over the next month, temperatures will continue to drop gradually, reaching lows of -70 degrees Celsius. Making the world a frozen wasteland. Hanfeng meticulously seals a crate, his focus unwavering. He needs to stock up on enough food supplies, and it all needs to be packed and sealed. He can't let the neighbors suspect he's hoarding all the food. Under the cloak of night, Hanfeng moves sensitive supplies himself. He's preparing for the coming storm, one box at a time. The room is filling up with supplies, a testament to his meticulous planning. After the apocalypse, the power grid will be extremely unstable. Hanfeng invests in a powerful generator and enough fuel to keep it running for at least a year. With the heating system sure to fail, Hanfeng directs workers to reinforce doors and windows and modify his house for independent heating. He's thinking ahead, preparing for every possible scenario. The final touch, a dedicated room for storing all his meticulously gathered supplies. A fortress of preparedness against the coming winter. Hanfeng sits amidst the chaos of his pre-apocalypse preparations, a whirlwind of activity culminating in a final, meticulous check of his supplies. The date stares back at him from his notebook, July 14th. Just one day before the world freezes over. The checklist is complete. Room modifications, winter clothes, and a thorough study of his abilities. It's time. The main event is about to begin. To survive the coming Ice Age apocalypse, the supplies he's stockpiled won't be nearly enough. A desperate situation. His only hope lies in a newfound power, the ability to manipulate plants. A flicker of determination in his eyes. A plate of soybeans sits before him, a testament to his burgeoning ability, grown from nothing but his will. He takes a tentative bite. A taste of survival. But the power is erratic, unpredictable. Come out, he urges, frustration evident in his voice. He eats, a thoughtful expression on his face. A simple HM escapes his lips as he savors the taste. The soybeans are gone, leaving only crumbs and a lingering question. The suspense builds. But the result is clear: his ability can produce food. A wave of relief washes over him. At least this ability can produce food, he thinks, a glimmer of hope. The next challenge: mastering his power. Two glowing hands, one red, one green, materialize before him, swirling with energy, a path to control. So far, he's only tested it on soybeans. The journey to harness this power for survival has just begun. He stands before the refrigerator, a thoughtful expression on his face. The successful cultivation of food is a victory, but the question remains: can his power be extended? A city skyline stretches out before us, a vast expanse of concrete and glass under a pale sky. The scene shifts, a subtle change in atmosphere. A sudden, sharp pain cuts through the air, a searing white line streaking across the panel. The impact is felt. He doubles over, clutching his head. The strain of his ability is evident, his face contorted in agony. "My head is killing me," he groans, the words a testament to the toll his power takes. A wave of exhaustion washes over him. The exertion leaves him drained, his body trembling slightly. He realizes the cost of his newfound power. Despite the pain, a small smile plays on his lips. He eats a spoonful of soybeans, a quiet satisfaction in his eyes. Still, at least I learned something about this ability, he thinks, a glimmer of determination in his gaze. Surrounded by a variety of plants and ingredients, he recalls his experiments. The memory is vivid, the results, varied. Some plants remained inert, unresponsive to his touch, others responded dramatically. Seeds sprouted into full-grown plants in an instant, a testament to the power he wields. But some exploded violently, leaving behind a strange, light-black substance. The unexpected outcome leaves him both surprised and intrigued. He examines the black substance, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. "What the heck," he mutters, a hint of excitement in his voice. The discovery is unexpected, yet promising. A wave of warmth washes over him as he stirs the concoction, a grin spreads across his face. He tries again and again, each attempt a lesson in precision and control. Focus. Breath control. The pressure mounts as he hones his technique. And suddenly, a burst of vibrant green energy erupts from the broccoli. Whoa! The results are erratic, unpredictable, a frustrating puzzle. He's close, though. He can feel it, a connection between his mind and the plants. A breakthrough is near, the key lies within his consciousness. He closes his eyes, envisioning a tranquil forest, a serene escape. Animals surround him, a symphony of nature, a feeling of oneness. His body, his mind, part of the natural world. The connection deepens. A spread of fresh ingredients sits before him, glistening under the kitchen lights. But today, the protagonist's focus is on the meat. "Let's try meat this time," he mutters, his hand glowing with faint green energy. He touches the raw meat, anticipation etched on his face, but nothing happens. No reaction to meat. "Don't tell me it only works on plants," he wonders, a hint of frustration creeping in. He tries again, more forcefully this time. "Come on, work your magic," he urges, his frustration growing. Still nothing. Doubt clouds his features. His brow furrows, his eyes clouded with uncertainty. But a memory surfaces, "But when I meditate, I can sense two distinct colors." A spark of determination ignites within him. He closes his eyes, focusing inward. "I haven't even tried using the red one yet." He opens his eyes, a new resolve in his gaze. "All right, red light, show me what you got." He focuses on the meat, his hand glowing with a crimson light. The meat begins to pulsate, the red light intensifying. With a sudden burst, the meat erupts in a wave of crimson energy. "It's coming out," he exclaims, a mix of awe and apprehension on his face. Is this the extent of the red light's power? A simple heating effect? No, it's far more complex than that. A disintegration process. The meat is falling apart before his very eyes. No way. If the green light represents the evolution of matter, then the red light is its opposite, disintegration. A revelation unfolds before him, a duality of power. A spark ignites. What happens when he combines both energies? The clash of creation and destruction. A blinding flash. A surge of raw power erupts, overwhelming him. The meat, it's grown. Enlarged beyond belief. What sorcery is this? But where did the soybeans go? They've merged with the meat. An unexpected fusion. One more time. He's driven by curiosity, eager to understand this bizarre power. He tries again. But this time, it all goes wrong. A cascade of failures. Why? The aftermath of a failed experiment, a mess of spilled ingredients litters the floor. He grins, a mischievous glint in his eyes. Red and green energy swirling around his hands, ready to create something productive? A triumphant pose atop a snowy peak, a vision of power, a superhero fantasy taking flight. Sweet, he thinks, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. Suddenly, a cold realization dawns. Wait a second, food's not gonna cut it. Panic sets in. He's defenseless. He frantically searches for a weapon, rummaging through a box of vegetables, the urgency etched on his face. The temperature is dropping. A chilling premonition. It's here. The words hang heavy in the air, a sense of dread washing over him. The city skyline looms, a breathtaking panorama, but the beauty is overshadowed by the looming threat. It's really happening. The weight of reality crashes down. He walks through the snowy streets, his determination unwavering, but acquiring a gun is illegal, and he lacks the connections. A problem. A chance encounter. Hey, I'm in construction. Millions riding on every project. He tries to leverage his position. A shady character appears, exuding an air of nonchalant menace. You know Lao Wang from the Shigan Lida group? He's practically my big brother. A connection, perhaps? Li Zijin, known as Brotherly, is a local big shot. He's involved in contracting projects and seems to know everyone around. A casual encounter, a quick exchange of cigarettes, and a hint of a bigger project brewing. Brotherly is clearly well connected. Another deal closed, another 10 million in the bag. Brotherly's business is booming, his success undeniable. A cold night, a quiet street. Xiao Han, burdened by a problem, spots Brotherly in the distance. Hope flickers in his eyes. A chance reunion. Xiao Han approaches, a glimmer of recognition in his greeting. Brotherly, however, seems to have forgotten him. But Brotherly's sharp mind quickly catches up. He remembers Xiao Han from a while back and asks what he can do to help. The request, a shockwave of surprise ripples across Brotherly's face. What could Xiao Han possibly need that's so shocking? Xiao Han's request is for something dangerous, something illegal. Brotherly's concern is palpable, he's clearly worried. But Xiao Han insists, revealing that it's for personal reasons, for self-defense. A past incident, a grudge to settle. The scene opens on a city street, two figures on bicycles speeding past each other. One, a burly man, spits right in the other's face. The spittle landing with a sickening splat. Xiao Han, the victim, is left seething with humiliation. He confronts the bully, but the only response is another disgusting display of disrespect. This time, Xiao Han isn't going to take it. A flurry of fists. Bam, wham, Xiao Han unleashes a righteous fury, delivering a brutal beating to the man who dared to spit on him. The bully, defeated and humiliated, retreats, muttering threats of revenge. But Xiao Han's ordeal is far from over. The next day, he's ambushed by a gang of thugs, a brutal reminder of the consequences of his actions. He's beaten and left for dead. The raw emotion of humiliation and fear is etched onto Xiao Han's face. He's had enough. He needs a way to protect himself. He explains his situation to Brotherly, his voice filled with a desperate plea for help. The weight of his experience hangs heavy in the air. Brotherly reacts with shock and disgust at the bully's actions. Spitting on someone? What a jerk, he exclaims, his anger mirroring Xiaohan's. Brotherly offers his immediate support, promising to help Xiaohan find a solution. He's ready to act. Brotherly, a picture of casual coolness in his new SUV, checks his phone. A pretty good deal, he thinks, a smirk playing on his lips. Posting a selfie online. Handsome spicy guy is the caption. The new SUV is still a bit too much for him, though. The city is a stark contrast to his luxury vehicle. A sudden, brutal shift from summer to winter has left the streets deserted and cold. People huddle around a small fire for warmth. Until a new arrival disrupts their quiet misery. Someone's here. The words hang heavy in the frigid air. It's Brotherly, and his arrival is met with a mix of surprise and curiosity. What brings you here? One of the men asks, a hint of suspicion in his voice. Brotherly, however, has a plan. And a very expensive new car. Holy! Isn't that the new Tiger SUV? One of them exclaims, eyes wide with disbelief. 700 grand, Brotherly casually mentions, as if it were nothing. Xiaohan observes from a distance, a thoughtful expression on his face. He notes Brotherly's bold display of wealth in front of the very people who might be able to help him. And heads inside the imposing building, a sign reading hanging above the entrance. Inside, Boss Lu is waiting, clearly annoyed by the interruption. Brotherly wastes no time. Boss Lu, have a smoke, he asks smoothly, gesturing towards Xiaohan. The tension is palpable. Spit it out. I'm busy. The request is blunt. This little brother here wants to buy something from you. Brotherly explains, his voice low and serious. He wants a gun. Xiaohan's eyes dart nervously, a silent plea hanging in the air. Boss Lu, a mountain of a man, exhales a plume of smoke, his gaze sharp and assessing. That's it? A lousy gun? I thought you were bringing me something interesting. 6,000 credits exchanged hands, a simple transaction for a deadly tool. But Xiaohan isn't satisfied. He gestures, a subtle shift in his demeanor, a glint of determination in his eyes. I was thinking of something a little longer, you know, that one with a scope. Boss Lu scoffs, a puff of smoke escaping his lips, his irritation palpable. Kid. The request is laid bare, a sniper rifle. The image of the weapon itself speaks volumes, its deadly potential undeniable. Boss Lu's fury explodes. Don't tell me you foo *****airs are talking about a freaking sniper rifle? You think this is a foo ****ing shopping mall? Think you can get anything you ask for? Brotherly steps in, his voice a calming counterpoint to the rising tension, a desperate attempt to salvage the situation. No, Boss Lu, there's a reason for this. A flashback reveals a painful truth, the source of Xiaohan's desperate need. The words hang heavy in the air, his wife. Boss Lu's disgust is raw, visceral, his anger barely contained. Ugh. Disgusting. Freakin' disgusting. Real ***T. 3 kids, and none of them his? This really pisses me off. Brotherly tries to reason, but the situation is far from resolved, the weight of the request, and the underlying story, hangs heavy. The deal is almost done. Boss Lu eyes the pistol, a flicker of doubt in his gaze. But the weight of Xiaohan's urgent plea hangs heavy in the air. A tense silence stretches between them. Xiaohan explains his dire situation. A government contact warned him of impending supply shortages due to unusual weather. The urgency in his voice is palpable. His serious expression leaves no room for doubt. This isn't a game, survival is at stake. Boss Lu sighs, his annoyance evident. Aha, got it. He reluctantly agrees, the sound of his words sharp and clipped. Outside, the city is blanketed in snow. A stark, cold landscape reflects the tension of the moment. The shop's sign reads closed. Brotherly, ever the smooth operator, boasts about his success. See? I handled this beautifully, he smirks, clearly pleased with himself. Xiaohan expresses his gratitude. Thanks, brotherly. I'll grab you some cigarettes on the way out. Brotherly playfully refuses more extravagant offers, his focus shifting to the impending project payment. A sauna trip is promised once the funds arrive. Alone, Xiaohan takes stock of his supplies, weapon acquired, next step is mastering his abilities. His gaze is determined, his mind already strategizing. A sudden, brutal attack. Brotherly crumples to the snow-covered ground. His pained groan echoes in the frigid air. I think it's broken. He gasps, clutching his arm. Brotherly's desperate plea, brother, please take me to the hospital. Xiaohan's face falls. A wry smile spreads across Boss Lu's face as he reveals, about that. I actually don't have a driver's license. I can't drive without a license. But hope remains. I got it. Boss Lu exclaims, just lean on me. We'll walk it off. Heave ho. Heave ho. The unlikely duo struggles through the snowy streets. Finally deciding, let's just get a taxi. I'll pay. The taxi pulls up outside a brightly lit medical office. The snow falls heavily. Inside, a nurse diligently works, the rhythmic tap-tap-tap of her keyboard a stark contrast to the blizzard raging outside. A sharp crack echoes, the sound of bone breaking. He sits there, staring at the X-ray, a grim realization dawning on his face. I really broke it. The sterile environment of the hospital offers little comfort, the weight of his injury, and the impending apocalypse, pressing down on him. Of all times, it had to happen just before the apocalypse. A brief respite from the coming storm, his brother arrives, offering a reassuring presence before departing. Your big brother has to go. I've got a few deals to handle. Call me if you need anything. Take care, bro. The hospital's chaos is palpable, a stark contrast to the calm before the storm. Overwhelmed with patients, victims of accidents, and the plummeting temperatures, the emergency room is a microcosm of the worsening conditions outside. A multi-car pileup on Highway 102 adds to the growing sense of dread. He waits, his gaze distant, lost in thought. Wonder how long it'll be till I get my meds. A blur of motion, a young head nurse, efficient and focused, attends to a patient. Head nurse Jean, we've finished cleaning bed 5's wounds. Could you take a look? Her calm demeanor belies the pressure, she expertly assesses the patient's condition. Vitals are stable. Administer another dose of glucose in 10 minutes. His eyes widen, captivated by her skill and grace under pressure. If her heart rate drops below 80, administer epinephrine. She's amazing, a head nurse at such a young age. Incredibly skilled, kind to every patient. A silent observation, admiration tinged with a touch of something else. She's really pretty. Pretty. But way too clueless. A frantic plea for help echoes through the hospital's chaotic corridors. But the overworked nurse can only offer a brief apology and a promise to return later. The patient's back pain intensifies. A simple examination request turns into an unexpectedly close encounter. The nurse's blush deepens as she leans in. Suddenly, a sharp bang, the old man's cry of pain cuts through the air as he falls to the ground. A broken leg. The nurse rushes to his aid, concern etched on her face. Amidst the chaos, a young man's phone captures a compromising moment. His eyes narrow. The old man's anger flares as he demands the phone back. He's caught red-handed. But the young man has a counter-threat, a viral video is about to go live. The old man's face pales. A desperate plea, a moment of vulnerability, and then, a swift escape. The head nurse, pink-cheeked and wide-eyed, stares at the main character. He's clearly injured, but his expression is one of amusement. Didn't he say his back hurt? He ran off pretty quick. Are there really people this naive in this world? The main character smirks, holding up a phone. On the screen? A compromising photo. Ahem, that pervert just filmed up your skirt. The nurse's eyes widen in shock. The main character continues, his tone a mix of smugness and concern. Here, you can decide whether you want to wipe it or call the cops. You should be more careful so perverts don't take advantage of you. A sudden, sharp cry echoes through the room. The curtain falls, obscuring the view, but the sound speaks volumes. And then, silence. The main character's leg is being bandaged. He winces slightly, but his grin remains. Hee, all done, it doesn't hurt now, right? The nurse finishes bandaging his leg, her expression a mix of concern and exasperation. Thank you. It doesn't hurt at all. I should be the one thanking you. You won't let that bad guy get away anymore. The main character, ever the opportunist, presses his advantage. Right, just try to be more aware of your surroundings, okay? You are not aware at all. A fellow nurse calls out, and the main character prepares to leave. The head nurse reminds him, don't forget to come back in a week to get your ankle checked. He leaves, a sly smile playing on his lips. 1 week, huh? A close-up on his hand reveals a hidden weapon. He's not as helpless as he seems. An urgent news bulletin interrupts the broadcast. A severe cold snap is sweeping the globe, bringing heavy snow and plummeting temperatures. Reports from around the world confirm the unprecedented scale of this weather anomaly. Experts are baffled, scrambling to understand the cause. The chilling winds howl outside, a stark contrast to the warmth of the fireplace crackling within. Inside, our protagonist, comfortably nestled on his couch, watches the news with a cynical smirk. He's seen this before. He scoffs at the government's reassurances, recalling his past experiences with similar crises. Typical, he mutters, always lying through their teeth. But this time is different. He's prepared. His house is fully stocked, the heating system is running smoothly. A series of ding notifications flood his phone. The residents' group chat is exploding with messages about the unprecedented snowfall. Then, a chilling message appears, a stark warning from an anonymous source: the Ice Age apocalypse is about to begin. A chilling warning flashes across a phone screen. The Ice Age apocalypse is about to begin. Frustration boils over in a happy housing complex chat group. Residents are trapped, roads are blocked by snow, and tempers flare. Panic sets in as the residents realize the storm's severity. Supplies are dwindling, and the situation is rapidly deteriorating. The residents of the happy housing complex erupt in a chaotic scene. Demands for explanations and refunds fill the air. The property management team, overwhelmed and apologetic, tries to calm the furious crowd, but their words fall on deaf ears. The shouting intensifies. Refund, they cry, their anger a palpable force. Amidst the chaos, Han Feng observes the scene with a detached air. He sees the futility of their anger. A voice cuts through the uproar. John Shueo, owner of June 1, 1204, calls for calm. The feline community erupts in a cacophony of complaints. Why are you lecturing us instead? One indignant voice rings out. Another demands, are you an owner? Why are you speaking on behalf of the property management? Amidst the chaos, a bespectacled cat steps forward, his voice cutting through the noise. Everyone, he begins calmly, I am not speaking on behalf of the property management. I am just speaking objectively and realistically. His words, however, only fuel the flames. It's meaningless to push the property management into a corner, one cat exclaims. Another adds, this matter can't be resolved. We also won't be able to get the result we desire. The frustration is palpable, desperation hangs heavy in the air. And the pressure mounts. Then why don't you tell us what we should do? A voice demands. Another adds, more aggressively, that's right, could it be that you want us to starve to death? The bespectacled cat sighs, a picture of weary patience. Basically, driving a car to the supermarket is impossible. Even if we do clear the roads in our neighborhood, who can guarantee that the roads outside are clear? He offers a solution, his voice firm despite the mounting tension. My suggestion is to walk over. If you accept, I will go down and help the property management clear the footpaths. A flashback reveals a pensive cat, a stark contrast to the current chaotic scene. In my previous life, he was a very lively person. The present returns, the tension ratcheting up. That complicated, one cat scoffs. Another, more decisive, shouts, those who want to go out should clear the roads. Those who don't should just shut up. A public announcement blares across the scene. Please pay attention to the new forecasts from the meteorological department regarding the snowstorm. A wave of adorable chaos unfolds. 3 feline figures, brimming with youthful energy, prepare for action. One declares, I will go too. But my strength is slightly weak, her words tinged with playful self-deprecation. Despite a recent bout of illness, another cat bravely steps forward. Although I have had the flu these past 2 days, Brother Jiang has set an example. I will also go down to help. Determination shines in her eyes, a testament to her unwavering resolve. A third cat, witnessing this display of courage, exclaims, "Oh? She's actually going too?" Surprise and admiration mix in their tone, highlighting the unexpected selflessness. The scene shifts to a heartwarming tableau. A crowd of cats gathers, their faces alight with support and gratitude. Amidst the cheerful commotion, one cat steps forward, offering a bouquet of roses. Thank you for your concern, everyone. I will have to trouble all of you with the cleaning. Their words are filled with gratitude and a touch of playful humility. Meanwhile, in a different location, Han Feng, comfortably seated, scrolls through his phone. A subtle smirk plays on his lips as he reads a message. Regarding putting on an act, Hyona is really good at it. His words hint at a deeper understanding of the situation. The camera focuses on Han Feng's phone, displaying a series of messages. The urgency is palpable as he receives a new message. A sharp intake of breath is implied by the visual SFX. The screen shows a text conversation between Han Feng and Li Hyona. Hyona's messages are direct and slightly demanding. Han Feng, what are you busy with these few days? You said you would contact me. I am still waiting. The conversation continues. Hyona's next message is a request, that's right. When you come to look for me, buy some food from the supermarket for me on the way. Buy more. I am waiting. A shift in perspective reveals Li Hyona, lounging comfortably at home. Her expression is a blend of playful mischief and subtle expectation. The scene is peaceful, contrasting sharply with the earlier scenes of community action. Back to Han Feng, his thoughts are evident. You are really putting in the effort to make me run your errands. A thoughtful pause, then a chuckle. Ha, got it. He's clearly formulating a response. Li Hyona's furious message explodes across the screen. Bastard Han Feng. Just you wait. The apocalypse rages outside, but inside, life goes on. At least for now, the internet and central heating still function, providing a strange normalcy. And Han Feng finds himself utterly bored. It's only the second day and I am already bored. The biggest challenge? Enduring the crushing loneliness. His leg, still recovering from a nasty break, throbs with a dull ache. My leg isn't doing too good either. A long recovery lies ahead. A stark contrast to the incredible video he's watching. A man, having fallen from 15 floors, miraculously regenerates. The internet's wild claims of self-healing spark an idea in Han Feng's mind. Is this real or fake? He's intrigued. Could this be the answer to his problems? A sudden realization dawns on him. That's right. Why didn't he think of this before? A vibrant green energy erupts from his hand, a wave of healing power washes over his injured leg. And the pain begins to subside. The glow intensifies, promising a swift recovery. The apocalypse may rage on, but Han Feng is taking matters into his own hands. Han Feng, sprawled on his couch, nursing his leg. A faint green glow emanates from the injury, a testament to the strange online remedy he tried. His face contorts in a grimace. The healing process, it seems, is far from pleasant. A frustrated sigh escapes his lips. The pain is intense, and Lee Hyona's furious message only adds to his discomfort. Suddenly, a vibrant scene explodes into view. Han Feng, adorned in a dazzling headdress, sits atop a majestic white goat. A whole herd of them gallops across a breathtaking landscape. A fantastical journey has begun. A whirlwind of action. Our hero, a warrior adorned in tribal garb, unleashes a furious attack with his whip, sending a wave of monstrous creatures flying. But the relentless assault continues. He's surrounded, a sea of claws and teeth closing in. A desperate leap. He vaults into the air, narrowly escaping the jaws of a beast. Only to land hard, his leg snapping with a sickening crack. Pain racks his body. He collapses, gasping for breath, utter exhaustion etched on his face. A small, white goat approaches cautiously. Disgust. The goat licks his wound, its tongue a grotesque intrusion. A wave of revulsion washes over him. He shoves the goat away, anger flaring, a primal rage igniting within him. The goat retaliates, its tongue lashing out, wrapping around his leg with surprising strength, *snap*. A searing pain explodes through his limb as a strange, green energy erupts. Ripped bandages litter the floor, a testament to recent struggle. He removes the last of the wrappings, a grimace twisting his face, but then, a look of surprise replaces the pain. My leg doesn't hurt anymore. A quiet declaration, full of wonder. He tests his leg, cautiously at first, then with growing confidence. He grabs a knife, ready to try again. The blade slices through the air, but this time, something is different. A searing pain shoots up his arm. A surge of vibrant green energy erupts from the wound. It flows, powerful and untamed. A triumphant grin spreads across his face. I see, I understand. The scene shifts. A snowy city square, bustling with activity, a group works together, clearing a path. Tough on everyone, thank you. Jiang Shueyo addresses the crowd, his voice carrying over the sound of shovels scraping against ice. Uncle Lu, a kindly old man, smiles warmly. Sorry to trouble you, Uncle Lu, in such heavy snow. A slip. Jin Jian loses her footing on the icy ground. But thankfully, her friends are there to catch her. Are you all right? The ground's frozen, be careful. Relief washes over her face. No worries, thank you. Jin Jian beams, her gratitude evident. The snow clearing continues. Then we will go clear up the main path first. Just call for us if you need any help. A collaborative spirit fills the air. Go ahead, I can handle it myself. Jin Jian, empowered by their kindness, confidently takes charge. Meanwhile, a different scene unfolds. Uncle Lu, lost in thought, takes a drag from his cigarette. Talking about supplies reminded me of something. Lu Guangyao, concerned, asks, Uncle Lu, what is it? It's nothing significant. But his expression betrays a deeper concern. Uncle Lu continues, I heard that, for the past few days, an owner in our neighborhood has been bringing back supplies on a small truck like he's moving houses. Isn't that a common sight? Perhaps it's someone who just moved in, or someone whose house is undergoing renovations. Guangyao offers a plausible explanation. Lu Yen barks orders across the snow-swept street, her voice cutting through the swirling flakes. Wu Kuanyu, stop slacking. Get over here and continue working. Wu Kuanyu, clearly irritated, retorts, I obviously did everything alone. You were just watching from the sidelines. His words are sharp, a clear sign of his frustration. But Lu Yen stands firm. The main path is cleared, a testament to their combined efforts. Two figures in the background, their faces partially obscured, seem to observe the scene. A wave of excitement washes over the group as Jiang Shueyo announces, everyone, stop. Get ready to head out to the supermarket to buy our supplies. The energy shifts, relief and anticipation fill the air. Amidst the preparations, a quiet exchange unfolds. One of the group sends a message, ensuring their families are also taken care of. A thoughtful gesture in the midst of the chaos. Lu Guangyao, ever observant, takes in the scene. A subtle shift in his expression hints at a lingering concern. As he calmly dismisses Uncle Lu's worries. Truthfully speaking, I am not too concerned about it. It's just a brief snowstorm. It will stop very soon. His words, however, are met with a thoughtful pause. He considers the implications, even suggesting that a large amount of resources in their neighborhood could be a positive thing. Uncle Lu chuckles, his weathered face crinkling with amusement. Ha, you are right. The young ones do indeed use their brain more. The wind howls, a stark contrast to the calm confidence of Lu Guangyao. The city looms in the background, a silent observer to the unfolding events. A blizzard rages. The snow falls thick and fast. People huddle together, their breath misting in the frigid air. The city is a blur of white. The wind howls, a chilling symphony of winter's fury. Ice clings to the windows, reflecting the pale light of the storm. Inside, warmth offers a stark contrast to the raging blizzard outside. A young man lies sprawled on a sofa, surrounded by empty snack wrappers. He's fast asleep. A sudden, sharp knock tears him from his slumber. Open the door, little brother, a voice calls. He groans, rubbing sleep from his eyes. It's brotherly. Sorry, I was sleeping, he mumbles, pulling on a coat. Outside, a figure emerges from the snow, a semi-automatic rifle slung over his shoulder. He's ready for anything. The director, a whirlwind of nervous energy, paces back and forth. I already handed it to Faker, the new chapter should be done soon. Faker, the artist, is bombarded with questions. The readers are clamoring for the next chapter. It's done. I just sent it to the director for review. The director reviews the new chapter, a glass of water in hand. A tense silence hangs in the air. There's a bit of improvement this time, but... Crayon, the stern editor, unleashes a torrent of criticism. The storyboard lacks tension, the connection between scenes is weak, and the characters are lifeless. The pressure mounts, in the midst of crazy hair loss. The director, exhausted but undeterred, declares, time to go for my date. He's ready for a break, but not for long. I won't be sleeping tonight. A final plea to the readers. The creators apologize for the delay, promising to deliver more soon. The work continues, A quick exchange between two young men. One, with spiky black hair, accepts a guitar case from the other, a blonde with a more relaxed demeanor. Don't mention it, Brother Lu, the blonde says, a hint of a smirk playing on his lips. Luckily we had stocked up on our supplies in advance. The blonde takes a drag from his cigarette, exhaling a plume of smoke. His expression shifts, a hint of concern replacing his earlier nonchalance. What's up, brother? He gestures animatedly, explaining something serious. The words paint a picture of chaos, an entire supermarket, emptied overnight. The black-haired man listens intently, his expression growing grim. A chilling question hangs in the air, is it indeed still happening? The blonde casually announces his departure, leaving the black-haired man to his thoughts. A simple I will head back first. Wear more clothes, little bro, before he vanishes. The black-haired man heads out, guitar case in hand, his steps heavy with a growing unease. The sound of the door closing echoes in the quiet space. His mind racing, trying to comprehend the impossible. To be capable of secretly emptying out an entire supermarket in one night, how did they do it? The scene shifts to a dramatic splash page, showcasing a powerful figure manipulating objects with otherworldly energy. A cruise ship, cars, and containers float in midair, swirling around the figure. The sheer scale of the power is breathtaking. The black-haired man's face fills the panel, his eyes wide with a mixture of disbelief and dawning understanding. Could there really be a superhuman with a dimension-type ability? A wave of unease washes over him. The black-haired man stares into the void, a knot tightening in his gut. His fist clenches, a surge of green energy crackling beneath his skin. This is so unsettling, he thinks, the words a reflection of his inner turmoil. The black-haired man sits on his couch, a book in his lap, his brow furrowed in concentration. He needs answers, and he's determined to find them. I need to do more research on my ability, he mutters, his gaze fixed on the pages before him. The possibility of other superhumans weighs heavily on his mind. His research reveals the extent of his powers. He can manipulate food supplies, increasing their quantity or size. A detailed list of his experiments and their results lies open before him, a testament to his relentless pursuit of knowledge. But the process is far from perfect. He carefully picks up soybeans, his expression one of frustration. But the success rate is really low, he thinks. The soybean success rate is 1 out of 10, while the meat cans fail tens of times. A sudden surge of green energy erupts from his hands as he struggles to control his power. Why is this happening, he wonders, his face etched with concern. A violent expulsion of energy. A whoosh as a green projectile flies from his hand, narrowly missing his face. The failure rate is unacceptable. His frustration mounts. The failure rate is far too high. He's on the verge of giving up, but something stops him. A determination to master his abilities. He clenches his jaw, his eyes blazing with resolve. I must figure out exactly how it works today, he declares, his voice filled with newfound purpose. Exhausted but triumphant, he holds up the soybeans, a small smile playing on his lips. Finally. I finally got a little knack for using it. So tired. He sits on the couch, analyzing the results. The energy from his ability isn't constant when he uses it, it fluctuates. He carefully examines the plants. Discovering that each food type has its own unique energy signature, a specific energy wave value that must be precisely matched for success or failure. Get it wrong, and the process fails spectacularly. A visual representation of the energy wave value shows the critical timing window for success. Miss the mark, and boom! A sudden realization dawns on him. He stares intently at a small object in his hand, a familiar shape. It's the directional input keys from that old online dancing game. The energy inputs must match the sequence of those keys. He focuses, the green energy swirling around his hand as he mimics the dance game's directional inputs. The energy flows precisely. And he hits the critical point perfectly. The energy surges, and with a triumphant laugh, he displays the results, a perfectly grown soybean plant. His experiment was a resounding success. Already planning his next experiment, he heads to the kitchen, eyeing the raw chicken. Next, I should experiment on meat. The black-haired man grimaces, a dark, viscous liquid splattering across his kitchen floor. Meats are different from vegetables, it becomes a black liquid if it fails. It is extremely disgusting, he mutters, the words laced with frustration. Undeterred, he picks up a chicken leg, his gaze hardening with determination. The principal theory shouldn't be too different, he thinks, a flicker of resolve in his eyes. He studies a bowl of soybeans, his mind already calculating. First, he must understand the energy values meat requires. The scene shifts to a close-up of his hands, glowing with energy as he focuses intently. He attempts to accelerate the growth of the meat, a complex sequence of energy inputs flashing before his eyes. The result? A messy explosion of black liquid coats his body. Ugh! Again, he tries, the same energy sequence displayed. TCH, miss again, he groans, frustration mounting with each failed attempt. The black liquid splatters once more. Another attempt, another failure, the black liquid continues to splatter as he struggles to master the technique. Miss again. Damn it. His face contorts in a furious grimace. Screw you, he roars, his frustration reaching its peak. He stares out the window, the snow falling softly outside. Isn't the difficulty way too high, he questions, his voice barely a whisper. Silence. The aftermath of his failed experiments is evident in the ruined kitchen. A trail of black liquid marks his struggle. He cleans up the mess, his movements slow and deliberate. The energy sequence is shown again, but this time, he focuses on a single, subtle adjustment. A surge of energy, a focused intensity in his eyes, the black-haired man prepares for his next attempt. His hands move with a blur, a whirlwind of motion, the air crackles with power. A puff of smoke, a faint scent of cooked meat, but the result is far from perfect. A frustrated groan escapes his lips, he collapses, exhausted but not defeated. Despite the setback, a triumphant grin spreads across his face, he found it. A news report blares on the television, a stark contrast to his inner triumph. The city is under siege by a monstrous snowstorm. He lies on his couch, a grim expression settling on his face, a chilling sense of déjà vu washes over him. A notification pings on his phone, a digital echo of the chaos outside. The world is crumbling around him. The happy housing complex buzzes with chaotic energy, a cacophony of worried whispers and heated arguments fills the air. Such an intense quarrel. They've heard the news, some clinging to hope, while others, consumed by fear, squabble amongst themselves, each desperately searching for a way to survive. Uncle Lou, a grizzled veteran, casts a skeptical eye on the official reports. Do you all really believe the news? His doubt hangs heavy in the air. If the situation was truly under control, the support teams would have arrived hours ago. But no aid has come, only the chilling reports of armored vehicles and tanks heading towards City A. A grim realization dawns on him, there's only one possibility left. War is about to begin. A vibrant, almost surreal cityscape unfolds before us, a whimsical blend of cartoonish architecture and bustling crowds. It's a scene of joyous chaos, yet an underlying tension hums beneath the surface. A young man, his brow furrowed in thought, stares at his phone. A war is coming, he senses it, a chilling echo from a past life. Panic ripples through the whimsical community. Food shortages are already impacting the neighborhood, a stark reminder of the impending crisis. The weight of responsibility settles on his shoulders. A call for unity, a plea for cooperation against the looming threat. He proposes a solution: those with surplus supplies should share with those in need. A glimmer of hope amidst the growing darkness. The community begins to rally, neighbors offering support, sharing what little they have. Brother John's words resonate, a call for collective action against the coming storm. But not everyone is willing to help. Lihuina, initially hesitant, faces a moral dilemma. The pressure mounts, her internal conflict laid bare. Her refusal stems from a past rejection, a painful memory fueling her reluctance. The weight of her decision hangs heavy in the air. Despite the initial setbacks, the spirit of community prevails. More neighbors pledge their support, offering food, medicine, and clothing. The tide begins to turn. With the donations pouring in, a new challenge emerges. The sheer volume of aid requires organization. A need for leadership becomes apparent. An emergency committee forms. The interim owners committee, their faces grim, determined, takes charge of resource allocation amidst the crisis. A cynical smirk plays on his lips. He's seen this before, in a past life. Déjà vu, but with a chilling twist. The 19th of July, the 5th day of the apocalypse. A brutal, unforgiving blizzard descends, plunging the temperature to a bone-chilling -40 degrees. The central heating system fails, leaving residents shivering in the Arctic blast. A desperate struggle for survival begins. People huddle together for warmth, sharing meager resources. The situation is mirroring his past life, only far worse. A sudden, terrifying sound shatters the fragile peace. Crash, zombies. A horde of them, breaking through the barriers. Amidst the chaos, he remains strangely calm. A phone rings, cutting through the screams. A call from an unexpected source. It's a request for help. The snow is blinding, the roads impassable. He's asked to clear a path, quickly. He hesitates. The risk of exposure is high. But the alternative is unthinkable. He must act. The snow has sealed their main entrance. Trapped, they are now completely isolated. The stakes are higher than ever. A blizzard rages outside, burying the paths cleared just yesterday under a mountain of snow. I have never seen snow piled up so high in my entire life, someone exclaims, their voice barely audible above the howling wind. Inside, a group huddled together, shivering, tries to open a snow-blocked door. "Black hair brother, come give us a hand," a voice calls out, a plea for help in the face of the relentless storm. With a grunt of exertion, they heave against the stubborn door. 1, 2, 3. The door bursts open with a deafening crack, unleashing a furious torrent of snow and wind into the building. A blinding white chaos engulfs them. Whoa wah! This snowstorm is too extreme. So cold, cries erupt as the group is battered by the storm's brutal force. The wind howls, stinging their faces with icy pellets. "Can't even open my eyes," one of them groans, struggling to see through the blizzard's fury. Shivering, huddled together for warmth, they realize the danger they're in. "We will get serious frostbite if we go out in this weather. We might even die," the chilling realization sinks in. The harsh reality of the situation settles in. We will definitely get frostbite if we go out to clear the paths. Only an idiot would go out in this temperature. The group despairs, resigned to their fate. Suddenly, a voice cuts through the despair. "I am here." A familiar voice, unexpected in this moment of crisis. Han Feng's eyes widen in surprise. This voice? Brother Li's voice cuts through the blizzard's roar, a defiant challenge to the swirling snow and the fear that grips the group. A desperate plea for caution is ignored as he bursts into action. HAAA. The sound of exertion echoes through the frozen landscape. With a mighty ORA, Brother Li smashes through a wall of ice and snow, a path forged through the blizzard's fury. Leaving the others to stare in stunned silence at the gaping hole he's created. The blizzard rages on, a relentless force of nature. Panic rises as desperate cries for help echo from within the blizzard's heart. Brother Li coughs, the exertion taking its toll. The impact of his feet reverberates through the scene. Despite his injuries, Brother Li is pulled from the snowdrift by Han Feng, concern etched on his face. "Brother Li, are you okay?" he asks. The storm rages, a relentless foe. "We can decide what to do when the snow stops," someone says, but the words ring hollow against the howling wind. A grim realization dawns, this is beyond manpower. The snow continues to fall, blanketing the city in a shroud of white. Han Feng heads towards a building, the scene shifting to a dimly lit parking garage. The snow is heavy, the situation dire. A hushed conversation unfolds amidst the swirling snow. Whispers of a surname, Zhang, and a shadowy scam committee. The weight of suspicion falls heavily on one man. Is he the key to unraveling this conspiracy? In the heart of the blizzard, a figure stands, his words carrying a quiet strength. Gratitude, and a plea for unity. He speaks of shared hardship, of the importance of collective resilience, a beacon of hope in the face of adversity. Brother Li, his breath misting in the frigid air, prepares to venture into the unknown, his younger brother, Han Feng, at his side. A sudden commotion. A flurry of movement as a young woman, laden with packages, stumbles. A cascade of boxes spills onto the icy ground. Chaos reigns for a moment. But Han Feng is there, a reassuring presence amidst the disarray. He catches her, his concern evident. Her eyes widen, recognition dawning, a gasp escapes her lips. A moment of stunned silence, then, a revelation. "It's you," she exclaims, her voice filled with wonder. He boasts about his incredible recovery speed, a testament to his resilience, while she marvels at his ability to heal from injuries in mere days. Her eyes widen, a mixture of awe and wonder filling her gaze. "So awesome," she exclaims, her excitement palpable. The weight of the boxes is clearly a challenge, but he insists he's strong enough, offering to help her carry them as thanks for her earlier assistance. Straining under the weight, he grits his teeth, the effort visible in his posture. Curiosity piqued, she asks about the contents of the boxes, revealing that they are medical supplies destined for donation. A sweet smile spreads across her face, concern melting into warmth, she offers to help carry the heavy load. He brushes off her concern, his tone light despite the strain. "It's fine, I don't feel anything at all," he insists, his strength surprising her. She presses him further, questioning his unusual strength, prompting a hesitant explanation. A blush creeps onto her cheeks as she reveals a mysterious event, an incident she can't fully explain. Han Feng, the strong, secretive protagonist, struggles with heavy boxes. He's clearly carrying a significant weight. A curious onlooker, Jean Shui, approaches. Her bright eyes are full of concern, a stark contrast to Han Feng's stoic expression. The introduction. Han Feng, his face slightly flushed, reveals his name. Jean Shui, in her adorable cat-eared hoodie, introduces herself with a friendly smile. "Nice to meet you," she says, her voice light and cheerful. A beat of silence. Han Feng's cheeks redden further as he processes her words. Jean Shui's casual question about his occupation is met with a blunt, "unemployed." Her surprised reaction is immediate. Bam! The unexpected impact of Jean Shui's accidental bump against Han Feng's shoulder. The boxes sway precariously. And Han Feng's face is a mask of surprised discomfort. The soft texture of Jean Shui's hoodie is emphasized. Back outside, the scene shifts. Han Feng, still carrying the boxes, is clearly uncomfortable. He's trying to maintain his composure. A third character appears. A woman with blonde hair, smiling warmly, greets Han Feng. "Why didn't you tell me you were here?" she asks, her tone playful yet concerned. Jean Shui, bundled in a fluffy animal onesie, rushes past, a stack of supplies in his arms. He offers a quick wave and a mumbled apology before disappearing around the corner, leaving Han Feng and the blonde woman alone. Her worried expression speaks volumes, she's clearly been searching for him. Han Feng, slightly flustered, tries to explain his absence. His words, however, are met with playful disbelief. "Liar! I saw you chatting with that lady just now," she playfully accuses. The conversation shifts to more practical matters. Low on supplies, she asks for help. Han Feng hesitates, then extends an invitation. His offer to share his supplies and shelter is met with a mixture of surprise and delight. The scene is charged with unspoken tension. A close-up on the blonde woman's face reveals her inner turmoil. Her eyes widen, a blush creeping across her cheeks. Is this a turning point? She gently pushes back, wanting to maintain some distance, but her words are laced with a hint of disappointment. The unspoken feelings linger in the air. As Han Feng sighs, a mixture of frustration and resignation evident in his posture. He's clearly not giving up easily. Suddenly, her hand reaches out, gently touching his. The unexpected gesture hangs heavy with unspoken meaning. Her confession is heartfelt, vulnerable. She admits her serious feelings, hoping for more time. The scene ends on a note of uncertainty. Han Feng, his face etched with a mixture of concern and determination, holds a small, purple object. He whispers a single word, barely audible, "Huina." A flashback. A shadowy figure, their face obscured, clutches someone. Han Feng's voice, filled with barely contained rage, cuts through the darkness. "I really want to tear off your ugly mask right now. If I hadn't found out who the man behind you was." The scene shifts. Han Feng, his expression a mask of cold resolve, speaks to someone unseen. "Wait, why do I have to go look for him? I just have to proceed like I did in my previous life, and let Huina bring that man over again." A playful smirk spreads across Han Feng's face as he casually tosses a baseball bat over his shoulder. "I was just teasing you." The blonde woman's eyes widen in surprise. Han Feng leans in, his voice a low murmur. "I will deliver some food supplies to you tomorrow. I will be waiting for your reply." The blonde woman, her face flushed, accepts his offer with a shy nod. He gives a parting wave, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. "Heh. Then I will go back first. Let's talk online if there's anything else to talk about. MHM, take care, and don't catch the flu." Han Feng walks away, a subtle smirk playing on his lips. A single word escapes him: humph. The camera pans to a snow-covered cityscape, the wind howling a mournful song through the skeletal branches of the trees. A sense of isolation hangs heavy in the air. A phone rings incessantly. Li Huina's frustrated messages flash across the screen. Han Feng, what are you doing? You said you were going to give me some supplies 2 days ago, when are you going to deliver it? Li Huina, why are you not replying to my messages? The scene shifts to Han Feng, comfortably nestled in his apartment, enjoying a steaming bowl of delicious food. A contented sigh escapes his lips. This weather is perfect for such nice and warm food. The researcher sits at a table, meticulously documenting his findings. A mountain of boxes and supplies looms in the background, testament to countless experiments. His eyes gleam with a newfound understanding as he reveals his breakthrough: meat, like soybeans, can be endlessly reproduced. He explains his method, a sustainable cycle of growth and consumption, ensuring a constant supply of food. A simple diagram illustrates the process. A piece of steak is split, combined with soybeans under a special light, and magically duplicates. The cycle repeats, exponentially increasing the yield. A wave of relief washes over him. Food security is no longer a concern, a future of abundance is within reach. The scene shifts. A news report flashes across the screen. August 2nd, the 19th day of a devastating snowstorm. The temperature on Bota Hithi Island in the Maldives has plummeted to -42 degrees. An aerial shot reveals a breathtaking, yet terrifying sight. The ocean is freezing over at an alarming rate, a chilling testament to the global crisis. The ice layer has already reached 55 centimeters deep, and the situation near the equator mirrors this catastrophic event. Back in his apartment, amidst the comfort of his food-secured haven, he raises a glass of wine, a wry smile playing on his lips. The true extent of the global crisis is far worse than the media portrays. A horrifying splat. Blood explodes across the panel, a stark testament to the unseen violence. The aftermath of an explosion. This isn't the first, this is the 7th in just a few days. A man, still in his pajamas, stares out the window, his face etched with concern. What exactly is happening out there? The answer arrives with a deafening roar. Dozens of military helicopters swarm the city, a chaotic ballet of blades against a snowy sky. Damn! So many military helicopters. The chaos outside isn't just a spectacle, it's a crisis. Even the building's owners are panicking, glued to their phones. But amidst the fear, some see opportunity. Looting and conflict erupt in the snowy streets. The weak become prey to the strong. A message spreads through a group chat. The owners who are having difficulties are being told to go down to the basement car park to receive necessary resources for free. The basement car park, a scene of organized chaos. People queue for supplies, their faces a mixture of desperation and apprehension. A young man, caught in the throng, sneezes, a small sound swallowed by the larger anxieties. He's here for information, not supplies. If it wasn't for gathering information, I wouldn't have come down here. A flash of recognition. The chaos, the desperation, it all connects to a past rebellion in his neighborhood. But something is off. These aren't rebels, they're scavengers, preying on the vulnerable. What's going on? The young man decides on a course of action. He needs answers. Let's find out the real situation first. A biting wind whips through the city streets, the air thick with the silent desperation of a populace struggling to survive. Amidst the chaos, a man confronts the distribution center, his voice laced with bitter resentment. I handed over several large boxes of resources back then. Now you are giving me this little food? His anger boils over. Give me back the resources I donated then. The official, weary but resolute, explains the situation. My apologies, but the resources can't be returned to you. Once the disaster is over, I will pay you back several times in cash, okay? The man's frustration explodes, his voice rising above the murmuring crowd. So annoying. Brother Jiang already said that he would compensate you. Stop being shameless. I think you just want to get more resources. The tension ratchets up as others join the chorus of complaints. Get lost after you get your food. Everyone is waiting to eat. Can you stop delaying, everybody? Trying to take back what you have already given away? How shameless. Exactly. Those in the committee are having a hard time as well. A young man observes the scene, his expression unreadable. There's no way that they'd give you your resources back in this current situation. But to place yourselves on a higher moral ground against those who donated more resources, that's really shameless. He murmurs his agreement to a nearby man, his voice barely a whisper. Isn't it? Suddenly, a voice cuts through the air, a casual yet commanding tone. Little bro. A chance encounter in a desolate, snow-swept parking lot. Two figures, bundled against the cold, exchange greetings. But beneath the surface of casual pleasantries, a deeper unease simmers. One man's forced smile betrays a tremor of desperation. The harsh reality of their situation hits home. Hunger gnaws, and meager rations are all that stand between them and starvation. A flashback reveals a past act of generosity, donations to the community, now a source of regret as supplies dwindle. Leaving one man facing a desperate plea. His words hang heavy in the frigid air. A silent nod speaks volumes. A simple request, born of necessity, unveils a surprising willingness to help. A small act of kindness in a world consumed by hardship. Tears well up, a testament to the profound gratitude felt. A simple gesture bridges the gap between brothers. The weight of the situation is acknowledged, but the bond of brotherhood remains stronger than any hardship. A subtle shift in focus, a strategic move masked as simple generosity. The true motives remain hidden. Hanfone, bundled in a thick winter jacket, stands amidst a bustling crowd. A flicker of guilt crosses his face as he thinks of his brother, but the warmth of a comfy sofa and exciting games quickly outweighs any lingering concern. Suddenly, a sharp slap echoes through the air. Hanfone recoils, his eyes wide with surprise as a blonde woman confronts him. Her words sting more than the blow itself. His nonchalant attitude has clearly disappointed her. Why are you not replying to my messages? The accusation hangs in the frigid air of the underground parking garage. He's clearly agitated. A look of stunned disbelief washes over his face. Did she? The unspoken question echoes in the silence. His hand flies to his cheek, tracing the sting of a fresh slap, the impact still raw. He hasn't even settled her previous debts yet. But she slapped him for no reason? You really think I am easy to bully? A simmering rage begins to boil beneath the surface. His eyes narrow, a dangerous glint appearing. Are you deaf or are you mute? Do you not hear me talking to you? Her voice cuts through his simmering anger, sharp and accusatory. Sorry, Hui Na. His voice is low, a stark contrast to her outburst. The situation is dire. What? Stolen? His supplies, left outside the door, are gone. He explains, his frustration evident. They searched, but found no clues. The weight of the situation settles heavily on them both. The biting wind whips around him, a stark reminder of his dwindling resources. Not much. It will only last me a few days if I only eat one meal a day, he mutters, his breath misting in the frigid air. A flash of warmth and a cheerful voice cuts through his despair. That's great, she exclaims, her smile bright against the bleak backdrop. Her initial enthusiasm shifts subtly, a glint of calculation in her eyes as she proposes a solution. That way we can both get through this disaster together, she suggests, her tone laced with a chilling practicality. His jaw tightens. How shameless, he thinks, his disgust palpable. The audacity of her suggestion stings more than the cold. A bitter truth dawns on him. That's right, in your eyes, I am just a tool for you to use when needed. He realizes, the weight of his dependence crushing him. A flicker of hope rekindles within him as she speaks. Really? Thank you, Hanfone, he exclaims, a genuine relief washing over his face. A promise, a lifeline in this harsh winter. Practicality returns. Then can you go bring it down for me now, she asks, her gaze already shifting towards her next objective. He nods, resigned to his role. He waves goodbye, a silent farewell in the swirling snow. Then I will head back first. You should also head back soon. Don't catch the flu dash, she calls out, her voice fading into the blizzard. The city is swallowed by the blizzard, a silent, unforgiving landscape. The screen shows a text message exchange, revealing Han Feng's growing impatience and the woman's manipulative tactics. A frantic search. Han Feng is unreachable, ignoring texts and calls, the growing dread is palpable. And now, even the lift is out of service. The situation is spiraling. Desperate times, she takes the stairs, each step a heavy climb in the freezing cold. The ascent is arduous, each footfall echoing in the silent stairwell. Ha, ha, the sound of labored breaths punctuates the silence. Damn Han Feng. If it weren't for needing supplies, she wouldn't be putting herself through this. Exhaustion weighs heavily, days of starvation have taken their toll. Ha, ha, each breath a struggle. Almost there, just a few more steps to the 16th floor. But even the emergency lights are out. Darkness descends. A sudden sound above. Who's there? A dark figure looms, a shadow falls. A sudden impact. The woman tumbles down a dark stairwell. Bam, the sound echoes through the empty space. She lands hard, the breath knocked from her lungs. Han Feng. Gasping for air, she explains her situation to Han Feng. I fell asleep. I saw your messages and came running down with the resources. I didn't expect the lights to suddenly switch off. I ran into a railing and dropped the flower. Han Feng's impatience is clear. Are you a pig? You can't even do such a normal thing properly. The woman is mortified, covered in flour and clearly distressed. She tries to clean herself, but the damage is done. So disgusting, she mutters, her shame palpable. Han Feng offers a small gesture of help, a silent apology perhaps. Handing her a bag of remaining resources. Here. These are my remaining resources. The woman examines the contents, her face a mixture of relief and disgust. I had to eat carefully to keep so much of these leftovers in stock. She explains, holding up a questionable piece of food. Han Feng's reaction is immediate. So dirty. Is this even edible? A smirk plays on Han Feng's lips as he recalls his pursuit of the goddess. The memory is clearly a source of amusement. But the woman's current state is far from joyful. Her face is etched with worry as she examines the meager food supplies. She carefully assesses the food, a flicker of hope in her eyes. I should be able to eat it after I peel it with a knife. Practicality in the face of adversity. Han Feng's impatience is palpable. Give me the flour, too. His tone brooks no argument. He offers a curt assessment of the provisions. Great, there's still half of it left. Efficiency is key in this harsh world. His words are blunt, but his concern is evident. This garbage should be enough to give you an upset stomach for a few days. A grim jest in a desperate situation. The woman descends the stairs, her steps heavy with the weight of her circumstances. The bag of supplies feels heavy in her hands. Han Feng watches her go, a hint of weariness in his eyes. You can't even shower in this weather, so just let that flour stay on you for a while. A final, almost tender, remark. He turns and walks away, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the desolate hallway, a lonely melody in the harsh landscape. The silence amplifies the emptiness of the building, broken only by the occasional drip of water. A sudden impact. The woman crumples to the ground, a figure looms over her, silhouetted against the dim light. He stares down, a mixture of surprise and something else? Is it concern? A shadowy figure emerges from the gloom, their voice echoing through the cold, metallic corridors. Hey, are you following me? Silence. A tense standoff, then, a frustrated sigh. The pursuer's patience snaps. If you don't tell me, I am going to tear off all your clothes. A threat delivered with chilling intensity. And a moment of breathless anticipation. Reluctantly, the pursued gives in. TCH, so be it, I will let you off this time. A sharp command follows, go back home quickly. Stop playing pranks and being mischievous. Confusion clouds the shadowed face. What? A sudden, unexpected gesture. A hand reaches out, a small, delicate touch. Staring at me. A whispered ultimatum, if you don't say anything then I am leaving. The air crackles with tension. You prepared all these, he demands, suspicion etched onto his face. Could she have known about the impending snowstorm? Her response is calm, almost chilling, calculations, result, ice age. She points to a group chat on her screen. The realization dawns on him. So you are that outcast. He stares, speechless for a moment. How awesome, but did you bring me to your house just to talk about this? A beat. A subtle shift in the atmosphere. He senses something is amiss. The camera sweeps across dates and times, revealing a meticulous surveillance log. Boxes, then gas canisters, then something else entirely. The scene shifts. 3 figures are seen entering a building. His heart pounds. You have been monitoring me? She nonchalantly shrugs, beginning to undress. His eyes widen in shock. The tension ratchets up. Hey! Why are you suddenly stripping? He shouts, flustered. Her reply is simple, yet unsettling, hot. Clothes scattered on the floor, a scene of hasty departure, or perhaps, a calculated distraction. The pursuer and pursued, together in a surprisingly domestic setting. A laptop glows, hinting at the depth of their prior investigation. A calm exchange, a revelation of surveillance, the pursuit's confidence is unnerving. So to summarize, you were suspicious of me hoarding resources before the snowstorm and that's why you were monitoring me. The words hang heavy in the air. A sudden shift in mood. Confusion etched on the pursuer's face. He questions, his eyes widening. A playful, yet unsettling, action. Hey. What are you doing? The pursuer's alarm is palpable. The focus shifts. A generator sits center stage, a symbol of preparation, or perhaps, a tool for something more sinister? Teach me how to use a generator. A request for knowledge, or a subtle manipulation? The tension ratchets up. A close-up on the pursuit's face, eyes sparkling with a mixture of mischief and calculation. The game is afoot. The lesson continues, a practical demonstration of resourcefulness. Just adjust it this way and you will have hot water, but remember to close the valve when you are done. A final instruction, a subtle warning. You have to pay attention to safety when connecting the gas, look closely at the procedure I am about to do. The stakes are raised. The pursuer carefully tends the flames under the wok, his brow furrowed in concentration as he follows the pursed's instructions. A delicious aroma fills the air, promising a feast. A table laden with steaming dishes. Rice, glistening pork belly, and vibrant stir-fries, the fruits of their unusual collaboration. They eat, a comfortable silence settling between them, until the pursuer sighs, a hint of exasperation in his voice. I feel like I've become a full-time nanny. The pursed eyes sparkle with amusement as she devours her meal, chopsticks a blur, a picture of contented gluttony. The pursuer groans, his own chopsticks pausing mid-air. So mentally straining. He announces his intentions, a glint of determination in his eyes. Let me say this, I am going back once I am done eating. The pursed, however, is already succumbing to the post-meal drowsiness, her head lolling onto the table as she drifts off mid-bite. With a sigh, the pursuer gently covers her with a blanket, a touch of unexpected tenderness in his actions, a stark contrast to his earlier frustration. He leaves, muttering to himself, it's like having a child. A sudden, sharp thwack echoes through the hallway as a door is forcefully opened, the sound of hurried footsteps follows. Snow falls on a city shrouded in twilight. Inside, a young man stretches, a hint of annoyance in his expression. In the morning, he mutters, "What's going on?" He's greeted by a girl with vibrant purple hair, surrounded by an overwhelming amount of boxes. She stammers, "You are too courteous. So much stuff. You need something?" The girl points to a large generator. Again? The man sighs, settling onto the floor with the girl. After a few days of interaction, I have confirmed that this girl who lives above me is 100% an idiot. She's lacking in most general knowledge. And she seems very interested in learning about self-reliance, dragging me to her house every day to teach her. The scene shifts to a kitchen, where a culinary disaster unfolds. Ugh, your cooking skills have improved. Even if it's something like this, many people will die to eat it. In normal times though, even a dog wouldn't eat it. Despite the less than stellar meal, they share a quiet dinner. Right, I still haven't asked for your name. True eye of the evil king. The man deadpans, "Just pretend I didn't ask." The scene shifts to a tense confrontation outside. "You trash, how dare you come collect resources? Hand it over." A chaotic scramble. Bodies collide as a desperate shout cuts through the air, "That's mine." The claim is challenged immediately. A voice rings out, sharp and skeptical, "Who can prove that it's yours?" A chaotic brawl erupts. "Handing over my resources?" one man screams, his voice raw with fury. "Damn you! I got it first," another roars, a desperate struggle for survival unfolding before our eyes. "Try stealing mine and I swear I will kill you." The scene is a maelstrom of fists and flying debris. One man is thrown to the ground with a sickening thud. A brutal impact leaving a dark stain on the cold, hard ground. A chilling silence follows, broken only by ragged breaths and the distant sirens. Suddenly, a blinding flash. A shockwave rips through the crowd, sending bodies flying like ragdolls. The air crackles with raw energy. As survivors stare in stunned silence at the aftermath of the blast. A man in glasses steps forward, his expression a chilling blend of calculation and disdain. "Because of these few remaining resources, you are fighting to the death. Don't you find it ridiculous? You have the nerve to say such things? You were the one who suggested donating our resources. We only get to receive a packet of instant noodles every few days," shouts a desperate man, his voice laced with anger and despair. "That's right. If we don't fight for it, we are going to freaking starve to death," echoes through the crowd. The man in glasses smiles, a cruel glint in his eyes. "Let's see, because the resources distributed isn't enough and the donated resources have run out, so you have to fight for the last remaining resources, that's how it is, right? Don't you deserve to starve to death?" His voice drips with venomous sarcasm, a chilling climax to the scene. A single loaf of bread, once a symbol of abundance, now sits before the man in glasses, a chilling reminder of the scarcity he helped create. A precious commodity, once affordable, now worth hundreds of dollars. The man in glasses' smile is a cruel testament to his manipulation. The bread, broken into tiny pieces, is auctioned off. A desperate scramble for survival unfolds. The man in glasses watches, his eyes gleaming with cold satisfaction as the crowd fights over scraps. He orchestrated this chaos. Amidst the turmoil, a man's voice cuts through the din. His words ignite a spark of rebellion. A question of fairness, a cry for justice. The crowd's anger boils over. The injustice is laid bare, while some hoard resources, others starve. The tension is palpable. Outrage erupts. Accusations fly. The carefully constructed order crumbles. The man in glasses watches the escalating conflict, a sinister smirk playing on his lips. His plan is working perfectly. The crowd's fury reaches a fever pitch. They demand their share of the resources. The scene is charged with volatile energy. A blizzard rages outside, blanketing the city in a shroud of white. Meanwhile, inside, Li Ziyi is jolted awake by a flurry of notifications. His phone buzzes incessantly. "It's brotherly," the message reads. Panic floods his expression as he reads the alarming news, "Little bro, there's big trouble. These people have gone mad. They are going to snatch resources. He's shocked, his eyes widening in disbelief. They? Who? He types back, his fingers flying across the screen. The reply is immediate and chilling, the one with the surname Jiang. He's inciting the owners to snatch resources from others. They are going from door to door prying their locks. Right now. Li Ziyi's face hardens with grim determination. I understand, bro, take care of yourself as well, he replies, a knot of worry tightening in his stomach. He didn't expect things to turn out this way. But he's prepared. Although I brought 2 guns in case of a crisis. He stares out the window, a chilling realization dawning on him. If it's such an organized operation and my resources were to be revealed, facing those crazy neighbors, they will definitely eat me up, leaving nothing but bones. He prepares for the worst, moving swiftly and decisively. He grabs 2 fire extinguishers and begins improvising makeshift tools, wrapping wires in aluminum foil with practiced efficiency. With a determined glint in his eyes, he connects the wires to the power outlet, a plan forming in his mind. The city plunges into darkness, a calculated blackout orchestrated by Li Ziyi. His grim expression reveals the depth of his plan, a desperate gamble to safeguard his resources. The generator sputters, a final defiant roar against the encroaching chaos. The real turmoil is about to begin. 30 minutes earlier, a lavish meal, a scene of opulent excess. A smug smile plays on the lips of a wealthy man, confident in his power to manipulate the market. He savors his victory, the silence of his rivals a testament to his dominance, but his triumph is short-lived. News of Li Ziyi's actions reaches him, a chilling realization dawns. Panic sets in, a desperate scramble for escape, but the door slams shut, trapping him in his gilded cage. A sickening thud, the sound of a body hitting the floor. Snow falls on a city shrouded in twilight, a chilling premonition of the chaos to come. Inside a cluttered apartment, a lone figure works tirelessly amidst the debris, a desperate attempt to restore order in a world spiraling into darkness. Sparks fly as he tinkers with a makeshift device, a desperate gamble to bring back the light. A small explosion. A frustrated sigh escapes his lips, the power remains elusive. His shoulders slump, his gaze falling to the floor, defeat weighs heavily on him. If only the internet was still working. A sudden voice cuts through his despair. What do you want now? A mysterious figure appears, their voice barely a whisper, a plea for help. He sighs, his expression a mixture of annoyance and resignation. Troublesome, looking for me while I am busy with something. A shadowy horror lurks just beyond the door, a terrifying glimpse into the night's terrors. A frantic whisper cuts through the silence. Be quick, don't let the others get ahead of us again. The urgency in her voice is palpable. How many more dangers lurk in this desolate building? The question hangs heavy in the air as she continues, how many owners are on the 18th floor? A defiant smirk plays on her lips. Who cares, just break it down. The scene shifts. 2 figures cautiously approach a door, their faces etched with suspicion. Looks like no one has been to this floor yet. A sinister plan unfolds? Then we will take the 2 units inside. The sound of metal scraping against metal echoes, crack, the door splinters, revealing a hidden room within. A desperate plea for help. Hello, is anyone home? A sudden burst of action. The intruders are met with unexpected resistance. Bam, the sound of a heavy impact reverberates through the hallway. The mysterious girl is safe, for now. Don't be afraid, my door has been reinforced. The intruders struggle against the reinforced door. Why is this door so sturdy? I can't even break the handle. Aya, the mysterious girl sighs, you won't understand even if I told you. The main character, a frustrated frown etched on his face, struggles with some wires. I don't understand myself why this lousy electrocution device is so difficult to install. He continues to wrestle with the device, muttering, an anti-theft device uses electricity and voltage differences. You know about this, she asks, a hint of curiosity in her voice. He replies, "It's very simple." Following her instructions, he meticulously cuts the power supply, wraps the bare wire around the door handle, and connects the earth wire from the circuit box to the door handle. A toolbox sits nearby, filled with various tools and supplies. Lastly, turn on the power supply. The mysterious girl's instructions are precise and efficient. He follows them, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. "Works," he exclaims, testing the device. The mysterious girl's eyes widen slightly. "How do you know this stuff?" she asks, a mixture of surprise and intrigue in her tone. He explains, "The true eye of the evil king possesses the ability to see the truth of everything in the world." "Stop, pretend I didn't ask," she says, a blush creeping onto her cheeks. The main character is carrying a toolbox, and the mysterious girl is perched atop his head, her expression a mix of exhaustion and slight amusement. The room is cluttered and messy. "Quickly tell me what you need help with, I am very busy," she says, her voice laced with a hint of impatience. He sets down the toolbox, his expression one of concern. "The true eye of the evil king will be staying here," she states, her voice barely a whisper. He stares at her, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Oh." The hammer falls, a purple light engulfing the metal. It softens, bends to his will. A grin spreads across the main character's face as he discovers a new power. But his triumph is short-lived. A sudden realization dawns. "Crap, I forgot there was someone else here." The mysterious girl watches, her eyes wide with a mixture of apprehension and, is that relief? A mysterious girl, glasses perched on her nose, drops a bombshell. "You are also an emissary chosen by the true eye of the evil king?" His eyes widen in disbelief. This girl's brain circuit is weird. "I think I can fool her." With a sly smile, she extends a hand. "As fellow emissaries, we should help each other. Your apartment where you rest ought to be shared." Bam! A hammer crashes against the door. The sound echoes through the apartment. He slams the door shut, his face a mask of frustration. "Hey! I haven't agreed yet. You really think this is the lair of the evil king? Forget it, leave her be." But a lingering question remains. "But what's with that purple light just now?" He examines his hands, a thoughtful expression on his face. "It can turn things soft?" A revelation dawns. "Looks like the lights that I possess are more than two kinds, I just haven't discovered the others yet." The memory flashes back. The purple light appeared when he tripped over a cable and crashed into the coffee table. A kitchen, cluttered but familiar. Our protagonist, eyes wide with wonder, focuses his purple light on a steel knife. The steel visibly softens, shimmering with an ethereal glow. "It feels like jelly," he notes, a strange new sensation. He experiments further, the purple light touching various objects, delicate glassware, flimsy tissues, all yielding to its strange power. But there's more. A look of dawning realization crosses his face. This isn't just softening, it's a controlled malleability. But it's still limited. A spark of inspiration. He wonders, what if he combined this purple light with something else? A different energy, perhaps? He channels a second, vibrant green light, merging it with the purple, a surge of power, a transformation unlike anything before. With a shout of Bankai, he unleashes the combined energies upon a cloth. The result is instantaneous, shocking. The cloth is restored. He tests it on the knife, the purple light alone now unable to affect it. The knife is normal again. The green light, it reversed the effect. A wave of relief washes over him, but a new question arises. He carefully picks up the knife, a thoughtful expression on his face. He's trembling, but a determined glint shines in his eyes. He's discovered something incredible, something that could change everything. A breakthrough. The protagonist studies his notes, a triumphant grin spreading across his face as he realizes the potential of combining his purple and green lights. The implications of this discovery are immediately clear, an extreme level of control over the material properties of objects. A tense exchange unfolds on a dimly lit staircase. One man questions his brother's plan to distribute their ill-gotten gains. The other brother, clearly reluctant, argues that they barely have enough for themselves. Suddenly, a warning. One brother urges the other to look behind him. A chilling sight greets them. The wall itself is writhing, pulsating with an unnatural energy. Wriggles. From the wall, a monstrous, amorphous entity emerges, its form vaguely humanoid but utterly terrifying. Emerges, a guttural sound escapes the creature's gaping maw. The brothers' faces are etched with horror as they witness the full extent of this unearthly horror. Ah! A terrifying close-up of the creature, its grotesque features highlighted by the dim light. The creature's presence is suffocating. One of the brothers gasps, struggling for breath as the creature's power overwhelms him. Ugh! A wave of nausea washes over him. The raw power surges through his veins, a chaotic blend of purple and green energy. He focuses, channeling the energy. It's too much. Applying this to an entire wall is too strenuous. The exertion leaves him breathless, so tired. But the experiment is far from over. Next up. He grabs a heavy hammer. Let's check the result of the hardening. A simple test, let's begin. He swings with all his might. The impact sends a shockwave through the makeshift shield. It holds. A blizzard rages outside. The city is a frozen wasteland. He tries again, this time on a wall. This is too extreme. I can't even scrape the surface of the wall. The damage is evident. A sign hangs precariously, shattered by the cold. Elsewhere, a tense scene unfolds. HMM? Speak. Where did you hide the food you stole? The accusation hangs heavy in the air, a tense standoff in the snowy street. A young man is being roughly held down. The weight of the question pressing down on him. A flurry of blows lands, the sound of impact echoing through the scene. Who's hiding food? Everything I stole is here. Stop acting. I clearly saw you carrying 3 big bags just now, but you only handed in one. The grip tightens, the young man's protests muffled by the aggressor's strength. Ouch, it hurts. You must have seen it wrong. I swear, I definitely handed in everything. Still defiant, the aggressor remains unconvinced. Still not willing to speak, huh? Looks like I have to give you a beating before you will be honest. The scene shifts, a new figure appears. A calming presence amidst the chaos. Mr. Jiang, why are you here? The newcomer's arrival throws the situation into disarray. A tense moment of uncertainty hangs in the air. As words "let's talk things out if there's any problems" offer a glimmer of hope. But the newcomer's next words reveal a hidden truth. But this fellow is secretly hiding the food that's for everyone. No, leave this matter to me, is that okay? A silent agreement passes between them. The tension eases, replaced by a sense of understanding. A sudden throw. TCH, I am giving face to Mr. Jiang and letting you go. The young man is sent sprawling, the impact echoing with a thud. Yuga. Concern etched on his face, Mr. Jiang rushes to the young man's side. Are you okay? A dimly lit distribution center, the air thick with the scent of desperation. A young man, his face etched with worry, approaches Mr. Jiang, a figure of quiet authority amidst the chaos. He confesses his plight, 5 mouths to feed, rations insufficient. His voice cracks with a mixture of shame and desperation. Mr. Jiang listens patiently, his expression a blend of understanding and concern. The rules are clear, yet the weight of human need presses heavily on him. With a heavy heart, but a firm resolve, Mr. Jiang makes a choice. He offers his own share, a silent act of defiance against the system's rigid rules. The young man's relief is palpable, a silent thank you hangs in the air. Later, as the distribution winds down, Mr. Jiang offers a reassuring word. A promise of help should further hardship arise. The crowd disperses, murmurs of gratitude following Mr. Jiang's departing figure. Order restored, but the seeds of a question have been sown. Whispers turn to questions. Why did Mr. Jiang defy the rules? What principle guided his actions? Mr. Jiang explains, his words revealing a chilling truth. A history of social unrest, fueled by inequality, hangs heavy in the air. The nature of these riots, a collective response to injustice. A stark reminder of the fragility of order in a world grappling with scarcity and inequality. The final panel shows a fiery image, symbolizing the potential for widespread chaos. Mr. Jiang, his face etched with grim determination, lays down the law. His words hang heavy in the air. If he breaks the rules, the collective will no longer accommodate him. Then he will become nothing but a robbing criminal. The crowd murmurs, a wave of unease washing over them. A young man, his face hidden, listens intently. A tense silence descends upon the scene. Mr. Jiang, a seasoned observer of human nature, watches from the shadows, his pipe smoke curling into the frigid air. His gaze sharp, he observes the dynamics of the crowd. Within the chaos, a leader emerges. The young man, previously unnoticed, now stands out. A hero, unexpectedly, in troubled times. Suddenly, a metallic clang echoes through the alleyway. A heavy hammer swings with brutal force. The young man grunts, muscles straining under the exertion. He wrestles with the heavy tool, sweat beading on his brow. A moment of quiet contemplation. Could it be those resource-stealing neighbors again? The tread of his feet is soft, cautious. A desperate plea cuts through the night. Han Fing, a familiar voice, calls out, "Han Fing! It's me!" Her voice, filled with raw emotion, reveals a depth of feeling. "I have thought it through these past few days. I cannot betray the feelings you have towards me." A torrent of fragmented memories floods his mind, the same chilling words echoing from that fateful day. His eyes snap open, a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. That man, he's here too? Li Huina and her captor are cornered, vulnerable. He clenches his fists, rage boiling within. A rifle lies discarded, a silent testament to the chaos, but his feet stop him. He hesitates. A cold calculation descends. Attacking now is suicide, the enemy is hidden, waiting. He considers a risky gambit, a desperate plan to use the electric shock, but the unpredictable consequences weigh heavily on him. His mind races, analyzing the situation. The immediate threat isn't Li Huina, but the unseen enemy lurking in the shadows. A plan forms, swift and deadly. He needs to locate the hidden enemy and strike instantly. But how? The question hangs heavy in the air, a chilling realization dawns. A memory surfaces, the blind spot behind the door, the perfect hiding place. The young man, eyes narrowed in concentration, traces a hidden symbol on the wall. A faint purple glow emanates from his fingertips. A surge of energy crackles, a silent promise of power. Li Huina's voice, laced with fear, echoes through the darkness. "Han Feng, are you in there? Please open the door." Outside, two figures huddle, their faces obscured by shadows. One speaks, his voice cold and calculating, "Is it worth all these efforts to rob this kid?" His companion replies, "He still has some resources. Moreover, I suddenly remembered that he had a large cache of supplies a day before the disaster." A sinister purple energy erupts from the wall, a shadowy figure taking shape. And with a sickening thwack, the shadowy figure strikes. Li Huina gasps, "Hey, do you hear some kind of noise?" Her companion, eyes wide with terror, stumbles back. "What noise?" He whispers, "I seem to be hearing something from behind me." A desperate plea echoes through the frozen air. "Stop it." A racking cough shakes her body, the cold seeps into her very bones. Her breath clouds in the frigid air, a chilling weakness overtakes her. A desperate whisper escapes her lips. "Help, me." But even as she begs for aid, a sinister laugh escapes her, a chilling premonition. A shadowy hand emerges from the swirling mist, a terrifying grip tightens. The icy tendrils constrict her further, a desperate struggle ensues. With a final burst of energy, she breaks free, but collapses to the floor. A figure rushes to her side, offering a spark of hope amidst the despair. "Ack! The unnamed woman collapses, gasping for breath. She's clearly exhausted, the icy attack having taken its toll. But her pursuer, the unnamed man, shows no mercy. "Who told you to get up?" he snarls, his voice dripping with menace. A brutal kick sends the woman sprawling again. Cough. Cough. She struggles to catch her breath, pain etched across her face. Desperation fueling her defiance. Do you even know who my dad is? If you touch me again, I swear your family will. What are you gonna do about it, huh? The unnamed man's response is swift and brutal. A thunderous blow connects, sending the woman reeling. "I don't give a damn who your daddy is. I'll beat the hell out of you." A glimmer of hope appears. "Be brother. Hold on." The unnamed man hesitates. "We got no beef, man, so why are you?" Another brutal blow. The unnamed man's attack is relentless. The impact is deafening. As the woman cries out in agony, "Is my life worth nothing to ya? Why? Why? Why'd you want to kill me?" The attack is relentless. A brutal blow connects, the sound of impact echoing through the shadowed hallway. His knuckles crack, the force of the strike almost unbearable. His opponent groans, collapsing to the ground, a defeated heap of pain and agony. Blood stains his clothes, a grim testament to the ferocity of the assault. The attacker stands over his fallen foe, the weapon held loosely in his hand, a chilling calm settling over the scene. His eyes are filled with a desperate plea, a silent scream for understanding. "Give me a reason," he whispers, his voice barely audible above the pounding of his own heart. But there's no mercy here. The attacker's patience snaps. "Don't play dumb with me," he roars, his next blow a blur of motion. The question hangs heavy in the air, a cruel twist of irony. "Did you ask for a reason when you were killing me?" he snarls, his voice dripping with bitter sarcasm. A guttural sound escapes his lips, a choked sob of pain and self-loathing. He clutches his throat, his body racked with agony. Coughing violently, he collapses, leaving a trail of blood in his wake. The hallway is silent once more, the only sound the heavy breathing of the victor. He pauses, catching his breath, his gaze distant and troubled. Something is clearly wrong. A new figure appears, a woman offering a hand, her expression a mixture of concern and curiosity. "Need a hand?" she asks, her voice soft yet firm. The aftermath hangs heavy in the air. A young woman, seemingly unfazed by the carnage, observes the unnamed man. Her words, sharp and clear, cut through the silence. She's not even scared of that gruesome scene. But her concern is palpable. She continues, her voice laced with worry, "There's something off about this girl, better not let her stay at my place." The unnamed man, still reeling from the events, remains silent. A beat of silence hangs in the air before the woman presses on. "What I'm saying is, those guys could come back for revenge any minute, and if you stay here, you'll get caught in the crossfire." He looks up, his eyes filled with a mixture of exhaustion and defiance. A simple "oh" escapes his lips. The woman's concern intensifies. "So, is that a yes or a no? I'm saying this for your own good." His resolve hardens. He stares her down, his voice low and firm. "No. I'm staying here." The woman's expression shifts to alarm. "But it's dangerous. We could both die." He remains steadfast, his gaze unwavering. A strange calm settles over him as he speaks. "Don't worry, the evil King True Eye will protect you." The woman's eyes widen in disbelief, a moment of stunned silence before she realizes something else entirely. The evil king's power is depleted, needs to sleep. "Go on." The door creaks open, revealing a dimly lit hallway. He hesitates, a flicker of apprehension in his eyes. A stark, cold announcement: those who have already received supplies, don't loiter in the parking lot. Make way for the others who haven't. The scene shifts to a bustling underground parking garage. A chaotic scene unfolds. People mill about, a palpable sense of urgency hanging in the air. The sound of hushed whispers and anxious shuffling fills the space, commotion. Miss Lu receives her package. A cold stare from across the garage. Apartment 601. Lu's concern deepens. Huh? Didn't 601 already pick up their stuff? The weight of her worry is almost visible. He hasn't come back all night, and why did he suddenly collapse like that? The image shows a man lying unconscious on the ground, his face pale and drawn. Suspicion clouds her features. Was it that Han Feng bastard? Did he set up a trap in advance? But a new detail emerges, sparking her curiosity. But what makes me even more curious is, when Han Feng opened his door. A gnawing frustration twists Huina's features as she devours a meager meal. The bitter taste of betrayal lingers, a stark reminder of the supplies she was denied. A sudden gust of wind whips past, carrying with it the chilling breath of winter. She clutches her jacket tighter, her breath misting in the frigid air, a desperate attempt to ward off the cold that mirrors the chill in her heart. A figure emerges from the swirling snow, their face obscured by a dark hood. Huina's eyes narrow, suspicion clouding her features, a silent warning bells ring in her mind. The biting wind whips through Block 5's lobby, a lone figure, shivering in the cold, clutches a warm drink. A gruff voice cuts through the chill. Block 5's lobby, why don't you come over and warm yourself up? She hesitates, a flicker of fear in her eyes. I'd rather warm myself up at home. She tries to slip away, unnoticed. But escape is not so easy. Wait, the man's voice booms, his intentions far from innocent. He offers her a place to stay, a twisted invitation veiled in false concern. His words are laced with a predatory undertone. And her response is swift and brutal. Get lost. What do you think I am? Who cares about trash like you? His advances rebuffed, he resorts to force. A struggle ensues, the man's true colors revealed in his desperate grab for control. He accuses her of falsely claiming resources. A bystander witnesses the scene, their expression a mixture of shock and disgust. The woman's cries for help echo through the lobby. Let me go. With a burst of speed, she breaks free, a fierce counterattack follows. Thwack, the sound of impact reverberates through the air. The man staggers back, his face contorted in pain, his eyes widen in disbelief as he receives a devastating blow. You slut! His words trail off as he clutches his face. The woman stands over him, victorious but shaken. A nearby onlooker shouts, "Bully girls! It's not right!" A blur of motion. A body slams into the ground with a sickening whomp. The aftermath, onlookers gasp, their whispers carrying on the wind. Someone seems to be causing trouble. Concern etched on their faces. Are they fighting? Someone is down on the ground. A rush of aid, a kind face appears, offering comfort and care. Are you okay? Are you injured? Are you feeling unwell? A gentle reassurance. No, thank you. The woman's relief is palpable. But the danger isn't over, a shadow falls. How dare you meddle in other people's business? A sudden, brutal attack. Do you think I wouldn't kill you right now? A flash of movement, a counterattack. UGH, the attacker reels from the impact. The final blow, UGH. The attacker is sent sprawling. The fight is over. A quiet moment, a man lights a cigarette, his face grim. Throughout my entire life, a man who hits women disgusts me the most. The aftermath of a brutal attack unfolds before us. A man lies groaning on the cold, unforgiving ground. Amidst the chaos, a figure emerges, cutting through the crowd. Excuse me, everyone. The tension ratchets up as accusations fly. A bastard who hits women like you actually dares to complain so shamelessly? A sudden, violent movement, the attacker lunges forward. A heartfelt apology rings out. Sorry, Mr. Jiang, it's my fault. Mr. Zhong's stern warning echoes through the scene. You will be taken out of it if this happens again. A tense conversation unfolds, a proposition made. What I have mentioned previously, are the two of you really not going to consider it? A defiant declaration cuts through the air. I am not interested in gathering as a crowd to rob others. I will never join you guys, even if I have to starve to death. A sincere offer of help, despite the refusal. I am sorry, Mr. Jiang, I am still unable to accept such a method. If you have anyone on your side that's sick, I can still help. A request for inclusion. Brother Jiang, can I join your group? The aftermath of a harrowing ordeal. Miss Lee, shaken but safe, leans on Mr. Zhang's support. His words, a quiet confession, hang in the frigid night air. Actually, I have always admired you. It's just that I never got the chance to tell you. But even in this moment of vulnerability, a shadow of concern crosses Miss Lee's face. Mr. Jiang notices, his brow furrowing slightly. Miss Lee, are you confused about something? A sudden shift in mood. Mr. Zhang's concern deepens as Miss Lee's distress becomes palpable. The unspoken question hangs heavy between them. He's clearly worried, his expression etched with concern. The weight of her unspoken words presses down on him, a new problem emerges, a mystery to unravel. A burst of energy, a whirlwind of motion. A young girl, seemingly out of place, reveals a hidden power. There's a triangular one, a squarish one, and a webcam. The girl's power is revealed, a shocking display of dimensional manipulation. Mannequins, seemingly ordinary, are now part of something extraordinary. Isn't this just a mannequin for displaying clothes? How is this even slightly related to what I described to you just now? A moment of stunned silence, then, a wave of realization washes over the scene. The young girl's ability is far more significant than anyone could have imagined. HAAA. To put it simply, this middle school girl possesses a dimensional storage ability. The girl demonstrates her power, a black hole appearing before her. The sheer scale of her ability is breathtaking. She can open up a black hole in front of her chest, and then suck in everything that she's seeing. My house will be filled up if you still can't find it. Despite the incredible power, there are limitations. The retrieval process proves more challenging. But it's easy to suck in items, not as easy when taking them out. Her accuracy in finding things is extremely low. A vast, unexplored space. The girl's dimensional storage is far larger than anticipated. I never explored it before, but I'm sure it's a vast space. A swirling vortex of energy erupts, pulling the young man into its depths. The sheer scale of the dimensional rift is breathtaking. His eyes widen in disbelief as he plummets into the chaotic maelstrom. A deluge of everyday objects, from table tennis equipment to wine bottles, even a classical bust surrounds him, a bizarre, gravity-defying spectacle. He emerges, gasping for air, from the chaotic vortex. As expected of a superhuman that emptied the supermarkets in the East region overnight, but isn't this searching for a needle in a haystack? His face contorts in frustration and despair. The strain of his power is immense. Damn it! He struggles to regain control, the energy crackling around him like a tempest. A desperate attempt to contain the overwhelming power. He collapses, coughing violently, his body racked with exhaustion. The immense strain takes its toll. As the woman approaches, concern etched on her face. That there's no oxygen inside. My skin is about to swell. And it feels like the moisture in my body is about to be sucked dry. She observes him with a mixture of concern and fascination. A sudden realization dawns on him. Oh. That's it. You actually have it. His eyes widen, a tremor of exhaustion in his voice as he gasps, I also found others. A wave of dizziness washes over him as countless boxes materialize around him, each one a testament to the strain of his dimensional storage ability. The sound of boxes appearing fills the air, huzz. The air hangs heavy with the scent of decay, a chilling silence broken only by the echo of their footsteps on the dilapidated stairs. This 18th floor, a place of unease. This 18th floor is really strange. Are we really going up? One of them nervously asks. We won't run into that monster again, right? Doubt flickers in their eyes, but determination hardens their resolve. It's already the 21st century, and you two still believe in supernatural beings. Scoffs one, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Mr. Jiang sent us here to scout first because he trusts us. We cannot let Mr. Jiang down. But a seed of suspicion remains. But what if that girl is lying to Mr. Jiang? Meanwhile, elsewhere, a high-tech operation unfolds. A young man monitors the team's progress on a screen, a grim expression on his face. They really came back. Luckily, we arranged a monitoring system in advance. He focuses intently on the task at hand. Precision is key. I need to time it precisely. A stopwatch ticks down, the countdown begins. 2 o'clock. Suddenly, a chilling sound cuts through the silence. Did you guys hear something? Up ahead, one of the explorers whispers, a tremor in his voice. MHM. See, could it be that ghost again? A spectral glow emanates from the darkness ahead, a terrifying presence. Remote-controlled cars, weapons-grade explosives, this is no ordinary chase. The vehicles careen through the night, a whirlwind of metal and fire. The team, eyes wide with disbelief, watches the chaos unfold. Toy cars, one of them gasps, the question hanging heavy in the air. As a monster truck, bristling with explosives, hurtles towards them. The countdown continues. Boom! A deafening explosion rocks the building. Screams fill the air. As a fiery inferno engulfs the corridor. Ah! My eyes hurt, one of the team cries out in agony. Amidst the chaos, a drone, its propellers spinning wildly, attempts to escape the carnage. But a figure emerges from the smoke, a determined glint in his eye. Eighth. The remote monitor, cool and calculating, watches the scene on his screen. Throw? 0.22 foot. Throw it when you are closer. I must teach them a lesson this time. The countdown continues. 0.15. Meanwhile, the team member fights back, desperate to survive. Damn you, he roars, swinging a crowbar with all his might. The monitor's frantic voice cuts through the static, lost control of the left side, unable to stabilize. 5 precious seconds tick away, a desperate struggle against the elements is unfolding. The drone, battered and bruised, plummets through a blizzard. A desperate cry rings out, control it. This is our only drone. 3 seconds left. The city sprawls below, a concrete jungle swallowed by the storm. A strained whisper, ah! A fiery explosion erupts, illuminating the snow-covered cityscape in a brief, brutal flash. The drone is lost. But not before a desperate attempt to save it. The right propeller malfunctions, going down. The command is clear, hurry up and find a place to land, do not let it fall and break. Against all odds, a successful landing, outside the window of a certain floor. The tension is palpable. He's going for it. I will go get it now, this drone is way too important to us. But as he prepares to leave, a chilling detail is revealed. Between the stairs, there's a corpse. The camera zooms in, revealing a grim sight. The image is grainy, but unmistakable. Brother Lee unconscious, lying in the snow. A gasp escapes the monitor. Isn't that Brother Lee? The question hangs heavy in the air. Why is he lying there? Did he get robbed too? A hurried departure. Brother Lee, his face etched with worry, secures the door, a key clutched in his hand. He whispers a warning, his voice barely audible above the frantic fumbling of the lock. A moment of quiet contemplation, a furrow in his brow as he pauses, lost in thought. His eyes widen, a sudden realization dawning. This is? The tension ratchets up. A hand extends, offering a small, utilitarian device, a last resort, perhaps? The click of a firearm breaks the silence, a cold, metallic sound that echoes the growing dread. A lone figure, flashlight in hand, navigates a crumbling staircase, the air heavy with the scent of decay and dampness. Reaching the 16th floor, a brief moment of respite, a temporary haven from the storm raging outside. But the reprieve is short-lived. A chilling report flashes across his mind, minus 49.8 degrees Celsius. Without protection, death comes swiftly. The biting wind howls outside, a stark reminder of the urgency. Brother Lee's in danger, and time is running out. A warning from a concerned face, that's how it is, you must be careful if you are going up there. A brief exchange, a silent acknowledgement of the risk, a shared understanding in the flickering candlelight. Warmth spreads through the room as Mr. Jiang distributes thick clothes, a small act of kindness in the face of the blizzard. A simple gesture of gratitude, a silent promise of fair treatment for those who contribute. A final request, a plea for inclusion, but the answer is a firm, unwavering no. The accusation hangs heavy in the air. Firstly, we are unable to confirm this was the doing of your friend. The words are sharp, precise, leaving no room for doubt. And the speaker's skepticism is palpable. His gaze, sharp as a blade, pierces through the other's defenses. Secondly, if not for Uncle Lou personally witnessing someone moving resources, I wouldn't believe you at all. The stakes are raised. A decision is made. Let's go together to take a look at that floor. The tone is firm, a hint of resolve in the voice. The investigation begins. A flurry of activity. All right, Mr. Jiang. Pack up immediately. Bring over a tool as well. The urgency is clear, time is of the essence. They prepare for a dangerous mission. She accepts the task, a grim determination etched on her face. I understand. The weight of responsibility settles upon her shoulders. A pipe is now her weapon. The team assembles, a silent understanding passing between them. Important manpower of our team, please pay attention to your safety when we go up. The warning is a stark reminder of the danger ahead. They ascend. Into the darkness. Footsteps echo on the stairs, each step a beat of suspense. The atmosphere is thick with anticipation. They move as one, a silent, determined force. The climb is fraught with tension, every shadow a potential threat. The suspense builds. And then, a sudden fall. A figure tumbles down the stairs, a sharp thud echoing through the dimly lit corridor. The unexpected event throws the team into action. Brother Lee lies on the cold, hard ground, his face etched with exhaustion and pain. A desperate gasp escapes his lips as he gulps down the contents of a thermos. Ugh hi. Hot hot hot. He looks up, confused, his eyes widening as he takes in his surroundings. A cavernous space, dimly lit, filled with concerned faces. Mr. Jiang and his team have found him. But Li Zi's reaction is far from grateful. Li Zi. What's with your attitude? Mr. Jiang saved you, you are not even thanking him? His defiance is sharp, his words cutting like ice. Even if I want to thank someone, it will be the people you stole the resources from. Stop pretending to be a hero. The tension ratchets up. You bast, Mr. Jiang's face darkens, his patience wearing thin. Mr. Jiang tries one last time to reason with him. Brotherly, I am sincere in inviting you to join us. We can only get through this disaster with everyone working together. But Li Zi remains unmoved. So annoying, I already said so many times that I will never join. The plea falls on deaf ears. Li Zi, stop refusing and being so shameless. The pressure mounts. And Li Zi's defiance hardens. What? Are you trying to force me to join you guys? A final attempt at reconciliation. Brotherly, do you have some kind of misunderstandings towards us? Mr. Jiang's voice cuts through the frigid air, his words a desperate plea. We just want you to contribute your strength, so that those people who are weaker have higher hopes of surviving. Brother Lee's retort is immediate, a snarl of defiance. Bastard Jiang, don't think that I don't know what you are planning. You only gave those old stooges one meal every 3 days, what's the difference between that and waiting for death? He spits on the ground, his anger palpable. Moreover, I have no parents, your methods won't work on me. Alone in the shadows, a chilling thought crosses Brother Lee's mind, one meal every 3 days? That means Jiang Shuiyo doesn't really care about them. The pieces fall into place. Makes sense, the committee wants to rope in the young ones. That's why they are taking in those old, weak, sick, and disabled people. Mr. Jiang's patience snaps. In short, are you joining or not? If you are not, then scram. Stop blocking our way. The air crackles with tension. A confrontation is unavoidable. Crash. Brotherly recoils, a grunt escaping his lips. He's clearly outmatched. Mr. Jiang watches, a cold satisfaction in his eyes. HAAA. The scene shifts to Mr. Jiang's goons closing in on Brotherly, their menacing presence filling the icy corridor. Brotherly, defiant to the bitter end, throws his fists in the air. I am not afraid of you guys, he shouts, his voice echoing with a bravado that belies his precarious situation. From the shadows, a figure watches, concern etched on his face. This is bad, Brotherly is on the verge of collapse. He needs to help, but the odds are stacked against him. Too many enemies. There's nothing he can do alone. But he can't abandon Brotherly. The man has helped him countless times. He won't let him die. A sudden glint of metal. The unmistakable click of a gun being cocked. A grim determination hardens his features as he grips the weapon, a silent promise to protect his friend. The scene shifts. Brotherly, surrounded, dares his attackers, "Come on, let's get it going if you want to fight." The sound of a brutal blow echoes. Brotherly's defiance is met with swift, merciless force. Bang! A gunshot echoes through the night. Piercing the silence, the bullet finds its mark. A baseball bat connects with flesh. A pained groan follows the sickening thud. He crumples to the ground, a small puff of smoke rising from the wound. The attackers surround him. Panic spreads like wildfire. Hey! What's that sound just now? One of them shouts, fear lacing his voice. Gun, it's a gun, another cries out in terror. A figure emerges from the shadows, a cold glint in his eyes. He holds a pistol, his grip firm and unwavering. Lil bro? You. Terror grips the would-be attackers. Their faces, masked by fear, are frozen in expressions of pure dread. Han Feng? The question hangs in the air, heavy with suspicion. How does he have a gun? The mystery deepens. Bro, this is my house key, take it. We will slowly retreat. A plan forms in the heat of the moment. Escape is the only option. The retreat begins. But even as they flee, a new threat emerges. The air crackles with tension. Han Feng, gun drawn, stands defiant against a surging mob. I said, don't move, he roars, his voice cutting through the chaos. A desperate scramble for cover ensues as the attackers recoil from his threat. The scene shifts to a claustrophobic, dimly lit corridor. Brotherly and the others huddle together, searching for something. A tense moment of planning. Brotherly's voice is firm, let's go. Han Feng, ever vigilant, adds, I will shoot whoever moves. A hasty retreat begins. Footsteps echo on the icy stairs, a chilling sound in the oppressive silence. Down the stairs they go, their escape a desperate dash against the ticking clock. The icy steps seem to slow their progress. But they are not alone. A figure emerges from the shadows, his presence sending a shockwave of fear through the group. That guy is... He's Han Feng. The revelation hangs heavy in the air. The place we are going to is his house. Panic erupts. Damn you, why didn't you tell us earlier that he has a gun? One of them cries out, their voice laced with anger and betrayal. A moment of stunned silence. It's also my first time seeing it. The response is a mixture of disbelief and fear. But amidst the chaos, a glimmer of hope. Forget it, I believe Miss Lee won't lie to us. A calm voice cuts through the tension, restoring a semblance of order. A chilling question hangs in the air: if Han Feng possesses such a powerful weapon, does he also have the resources to sustain himself? The pieces fall into place. The shadowy figure raising prices, it's him. Brother Jiang, a man of calculated precision, weighs the risks. Should they proceed with their original plan, or is there a new threat to consider? Zhang's sharp mind analyzes the situation. If Han Feng were capable of murder, wouldn't he have already acted? A calculated risk. A strategic retreat. Zhang's command echoes through the group. They will regroup, bolster their defenses, and return stronger. The towering building, 1804, looms in the distance, their next target. The city is a battlefield, and the hunt is on. Adrenaline surges. Han Feng and his companion, their hands trembling slightly, cautiously approach the building. The tension is palpable. A key turns. A wave of warmth washes over them. Relief, and a hint of something more. Han Feng's sharp command cuts through the tension. Safety first. They must get inside quickly. The warmth of the radiator, a beacon in the cold night. A moment of respite, before the storm. Generator? A stroke of luck. A powerful generator hums to life. And this room is overflowing with supplies. Han Feng's eyes widen, a mix of disbelief and relief washing over him. This is more than just shelter, it's a lifeline. But where's the drone? A young woman's voice cuts through the air, a hint of worry in her tone. I forgot. The words hang heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the relief just moments before. Han Feng's face falls. 2 hours later. A hearty meal is shared, the tension easing with each bite. A quiet understanding passes between them. But isn't that way too awesome, to actually predict this disaster? A thoughtful observation, laced with a touch of awe. And to even do this much preparation, looks like studying hard is indeed useful. A quiet moment of reflection, a testament to the value of preparedness. Sorry, brotherly, previously I was worried about the information about my supplies being leaked, so I didn't tell you the truth. A confession, tinged with regret and vulnerability. Thank you, lil bro. If not for you, I am afraid I would have starved to death. For you to treat me in such a way is already extremely benevolent of you. Gratitude and relief pour from his words, a heartfelt expression of thanks. Brother Lee's tears speak volumes, his gratitude is palpable. He's overcome with emotion, his words a testament to Han Feng's kindness. A shared meal, a moment of respite in a world turned upside down. The warmth of companionship, a stark contrast to the harsh realities outside. But the conversation turns serious. Brother Lee's words paint a grim picture, a man named Jiang, preying on the weak, stealing supplies in the name of collectivism. A shadow of dissent grows within the group. Some oppose Zhang's actions, but fear keeps them silent, until now. The cracks in the facade begin to show. Jin Qinwu's intervention. A swift, decisive counterattack. The scene explodes into chaos as the tables turn. Han Feng and Brother Lee exchange knowing glances. They understand the intricate web of power plays, the underhanded tricks employed by the committee. A twist of fate. Zhang's targets? Those who tried to rob them. Karma, swift and brutal. Li Zhanghao. The name echoes as a thunderous blow lands. The former middleweight champion unleashes his fury. A devastating knockout. Justice, served with a powerful punch. The impact sends a shockwave through the scene. The aftermath of a brutal fight is discussed. Then didn't the committee members get beaten up badly, one asks, concern etched on their face. Exactly. But that Zhang bastard refused to admit defeat and lose face. The tension is palpable. Under his encouragement, those people kept going to Li Zhanghao to fight it out. A grim scene unfolds, showing a group of battered men, their faces bruised and bloodied. The air crackles with the aftermath of violence. In the end, all of them got pummeled by Li Zhanghao. The scene shifts to reveal the extent of the damage. a man lies defeated, his body broken. The weight of the violence is heavy. Because of that incident, Li Jianghao also gathered a group of followers. Among them are some people who are quite famous. A new character is introduced, his face partially obscured by a mask. He's clearly powerful. Called Zhang Yangyu, he used to be a fan of Li Jianghao. I heard he participated in underground boxing for a few years and became famous for his speed. The narrative focuses on another key figure, his strength emphasized. The other is called Li Zhongzai. A diehard fan of Li Jianghao, it's said that he's blessed with godly strength, his body is robust like a monster. The scene shows the growing power of Li Jianghao's faction. With the prestige of the two of them and Li Jianghao, they have already become another faction within our neighborhood. The camera pans to a group of men, their faces grim and determined. They exude power and menace. And this group of people really hate the hypocritical Jiang Shuao. The narration shifts to a conversation, revealing a plot against Jiang Shuao. That bastard Jiang was thinking of ways to resolve this conflict, and finally decided to rob your supplies. The scene shifts back to the initial conversation, revealing a new layer of deception. A tense standoff unfolds outside a building, shadowy figures lurking in the cold night. The air crackles with anticipation. Inside, a powerful figure, Li Jianghao, prepares for action. I will electrify the door, he declares, a grim determination etched on his face. His companions watch, a mixture of apprehension and excitement in their eyes. A young woman, her keen senses already picking up something amiss, whispers, I can smell sulfur. Suddenly, a blinding flash. The electrifying charge surges, sending two figures sprawling to the ground, ugga, puuhh, the impact echoes through the room. Li Jianghao groans, clutching his head. Dare to use bombs on me, he roars, his anger barely contained. The young woman, surprisingly knowledgeable, explains, they should be using localized demolition explosives, it's not that powerful. Her words reveal a surprising depth of expertise. Meanwhile, outside, the camera's eye catches the group's movements. Their plan is unfolding, meticulously orchestrated. The camera focuses on two individuals, their faces illuminated by the screen's glow. Heh, so you are the one that brought Jiang Shuao here, one of them sneers, revealing a new layer to the unfolding conspiracy. Back inside, Li Jianghao barks orders, bro, get further away from the door. The tension ratchets up another notch. Another electrifying blast. The force of the explosion throws Li Jianghao back, the room shaking with the impact. A tense standoff. Li Jianghao's enemies, a squad of heavily armed figures, are closing in. While Zhang Yangyu, ever the strategist, meticulously plans their demise. Place the explosives on the border of the door connecting to the wall, try using 2 packets this time. The blonde ally nods, alright. Boom! The explosives detonate, a fiery maelstrom of destruction ripping through the reinforced door, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Room 1804 is in ruins. Li Jianghao and his allies advance cautiously, shields raised against any remaining threats. But Zhang Yangyu's keen eyes notice something amiss. His expression hardens. There's definitely no problems with the explosives. Looks like this kid already prepared defensive measures in advance. The plan is adjusted on the fly. Use 3 packets of explosives together this time, I will point out the spot to bomb. If nothing happens, then we will continue to increase the quantity used. Zhang Yangyu's resolve hardens. His voice is grim, determined. We need to take down his house today. Inside, amidst the chaos of the explosion, Li Jianghao and his blonde ally struggle to clear debris. A heavy wooden barrel and furniture collapsing around them. Ha! A low rumble shakes the room. Li Jianghao and his blonde ally exchange worried glances. What's that sound? Jianghao asks, his voice tight with apprehension. The wall begins to crack, a jagged line spreading across the surface. Panic sets in as the blonde ally shouts, the wall is cracking. Jianghao's eyes narrow in grim determination. Let's get more things to block the way, he commands, already assessing the situation. If this continues, the cracks will only grow larger. The blonde ally, despite his injuries, is quick to act. It's useless to block it, move all the things away quickly. I have an idea, he exclaims, a spark of ingenuity in his eyes. A sudden, unexpected intrusion. A young woman with purple hair appears, her hands glowing with an eerie purple energy. What a joke, a little doll like you should quickly find a place to hide in the bedroom, a voice sneers. The room is thrown into chaos. The woman unleashes a powerful force, a swirling vortex of purple energy that sucks everything nearby into its center. Furniture, boxes, debris all vanish in an instant. Silence descends. The blonde ally stares in disbelief, whispering, so scary, all of it got sucked in. A sudden, sharp pain. A purple energy strikes the blonde ally, leaving him reeling. Zhang Hao's eyes flash with concern and determination. Zhang Hao focuses, his own power surging. Let's soften the walls like last time, first to see if I can reshape it. He channels a green energy, but there's a problem. But I have to control the material before the hardening process is done, it takes a long time. Danger! The ground trembles, a warning sign that something is terribly wrong. They hit the deck. A sudden impact sends them sprawling, the floor is about to give way. Zhang Hao's face is a mask of frustration. I just strengthened it, why is it cracking again? He cries out, his voice laced with disbelief. The enemy's strategy is revealed. They're not attacking the wall directly, they're bombing the floor from below. The blonde ally's eyes gleam with determination. If that's really the case, then it will be useless no matter how we repair it. A dangerous proposition. I have a dangerous idea, the ally declares. Are you guys willing to trust me once? The tension is palpable. The purple-haired girl nods silently, her eyes wide with a mixture of fear and anticipation, while the blonde ally urges Zhang Hao to speak up. A derelict building, the air hangs heavy with the stench of decay and the chilling whisper of unseen dangers. A team cautiously enters, their faces grim, weapons at the ready, every footstep echoes in the oppressive silence. Their leader barks orders, a mix of urgency and caution. Pay attention to safety, clear up all the supplies you can find. One member searches the kitchen, returning with a disheartening report. Mr. Yijian, there's only some rubbish and a box of seeds. Accusations fly. Li Huina. Did you freaking lie to us? The young woman's eyes well with tears, her voice barely a whisper. I did not lie, maybe he's hiding them in the bedroom. Tension ratchets up as they approach another door. Careful. I know, I don't want to be shot by a gun either. Suddenly, a brutal attack. Ugh, a swift kick sends one man sprawling. Damn you. The fight explodes into a chaotic flurry of blows. A cold, calculating gaze, a gun leveled, ready to fire. The hunter has become the hunted. Panic grips the group. Trapped in their makeshift cells, fear etched on every face, they watch as the situation escalates. A sudden, violent crash. The blonde man is thrown back, a chain rattling on the floor as the dark-haired man advances, gun drawn. Chaos erupts. The dark-haired man's voice cuts through the pandemonium. All of you should get out, or else I won't be polite. A defiant retort, polite? Were you polite before this? The accusations fly, were you hiding supplies, neglecting the collective, making so many residents suffer and starve? Today, we are here to demand justice. The dark-haired man's words ring out, only working together will allow us to triumph over this apocalypse. A moment of doubt, this fellow's words are righteous and awe-inspiring, but isn't it just moral kidnapping? The dark-haired man dismisses the concerns, but it's useless to talk about these things now. These people are just a group of starving wolves looking to vent. The tension ratchets up, and I am the target for them, but if I were to manipulate them properly, I can also lead. The accusations continue. Are you spouting who says that I have supplies? You must have hidden it. Mr. Jiang, the de facto leader, addresses the tense crowd. His words are calm, yet firm. Don't start an internal strife, I have a simple method. His gaze falls upon Mr. Han, a man whose presence commands attention. The question hangs heavy in the air: will Mr. Han comply? The scene shifts. Inside a dimly lit room, Mr. Jiang's words echo, "Mr. Jiang, there's only some rubbish and a little girl in the room." A young girl, her eyes wide with fear, clings to Mr. Jiang. A desperate plea escapes her lips: "Brother, I'm afraid. I'm hungry." Outside, frustration boils over. A brawl erupts amongst the men, fueled by exhaustion and the perceived injustice of their situation. "Damn it, we work so hard for half a day just for this?" Li Huina, the blonde woman, faces Mr. Jiang, her expression a mixture of fear and defiance. The demand for an explanation hangs in the air. The pressure mounts. Mr. Jiang's calm facade cracks as he demands an explanation from Li Huina. The threat is implicit: explain clearly, or else we will kill you. Li Huina's voice trembles as she protests her innocence. Despair and confusion cloud her features. I really did not lie. I personally witnessed it." Her eyes dart around, searching for answers. Suspicion takes root. Why is this happening? Where did it go wrong? The suspicion intensifies, focusing on Han Pang. Li Huina's accusation is clear: I am in this state because of him. The dark-haired man clutches his head, a pistol pressed against his temple. His eyes widen in disbelief, a desperate plea etched on his face. The blond man points his gun, the barrel steady and unwavering. "Where exactly did you hide the supplies?" he demands, his voice sharp and cold. A tense standoff. The blond man warns his companion, "Be careful, lil bro." The dark-haired man is surrounded, trapped in a desperate situation. "You pulled some kind of trick, right?" shouts one of the men, suspicion thick in the air. The dark-haired man's response is a chilling revelation: "The truth is, all my supplies were already scammed by you long ago." Fury explodes. The blond man's eyes blaze with rage. Lying, he screams, his hand tightening on his weapon. The tension ratchets up, a deadly game of cat and mouse. The blond man's threat hangs heavy in the air: "I will kill you." A desperate struggle. The blond man's gun is disarmed in a flash of movement. He's grabbed, his desperate cries for help swallowed by the chaos. The dark-haired man and a mysterious girl watch from the shadows as the blond man is restrained. "You slut," one of the men shouts, the scene a maelstrom of fury and betrayal. The dark-haired man retrieves the dropped pistol, a grim determination etched on his face. He cautiously approaches the glass doors, his eyes fixed on the figure beyond. Mr. Jiang, his face impassive, holds a gun of his own. The accusation hangs heavy in the frigid air. Li Huina, cornered and defiant, faces her accusers. "You shrew, you actually lied to us," the blond man shouts, his voice raw with anger. The blond man's fury escalates. A violent outburst is imminent. A tense standoff. "Enough," a commanding voice cuts through the chaos. The dark-haired man intervenes, his tone firm: "The committee isn't a violent group. This place isn't an execution ground either." A moment of unexpected compassion. Mr. Jiang steps forward, his voice soft yet resolute: "We should at least give her a chance to turn over a new leaf." Mr. Han's apology echoes in the tense silence, a somber admission of guilt. "Mr. Han, I am very sorry for what happened today. We are all victims. I will give you a proper explanation soon." The offer is extended, a pistol rests on the table, a symbol of both threat and opportunity. "I sincerely invite you to join the committee." A beat of silence, then, a thoughtful response. "You don't have to answer right now, just think about it. When you come to collect supplies tomorrow, come talk to me then." A concerned question hangs in the air. "You all right?" Relief washes over him. Finally, a comfortable scene unfolds. "I didn't expect this lil sis to have her own house above you." "That's right, it's big, spacious, and much more comfortable than my house." A cunning plan takes shape. Thanks to her, we can put on such a performance. The mastermind issues orders. "Good, then proceed according to what I say." A flurry of activity begins. First, store the things that's in the house. Remember to leave behind some rubbish and wrappers, don't store everything. A tense exchange. Bro, go open the windows, we need to quickly lower the temperature inside the house. What exactly are you trying to do? The plan is revealed. We need to make it seem like we have run out of supplies for a long time. I.e., them use up all their supplies, break down the door, and then get nothing in the end. A strategic deception. John Shueo has made such a big deal out of this situation. If they were to return empty-handed, it will definitely stir up anger within their group. John Shueo calmly explains his plan. Only one bullet was left in his gun, and he fired it beforehand. A calculated risk, a strategic move. His allies, initially shocked, quickly grasped the brilliance of his deception. The plan is now to feign suffering while secretly plotting their next move. The true objective is revealed, to bring down the committee. The tension ratchets up as the scene shifts to a dark, ominous alleyway. A group of shadowy figures moves with purpose, their destination unknown. A sense of urgency hangs heavy in the air. The warehouse bustles with activity. Boxes are moved, people scurry, a clandestine operation unfolds under the cover of darkness. A flurry of movement, a silent ballet of deception. The air crackles with anticipation. A quick check is made, ensuring the coast is clear. Every detail is accounted for, every step planned with precision. And then, the two men, John Shueo's allies, are shown hiding, their faces grim, awaiting their next instruction. John Shueo reveals the warehouse layout, pinpointing the location of the committee's core members on the 7th and 8th floors. The final stage of the plan is set in motion. The warehouse looms before them, shrouded in shadows. A tense silence hangs in the air as John Shueo and Li Huina prepare to infiltrate. They ascend the stairs, each step echoing in the cavernous space. The upper floors are eerily deserted. A chill wind whispers through the empty corridors, the only sound is their own breathing. Cautiously, they proceed, their flashlights cutting through the darkness. A sense of unease settles upon them. John Shueo reveals their plan, to cripple the committee by targeting their supply lines, a bold strategy. Li Huina listens intently, her eyes reflecting the flickering candlelight, a plan to bring the committee to its knees. But the path ahead is fraught with uncertainty. The question remains, where are the supplies hidden? A sudden noise shatters the silence, a figure darts past in the shadows. John Shueo's eyes narrow, suspicion clouding his features. Could this be a trap? The warehouse door creaks open, revealing a dimly lit interior. Wires, a key, a door handle, a classic trap. The tension ratchets up as John Shueo and Li Huina assess the situation. Their cautious approach is justified. The memory of those two check the door guys, it all clicks into place. This is no ordinary warehouse. A plan forms. No need for brute force, they'll explore other floors first. Intelligence gathering is key. With the warehouse location secured, they proceed with methodical caution. Their flashlights cut through the darkness, illuminating the path ahead. The beams reveal a shadowed figure. The team moves forward, their mission clear, to infiltrate and gather intel. Suddenly, a shout pierces the silence. Stop! The ambush is sprung. John Shueo reacts instantly, his movements a blur, a flurry of motion in the confined space. Li Huina, ever vigilant, joins the fray. A brutal, close-quarters fight erupts. A whirlwind of blows and desperate defenses. The warehouse echoes with the sounds of impact, crash, wham, thud. The fight intensifies. Li Huina urges his brother to escape. The battle rages on, a desperate struggle for survival. Shrouded in shadows, two figures creep through a dimly lit corridor. A hushed whisper, barely audible above the rhythmic drip of water, cuts through the silence. A tense exchange unfolds. Didn't you say there won't be anyone here when they are distributing supplies? One asks, his voice laced with suspicion. The other replies, equally hushed, I don't know. I wasn't able to enter this floor previously. Suddenly, a sharp intake of breath. Crap, someone's coming. They cautiously proceed upwards, their flashlights cutting through the gloom of a decaying stairwell. The air hangs heavy with the scent of dampness and decay, a place untouched by the recent supply drops. Revealing a desolate floor, 8F, marked by cracked walls and scattered debris. A single, lonely bottle lies discarded on the floor. One of the figures winces, clutching his arm. "Lil bro, your arm." A grim diagnosis follows, TSSST, it's probably fractured. Panic flickers in their eyes. "We need to find a place to hide first." A desperate plea, "Lil bro, behind you." A sudden, sharp pain. A muffled cry of UGH. A body hurtles through the air, a muffled WUUAHH, escaping his lips as he crashes to the ground, the impact echoing in the desolate building. A worried voice cuts through the silence, "Lil bro, are you alright?" A figure rushes to the fallen man's side, shouting, "Wait, I will come save you right now." But their reunion is short-lived. A gruff voice booms, "What are you guys doing here?" The newcomer's shadow looms large, menacing. The brothers stammer a weak excuse, "We came here to collect supplies." Their fear is palpable. A sneer. "Oh, really?" A heavy boot descends, crushing the younger brother's hopes. The pain is excruciating. Aga hhhhhhhhhhh. His body convulses. A cold voice pierces the agony, "Do I look like I just fell off the turnip truck?" The speaker's eyes are sharp, assessing. The accusation hangs heavy in the air. "You guys deliberately avoided the 5th and 6th floors, so you must know a thing or two about the committee." The younger brother's eyes widen in terror, his mind races. A guttural sound escapes Brother Lee's lips, a testament to his growing terror. As he cautiously enters a dilapidated room, the air thick with the scent of decay and uncertainty. A question mark hangs heavy in the air. The mysterious man descends the stairs, his movements fluid and silent as a wraith. "This is the 8th floor." "What are you trying to do?" shouts a voice, filled with alarm. He casually replies, "Technically, it's only 4 stories, a smirk playing on his lips as he reveals the truth. The snow is piled up, creating a natural cushion between floors. The perilous jump looms before Brotherly, to jump down to your death, or to be beaten to death, make your choice." The chilling ultimatum hangs in the air. With a desperate leap of faith, Brotherly plunges into the snowy abyss. The sound of his fall echoes, only to land surprisingly softly on the thick layer of snow below. "Will we really not fall to death?" he gasps, relief washing over him. But his respite is short-lived. The door bursts open. There he is. "Catch him!" The shouts of his pursuers pierce the silence. Brotherly, fueled by adrenaline, unleashes a burst of purple energy from his hand, propelling himself forward with incredible speed. A blinding flash of power that leaves the mysterious man momentarily stunned as he crashes into the snowdrift. Brotherly, battered but not broken, bursts from the icy wreckage. He's still alive. His pursuers close in, a desperate struggle ensues in the freezing snow. Crash! The ice gives way under the weight of the fight. Brotherly uses the chaos to his advantage. A desperate leap into the abyss. The pursuers, baffled, find themselves at a dead end. Their orders are clear: find the escapees. Below, in a hidden room, warmth from a small fire offers a moment of respite. Brotherly and the mysterious man huddle together, exhausted but safe, for now. Brotherly reflects on the mysterious man's cunning strategy. "That guy is pretty smart," he thinks, a grudging respect dawning in his eyes. The tension is palpable. They know the danger isn't over. Their escape was a gamble, and now they must plan their next move. Brother Lee's breath hitches. "I got it. I can't breathe." He gasps, the strain of their escape weighing heavily on him. Brotherly and the mysterious man sit by a fire, the corpse of their pursuer lying nearby. "It's just a dead man," Brotherly states, his voice weary but resolute. The scene shifts. Brotherly, his eyes narrowed, confronts the mysterious man. "Help me? I'd like to off you myself right now," he snarls, his anger barely contained. But the mysterious man remains calm, pointing out their clever avoidance of a trap. "You guys didn't fall for that lame trap on the 7th floor," he says, a hint of grudging respect in his tone. Brother Lee's grin is unsettling. "I get a meat shield to go with that," he chuckles, his words chillingly casual. The tension ratchets up. Brother Lee analyzes the situation, his gaze sharp. Since he took down all those guards, he must either be here to steal supplies, or he has some kind of enmity with the committee, and our appearance has disrupted his plan, he muses, piecing together the puzzle. Brother Lee's words hang in the air. The mysterious man's face is etched with concern. Is he hiding something? Brother Lee presses on, his suspicion growing. You could say that. If it weren't for the secret that Jiang Shueyo is hiding, he hints, his voice low and menacing. The mysterious man's secret is revealed. What secret? Explodes from Brother Lee, his anger reignited. Brother Lee's face is a mask of barely controlled fury. He leans in, his voice a dangerous whisper. "How about this, either you spit out what you know about the committee, or face the consequences. Or, you can become the second corpse here. Make your choice," he finishes, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The fire crackles, casting flickering shadows on a man's furious face. "Jiang Shueyo brought explosives to my house, stole my supplies, and my girl." He clenches his jaw, seething. A pistol isn't enough, but it's all he has, for now. A desperate plan forms in his mind, a mix of truth and carefully placed lies. A calculated gamble to buy time. His words, a carefully crafted deception, seem to work. The leader's dismissive wave speaks volumes. The camera sweeps across a bustling armory, overflowing with weapons. A stark contrast to the meager pistol in our protagonist's possession. Two possible explanations flash across the screen: a show of power, or the possession of even more devastating weaponry. He's playing a dangerous game, using his brother as a pawn to dismantle the committee from within. A calculated risk. A desperate move to prevent a far greater catastrophe. The committee's original intentions were good, but Jiang Shueyo's influence has twisted their purpose, creating a society where only the strong survive. The weight of the world rests on his shoulders. Even with the apocalypse over, the scars remain. The decision is made. The committee must fall. Back at the fire, a tense silence hangs in the air. His brother's skepticism is palpable. But the consequences of inaction are far too dire to ignore. A chilling premonition of the neighborhood's grim fate hangs heavy in the air. The final decision is made. The air crackles with tension in this dimly lit room. A gruff man, his face etched with worry lines, questions a younger man, his eyes narrowed in suspicion. The older man's hand shoots out, a blur of motion as he grabs the doorknob. He throws the door open. Bam! A heavy object slams against the doorframe, the impact echoing through the small space. A brutal blow sends the older man sprawling, his body a whirlwind of motion as he's thrown back. But he recovers quickly, grabbing the attacker's arm with surprising strength. A tense standoff ensues. With a roar, the older man unleashes a powerful uppercut, sending his opponent reeling. Suddenly, a young woman bursts into the room, her eyes wide with shock. "Are you Nurse Jean?" she asks, her voice trembling slightly. The woman's face is a mask of surprise and concern as she takes in the scene before her. She explains, her voice soft but apologetic, "I came in and discovered that Grandpa died, then I heard someone opening the door. I got frightened, so I subconsciously went to hide in the bedroom." The older man nods slowly, his expression softening slightly. "I see." The old man's gaze pierces Nurse Jean, his words sharp as ice. "You must have been involved in his death, little nurse." Despite the accusation, Nurse Jin's resolve doesn't waver. "What selfless dedication," she counters, a hint of defiance in her voice. "It's nothing but a joke." But her defiance is met with a steely gaze. "You are right," the old man concedes, "but I don't regret it." His words hang heavy in the frigid air. Nurse Jin's voice cracks slightly as she explains, "You can say I am cruel or heartless, say whatever you want, but only by surviving can I save more people. The old man's expression softens slightly as Nurse Jean reveals the truth behind her actions. He gave her supplies, a pass, a lifeline in this brutal world. And now, the weight of his decision presses down on him. He understands her choices, even if he doesn't fully agree. The silence is thick with unspoken understanding. The scene shifts. The protagonist's brother reveals a critical piece of information: a new faction has appeared, causing tension with Jiang Shuiao's committee. The implications are clear. And the protagonist, still nursing his injuries, realizes the danger. Jiang Shuiao, desperate to maintain control, is likely targeting this new faction, and the old man's actions might be a part of that larger conflict. The weight of this revelation settles upon him. The old man's actions, once seemingly heartless, now appear to be a desperate attempt to survive and protect the few he could. A grim understanding dawns. And the protagonist, despite his injuries, rises to his feet. The question hangs in the air: what will he do now? The stakes are higher than ever. I'm not going to sit around and die with everyone else in this neighborhood. If I find the armory, I'll figure something out. The protagonist, his arm in a sling, stares down his doubter with steely determination. The older man sighs, his face etched with weariness. Go ahead and jump into your own grave if you want. A harsh reality: in this world where the strong prey on the weak, the one that survives till the end is the winner. Nurse Jean, her face a mixture of worry and concern, approaches the protagonist. Mr. Han, is there anything I can do to help? He shakes his head, his expression grim. There's no need, I don't want to drag you down with me. But Nurse Jin's fiery spirit ignites. Don't say that. If you're right, this whole neighborhood is in danger. And those guys took your stuff and your girl. I got furious just listening to it, she exclaims, her eyes blazing. Her outburst leaves the protagonist speechless, her words echoing the turmoil in his own heart. Jiang Shuiao. A heavy silence hangs in the air, broken only by the protagonist's troubled sigh. The weight of the situation bears down on him. The scene shifts to a bustling street corner. Are you sure that other guy was Han Feng? Someone asks. The answer comes swiftly, a chilling confirmation: yeah. We just met him yesterday. I wouldn't get. Han Feng. The crowd reacts with a mix of fear and recognition. The weight of the world rests on his shoulders, a broken arm, a testament to the conflict within. His gaze, distant and troubled, speaks of a burden he carries alone. A desperate struggle. The sounds of impact echo through the hallway, a body slams against the cold, hard floor. His attacker looms over him, a sneer twisting their lips. I'm going to cripple your other arm too. Let's see if you dare steal from us again. But a new threat emerges. A figure bursts into the room, wielding a baseball bat. A warning is issued: something happened, Mr. Jiang is asking us to gather. Bound and helpless, he's at their mercy, thick ropes constrict his body. A surge of green energy. The ropes are severed, he's free. Exhaustion etched on his face, he breathes heavily. I will go look for the armory once I heal my injuries. I can't drag this on any longer. His body heals, but at a cost. The fracture mends, but the healing process leaves him weak, almost fainting. I really need to figure out how to heal specific parts of my body. I can't afford to drain myself like this every time. A decision must be made. His companions discuss their next move. Do we just leave him here? A final decision. They decide to follow protocol. Mei-chem, they said we should consult with Mr. Jiang before deciding what to do with him. Elsewhere, a figure lies unconscious, a victim of circumstance. A worried voice cuts through the silence: brotherly? A hand flies out, a sharp slap echoing in the confined space. Cough, cough. Thanks, lil bro, your slap is indeed effective. A gruff reply follows: but next time, could you slap the side that isn't swollen? I can't feel anything on the left side of my face now. All right. The narrative shifts to the escape. After being dragged away, there was a wall. The one behind us was about to be breached, so I unlocked the power distribution room and hid inside. In the end, there was a big hole in the room, which seems to be connected downwards to a very deep location. Thinking that they would eventually come to the power distribution room, I grabbed onto the wires and climbed downwards. I thought it would be connected to the basement 1 car park, but it actually went all the way to basement 2. However, there wasn't a single person there. There were a lot of boxes lying around. All of them were sealed tightly. A tense interrogation unfolds. The protagonist, captured and surrounded, questions his captor's motives. If they really have so much food, why did they use explosives to try to steal my supplies? He demands, suspicion etched on his face. His gaze sharpens. Something feels wrong. The thought of Jiang Shueyo's secret warehouse crosses his mind. Could this be connected? The mood shifts. Panic sets in as the protagonist realizes the true danger. Why is Mr. Jiang suddenly rushing us to dispose of Li Zi? Wasn't he trying to rope him in before? A desperate escape. The protagonist makes a break for it, slipping through a hidden passage. The sound of a door closing echoes. His pursuers, alerted to his disappearance, frantically search the room. Where did he go? We didn't leave him in this room? A chase ensues. The pursuers are hot on his heels, their eyes glowing menacingly. The sound of hurried footsteps fills the air. Jiang Shueyo's plan is revealed. Jiang Shueyo has decided to kill you for it. Now we really have to go down and find out what those things are. The tension ratchets up. One of the pursuers notices something amiss. Is something wrong? A shocking revelation. The protagonist's pursuer is confronted with a horrifying truth. Damn! The one that went is Li Huina? A desperate attempt to communicate. The protagonist tries to warn his companion, but his words are cut short by a sudden, sharp sound, tzzzzzt. The mission is clear: retrieve the evil king. A hidden passage, shrouded in shadow, reveals a chilling scene. A tense silence, broken only by the whisper of the wind, then, a sudden crash. The sound of chaos echoes through the icy corridors. A desperate struggle for survival unfolds before their eyes, the injured, the elderly, all huddled together, fighting for their lives. A desperate gamble. Their only hope is to hold the line, to protect their precious supplies, or everyone starves. A grim choice. A sea of faces, a desperate throng, a desperate attempt to blend in, to remain unseen. But danger lurks in the shadows. A sudden, violent UGH shatters the tense calm. A brutal attack. One of their own falls, a victim of the chaos, the fight for survival intensifies. A desperate struggle in the heart of the crowd, a flash of steel, a desperate defense. And a chilling realization. Brothers in danger. A hidden observer, watching from the darkness, her eyes, filled with a mixture of concern and determination. A lone figure, a woman with blonde hair, cautiously approaches a dark doorway, flashlight in hand. Silence hangs heavy in the frigid air, she strains to hear anything beyond the howling wind. A sudden whisper of a name, barely audible above the wind's roar, Li Huina? The beam of her flashlight cuts through the gloom, revealing another figure, equally surprised. A tense moment hangs between them. A shaky explanation, barely a murmur, I came here to search for food. That's right, can't we? What are you doing here? The question hangs in the air, a challenge in the dimly lit corridor, a confrontation brewing between a lone medic and a group of suspicious figures. Han Feng observes the scene, a mixture of curiosity and suspicion etched on his face. He notices a connection between the pink-haired medic and the others, a silent understanding that speaks volumes. What are you trying to do? Jiang Shueyo told you earlier that you are not allowed to disturb my work. The warning is sharp, the tension ratcheting up. The medic, Jiang Shueyo, stands her ground, defiant. A desperate plea escapes her lips, Nurse Jean, I am sorry. Release me. Or else. Suddenly, a blur of motion. A swift kick connects, sending one of the men sprawling. The medic fights back. The aggressors stumble back, momentarily stunned. Jiang Shueyo, despite being outnumbered, stands firm, her resolve unshaken. I don't care what you guys are doing, but please don't disturb my work. A fierce clash. A flurry of blows. Feathers fly as Jiang Shueyo unleashes her fury, a whirlwind of motion. The warning echoes, this girl is very strong, everyone be careful. Chaos reigns. A desperate struggle for control. The scene is a maelstrom of fear and confusion. Jiang Shueyo, outnumbered but unbowed, deflects a flurry of blows. Her crimson jacket whips around her as she spins, blades flashing. A whirlwind of motion, a blur of steel. She's fighting with a ferocity that belies her size. From the heart of the chaos, a dark energy blooms within Jiang Shueyo. It pulses, radiating outward. A strange, unnatural power. The air crackles with energy as her attackers are thrown back. My clothes are getting sucked in? The force of the blast sends attackers sprawling, their cries echoing through the dimly lit corridor. A ghost. Damn you. Elsewhere, Han Feng and Li Zi make their escape, a hail of blows raining down around them. Noisy. Noisy. Han Feng, ever observant, notes the effectiveness of his reinforced gloves. To think reinforced gloves would actually be so powerful in a desperate situation. Hey! Han Feng and Li Zi escaped. The news spreads like wildfire, igniting a fresh wave of panic. Damn it! The pursuers are relentless, their determination fueled by anger and a thirst for revenge. God damn it! Listen to me carefully. The desperate plea cuts through the night, a lone voice against a backdrop of looming shadows and menacing figures. Han Feng, surrounded, faces his pursuers with defiant eyes. His words are laced with a chilling revelation. I was one of those people that raised the prices of supplies earlier, all of you can freaking starve to death, peasants. Silence descends upon the crowd, a heavy, suffocating silence broken only by the hum of unseen energy. Han Feng, a lone figure on an elevated platform, commands attention with a raised flashlight. The tension snaps. Damn you, roars one of the men, his rage igniting the crowd. A flurry of attacks descends upon Han Feng, but he's ready. He calmly assesses his escape route, his mind a whirlwind of strategy. The entrance to the basement car park is blocked, but there's a way around that. A blinding flash of light, a sharp crack, and a man goes down. The impact sends a shockwave through the attackers. Han Feng is fighting back, using the environment to his advantage. He's cornered, but not defeated. He can't escape now, shouts a pursuer, closing in for the kill, but Han Feng has one last trick up his sleeve. He presses himself against the wall, breathing heavily, the weight of the chase bearing down on him. But his eyes gleam with cunning. A sudden, vibrant glow emanates from the exit gate. Hey! What's that? The gate is shining? The impossible happens. The gate vanishes, leaving only stunned silence in its wake. Han Feng is gone. Han Feng, cornered but unbowed, unleashes a furious roar. Come at me again, you bastards! A blizzard of blows. His counterattack is a whirlwind of motion, a chaotic ballet of destruction, sending his pursuers sprawling. Cars are overturned, the snow erupts in geysers of white fury. One of his attackers cries out in frustration, "Damn it!" The command rings out, "Quick! Get inside!" Han Feng finds himself in a desperate struggle for survival, the avalanche a relentless, icy beast. Coughing, gasping for breath amidst the freezing debris. His hand reaches out, desperate, only to find purchase on a precarious ledge. He's alive, but barely. A figure emerges from the swirling snow, a chilling calm in the midst of the chaos. Waiting for your death, he sneers. Han Feng, his breath ragged, eyes the mysterious figure. A suspicion dawns. Why do I feel like this fellow has been watching me all this time? Suddenly, a shout cuts through the air. Hey! The avalanche stopped. Who exactly are you? Why are you helping me? Li Jianghao. That name echoes in Han Feng's mind. Li Jianghao? The man who fought alongside Jiang Shuao? Han Feng's eyes widen in disbelief. A tense silence hangs in the air as Han Feng stares at his unexpected rescuer. And then, a proposition. Cooperation? Han Feng is suspicious. Changing your mind so suddenly, are you trying to scam me? Li Jianghao cuts through the doubt. It's a simple deal, two parties getting what they need. Straightforward. Yes or no? A biting wind whips through a frigid, underground parking garage, the temperature plummets, scattering everyone's breath in the air. Mr. Jiang barks orders, his voice tight with urgency, all the vehicles are ready. We can go and call the others. Jean Brothers, his face etched with grim determination, relays the message, alright, Jean Brothers, go inform the families, tell them it's time to come down. But a shadow falls across his face. Two figures are gone. A chilling realization dawns. Mr. Jiang dismisses the loss with a wave of his hand. Doesn't matter. It won't mess with our plan. But the casual cruelty of his words hangs heavy in the air. Meanwhile, unseen intruders lurk in the shadows. Their presence is revealed as one whispers, relocating where? It's all a frozen wasteland out there. The question hangs in the frigid air. And a tense confrontation erupts. A gun is drawn, a cold steel glinting in the dim light. I'll leave Jiang Shuao to you. The command is sharp, decisive. A figure is thrown to the ground with a thud. The alarm blares. Everyone, get ready to head upstairs and pick up the others. The order echoes through the garage, a desperate attempt to regain control. But chaos erupts. Gunshots ring out, shattering the fragile calm. Gunshots! We've got intruders. The cry is a desperate plea, a desperate fight for survival. A desperate warning cuts through the pandemonium, stay alert. Don't get separated. The scene is a maelstrom of fear and violence. A brutal impact sends a man sprawling. Arg! The sound of his fall echoes the growing sense of dread. The evacuation is underway, but danger lurks. An intruder attacks from the shadows, a sudden, brutal assault. A desperate cry rings out. Hey! Don't go too far. Protect Mr. Jiang. The Jean brothers spring into action, their concern etched on their faces. A tense standoff. Freeze, commands one of the brothers, gun drawn, his finger tightening on the trigger. But the other brother is already moving, a calculated risk. He's aiming his weapon, a cold glint in his eye. The tension is palpable. Mr. Jiang. The scene explodes with urgency. I'm fine, he replies, his voice steady despite the chaos. A shocking revelation unfolds. You stockpiled a mountain of supplies before this whole frost apocalypse hit. The brothers' eyes widen in disbelief. I thought you were one of their contacts at first, but it turns out, I was wrong. A closer look reveals a hidden detail. A taping device? Don't tell me, it was back then. How the hell did he get this thing on there? The brother's expression shifts, a chilling smirk playing on his lips. How else do you think I'd give your gun back? The tables have turned. I knew exactly what you can do now. The tension ratchets up. What does he mean by their contacts? Who's she picking up, and for what purpose? A moment of calm amidst the storm. Relax. If I wanted to deal with you, I would have done it already. But the threat hangs heavy in the air. Special forces? The young man's eyes widen, a mixture of surprise and apprehension clouding his features. He ducks behind a military vehicle, the metallic clang of boots echoing nearby. A tense standoff begins. A desperate scramble for cover. Bullets whiz past, narrowly missing his head, the sound of gunfire fills the air. A powerful punch connects, sending the attacker reeling, but the respite is short-lived. Three Spec Ops soldiers emerge from the shadows, their weapons trained on the pair. "What are you standing around for? Let's get out of here," one shouts, his voice laced with urgency. The older man, calm amidst the chaos, replies, "Chill," his eyes assessing the situation with unnerving composure. A sudden burst of speed. He dashes past the startled soldiers, a blur of motion, a daring escape attempt. A hail of bullets follows, each shot a potential end, but he dodges them with impossible grace. The older man, now surrounded, fights back with brutal efficiency. His every move is a calculated strike, a whirlwind of motion, a desperate defense. A flash of steel. A swift, precise strike sends one soldier sprawling. The fight is far from over. Explosions rock the scene. A flurry of fists and feet, a chaotic ballet of violence as Mr. Jiang fights back against a relentless wave of attackers. "Damn! This dude's definitely not normal," one of them shouts, a testament to Jiang's skill. The scene shifts to a nearby garage. A military vehicle idles, its engine rumbling. "There's no time. We'll just drive straight up there to grab the people," a voice urges, the urgency palpable. Mr. Jiang, having created an opening, makes his move. He crouches low, focusing his energy. Unleashing a wave of purple energy that sinks a section of the ground beneath the vehicle. "Not so fast," he declares, his voice echoing with power. The vehicle tilts precariously. "What's wrong?" someone asks, confusion etched on their face. The ground beneath them is collapsing. Mr. Jiang analyzes the situation, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Looks like using purple light too much shrinks the area. It couldn't sink both sides of the wheels, though." A tense standoff. An intruder emerges from the vehicle, a grenade in hand. Jiang holds his ground, the purple energy still swirling around him. The intruder's face is revealed in a close-up, a chilling smile spreads across his lips. A sudden burst of energy. Jiang launches a counterattack, a blinding flash of light erupting from his hand. Crash! The impact sends a shockwave through the garage. Debris flies, the force of the blow almost palpable. The impact throws Mr. Jiang across the room, a shower of sparks erupting from his body. He slams into a wall, the force of the blow echoing through the scene. A strange, almost comical sensation washes over him. "That tickles?" he thinks, a bemused expression on his face as a bizarre, otherworldly scene unfolds before his eyes. A crimson pool shimmers, reflecting a surreal landscape. From it emerges a fluffy white goat, its tongue lolling out in a friendly manner. "HM? A sheep?" The goat's tongue extends, impossibly long, wrapping around one of the intruders. "Cool and refreshing, feels great, keep going, don't stop," the intruder groans, a strange mixture of pain and pleasure twisting his features. As the goat's tongue continues its strange assault. "This is amazing," the intruder exclaims, his voice laced with a disturbing delight. Suddenly, the intruder's eyes widen in surprise. "Ha!" he gasps, as the goat's tongue retracts with surprising speed. Revealing a horrifying sight, the goat's tongue has completely consumed him from the inside out. "Whoa!" The remaining intruders stare in stunned silence as a wave of green energy erupts from the victim's remains. The green energy surges outwards, engulfing the nearby area in a blinding flash. The scene shifts to a nearby parking garage, where Mr. Jiang lies on the ground, his body glowing with the same eerie green energy. He rises, his eyes blazing with an unnatural light. The impact of the energy is felt as a nearby vehicle is thrown across the garage floor. A nearby vehicle speeds away, narrowly avoiding a collision. "Good thing this car has enough horsepower, or we really might have been stuck," the driver exclaims, relief evident in his voice. A crimson wave erupts, a terrifying display of raw power. Gunfire erupts. A hail of bullets rips through the air as two figures clash in a desperate showdown. The attacker's weapon, a pistol, is trained on his opponent. His finger tightens on the trigger. A crimson energy explodes from the target's hand. Bang! The impact sends a shockwave. The attacker recoils, his face contorted in shock and pain. "Ugh ha!" What's this thing? The crimson energy engulfs the car, a fiery inferno consuming everything in its path. Screams echo as the vehicle is destroyed, leaving only wreckage and a chilling silence. So cold. Help me. Brother! A desperate cry pierces the air as a brutal counterattack begins. You son of a bitch! Panic grips the vehicle's occupants. The car is melting around them, a horrifying transformation unfolding before their eyes. And they barely escape the vehicle before it's completely consumed. The attacker, wounded and desperate, cries out for help. The brother, battered but unbowed, stands defiant. His eyes burn with a cold fury. He's out of bullets. But he's far from finished. He sends his pursuers scattering with a swift, brutal display of skill. Reinforcements arrive, their mission clear: protect the brother at all costs. The sound of gunfire erupts. But even as they arrive, a chilling question hangs in the air. Who is Jiang Shueyo, and what is he planning? A swift, precise strike. One of the soldiers falls, felled by an unseen force. And the brother's adversary watches, his expression a mask of cold calculation. What exactly is Jiang Shueyo up to? The battle rages. Bullets fly, explosions rock the ground. But the brothers' power is unlike anything they've ever seen. A wave of purple energy washes over the battlefield. The attack begins. A flurry of blades meets the brother's raw power. His hand flares with an unnatural green energy, a terrifying aura radiating outwards. The brother unleashes a devastating counterattack. A wave of pure energy explodes outwards, vaporizing the attackers in a flash of searing green light. The aftermath: two bodies lie still, the air thick with the smell of ozone. The brother breathes heavily. Exhaustion etched onto his face, but a grim satisfaction in his eyes. He's won, but at a cost. The attacker, barely alive, struggles to speak, his voice a rasping whisper: "Go to hell." His words are cut short by a final, brutal blow. With a sickening crunch, the attacker's body is sent sprawling. The brother stands over him, his expression unreadable. A chilling laugh echoes through the room. "Heh, you reap what you sow, as they say." The aftermath of a brutal clash. A figure lies broken, his body contorted in defeat. While his opponent, the brother, stands over him, his power barely contained. The air crackles with residual energy. Clack! Clack! The sound of boots echoes through a metallic corridor. A team of soldiers advances, their mission clear. But their advance is cut short. A horrifying sight greets them, their comrades, lifeless, their bodies bearing the marks of unimaginable power. They are dead? Panic spreads among the remaining soldiers. Where's the other soldier? Can't find him, he's probably dead too. The situation is dire. Jin Shinwoo is dead, and only a few others remain alive, trapped inside the car. And the mastermind, Jiang Shueyo, observes the chaos with a chilling calm. "Mr. Jiang, what are we going to do now?" The question hangs heavy in the air. The plan has failed. The soldiers are dead, and we don't know the location of the base camp. A cold, hard truth. A decisive order is given. The plan has failed. Everyone, head back home. Retreat is the only option. A sudden explosion. Ah! A grenade! The attacker is caught in the blast. A bloody knife rests in the brother's hand, the defeated attacker whimpers, his monstrous form receding. "You said the base sent you to conduct a transaction with Jiang Shueyo, right? What kind of transaction is it?" The question hangs heavy in the air, a palpable tension building as the scene unfolds. Exchanging weapons and food for the residents here. A simple explanation, yet the weight of its implications presses down. For what? The question cuts through the tense silence, sharp and demanding. The captive's eyes widen, reflecting the unspoken fear. To help build the base. A chilling revelation, the captive's terror a stark contrast to the calm demeanor of his interrogator. In this situation, rather than reducing the number of people, you are trying to expand your forces. The accusation hangs in the air, a silent challenge. The captive's fear intensifies. "Heh, do you take us for idiots? Are you fooling around with us right now?" The outburst explodes, shattering the fragile calm. The captive's desperate plea follows. "It's all for the sake of rebuilding civilization and saving humans. We are definitely not doing anything bad." A desperate justification, but the doubt remains. Ughahhh, the sound of a brutal blow echoes. Then what will happen if you were to fail the mission? The question hangs like a guillotine, the captive's fate sealed by the unspoken threat. The base will send more people over. The captive's eyes dart around wildly, fear etched onto his face. Will there be any superhumans amongst them? Don't go around having any illusions. It's just a new faction, who knows what they are planning to do. Either we get rid of them, or we leave this place and find a new one to settle down. He needs to discuss this with the others. That Li Jianghao fellow is unfathomable. We know nothing about what the people on his side do. If what that soldier said is true, searching for another foothold outside might be the safest choice. He remembers there being a few military jeeps and forklifts here. Which area is it? Someone's coming, bam, damn it. A bait? His hand becomes a blur as he draws his blade, and in the next instant, he strikes. A blinding flash of green and purple light explodes from the impact. He didn't expect there to be such an effect when combining the green and purple light. Stop. It's one of our own. Nurse Jean? And Mr. Han? That's what happened. That's why I am here to search for a path out of the neighborhood. There are many things we cannot understand, a chilling statement that hangs heavy in the air, mirroring the uncertainty of their situation. It's difficult to believe what they say, but can we fully trust them? The question hangs in the air, a palpable tension between suspicion and necessity. That's something to worry about in the future. If we can't find a transport vehicle, we've got no other way to leave this place. A stark realization dawns on them, the weight of their predicament pressing down. He will check the jeeps for anything useful, a plan forms, a glimmer of hope amidst the uncertainty. Meanwhile, his companion will search the back. The keys have been taken, a setback. But then, a gasp of surprise. Damn, so many weapons. The discovery is unexpected, a potential game-changer. A smart idea. Get the grade 2 girl to collect them, they will definitely be of help in the future. A strategic decision, securing valuable resources for later. The car melted to such a state, was this done by me back then? A moment of reflection, a hint of self-doubt creeping in. They're doing something over there, a new development catches their attention, curiosity piqued. Why is there such a huge cloth? The question hangs in the air, a mystery unveiled. There seems to be some kind of noise coming from behind it, a sense of foreboding, the anticipation of something hidden. A chilling discovery. Their faces, etched with a mixture of shock and dawning realization. This is it. The entrance. A chilling discovery. A massive tunnel has been dug beneath our neighborhood, the soldier's warning echoes in our ears, this is far from over. The team investigates, flashlights cutting through the darkness, a ghastly sight awaits them. Following the trail of dread, they find themselves in the neighborhood's drainage pipes, a labyrinth of shadows and unknown dangers. A tense moment. One wrong step could mean certain doom, but the mission must go on. Preparation is key. A meticulous inventory of supplies, every item chosen with deadly precision. Adding the finishing touches to their arsenal, they're ready to face whatever lurks in the darkness. A final check, a silent agreement, this scouting mission is about to begin. A young girl's skills are rapidly improving. Her ability to access her storage dimension is becoming second nature, a valuable asset in this perilous situation. This hidden room, safe from prying eyes, a temporary haven for the team while they wait for their leader. But time is short. The team leader's warning echoes, "It's not safe to stay outside for too long." The urgency is palpable as they retreat. Amidst the tension, a cryptic message from the middle school girl, "The true eye of the evil king will bless his apostles." A shiver of unease runs down their spines. The team leader and his blonde companion venture forth, their focus unwavering. The threat of Jiang Shueyo looms, but another danger lurks, from within the tunnel. Into the darkness they go, the tunnel's icy maw swallowing them whole, a decision made, a path chosen. The cold bites deep, defying expectations. "I thought it would be warmer underground," one of them mutters, the chill seeping into their bones. Further they press, their lights cutting through the gloom, the exploration continues. 15 minutes, 30 minutes, an hour passes. The tunnel stretches endlessly in all directions, a labyrinth of ice and shadow. Lost in the maze, disoriented and uncertain, hope flickers as they spot a pattern in the drainpipes. A glimmer of understanding. "This side seems to be a residential area," the team leader observes, guiding his companion towards a potential breakthrough. "Look!" A chilling discovery in the depths of the sewer, a trail of shattered ice marks their path. It's a map. A detailed blueprint of the sewer system unfolds before them, revealing their location, perilously close to the stadium. A sudden warning. The team leader's sharp command cuts through the tension, "Lights out." The ground trembles, a monstrous roar echoes through the tunnels as a colossal military truck barrels towards them. The truck's headlights cut through the darkness, a terrifying chase begins. A desperate dash for safety, they narrowly avoid a crushing collision. More trucks. Military vehicles, identical to those seen near their neighborhood, a chilling realization dawns. A plan forms, a secret passage, a backdoor to the mystery, is revealed. A clever solution to a dangerous situation. A flashback. A memory surfaces, a familiar ladder, a place from a year ago, a forgotten detail now crucial. Confidence. The blonde team member's sharp memory proves invaluable, a detail from the past unlocks the present. Frozen shut. The team leader, his breath misting in the frigid air, examines a manhole covered deep within the city's underbelly. A frustrated sigh escapes his lips. "Cough, why don't we try the one in front?" The blonde team member, ever resourceful, continues his methodical search. His gloved hands work swiftly. And with a final click, another manhole cover yields to his efforts. It's open. Emerging from the depths, they find themselves in Han City's neighborhood basement car park. A familiar location for the blonde team member. He leans in, whispering to his partner, "See, I already told you I am familiar around here. Wait till I find that old bastard." But caution is key. "Shoo! Lower your voice." The tension is palpable, they are not alone. A sudden, unsettling discovery. The dark corners of the car park reveal a grim scene. A brutal fight has clearly taken place. Looks like a fight broke out here as well. The scene shifts to a wider view, revealing the extent of the carnage. Injured bodies litter the ground. The team bursts into the underground car park, a chaotic scene of crumbling concrete and desperate figures. Gunfire cracks, echoing through the claustrophobic space. As a section of the ceiling collapses, debris rains down, narrowly missing the team as they scramble for cover. A blinding flash of emerald energy erupts from the shadows, a swift, deadly strike. A dark, claustrophobic tunnel, two figures peer into the inky blackness. "Damn! Is that hulking thing even human?" one of them exclaims, his voice laced with disbelief. The other nods grimly, "No wonder this massive tunnel popped up under our neighborhood without anyone noticing." A monstrous figure emerges from the shadows, blocking the tunnel's mouth. "It's way too dangerous to stay here. If we're discovered, we're finished." The tension is palpable, escape seems impossible. The hulking figure speaks, his voice a low growl, "Hey! Where's my snacks?" His companion sighs, "The tunnel hasn't been cleaned up yet, why would there be any snacks?" The monstrous figure's rage explodes. I want food. Food. A surge of energy erupts, shattering the earth. The ground trembles violently. A desperate scramble for survival. Stop it! You damned fatty, one of the figures yells as they try to escape the devastating blast. The other one is already running. They flee, adrenaline pumping. The word retreat echoes in their minds as they sprint towards their vehicle. But escape is not so easy. A sudden sneeze, a cloud of something unexpected. Eyes widen in terror. OMG. The ground gives way beneath them. One of them shouts, pointing to two newly opened manholes. They are trapped. The chase is on. Two figures sprint through a claustrophobic corridor, the monstrous pursuer hot on their heels. Sorry, I'm bro. I just couldn't hold it in. Panic grips them as the ground trembles. A monstrous roar echoes through the tunnel as the pursuer unleashes a devastating energy blast. The ground cracks and crumbles beneath their feet. One of them, desperate, cries out, "That big guy is catching up to us." The other, gritting his teeth, responds, "Quit whining, just run." A split-second decision. One sacrifices himself, creating a diversion. Go on ahead. I'll stall him. The other, hesitant but resolute, nods, all right. He disappears down a narrow passage, leaving his companion to face the monstrous foe. Now's the time. A surge of power courses through the remaining man's veins. He unleashes a blinding purple energy, a wave of raw power that washes over the monstrous figure. The impact sends a shockwave through the cavern. The monstrous figure is thrown back, momentarily stunned. A guttural cry of pain and rage escapes its lips. But the respite is short-lived. The monstrous figure rises, its eyes burning with fury. You're actually a superhuman, too. If I can capture you. Another blast of energy, this time a searing green, erupts from the monstrous figure. It strikes with terrifying force, sending the other man sprawling. A scream of agony pierces the air. Ah! My legs! The monstrous figure advances, its victory seemingly assured. The monstrous figure, weakened but still terrifying, is trapped within a swirling vortex of green energy. He seems to be losing strength. But a sudden crack of thunder echoes through the cavern. A figure leaps from the shadows, a sword gleaming in his hand. I came to help. With a blinding flash, the newcomer strikes. The impact sends a shockwave through the cavern, leaving the monstrous figure reeling. A moment of stunned silence hangs in the air. Then, a roar of pure rage. The creature's eyes glow menacingly. Here! The monstrous figure breaks free from the energy trap. Chaos erupts as he charges towards the two heroes. Run! One hero escapes, but the other stands firm, his voice ringing with defiance. You were fighting, your brother can't be a deserter. A deafening explosion rocks the cavern. Dust and debris fill the air, leaving behind a scene of utter devastation. Coughing, the two heroes assess the damage. As one asks, "Bro, are you alright?" The older brother grins, a map of their escape route already etched into his mind. That underground map has already been imprinted in my mind, leave it to me to find the way. He leads the way, his younger brother close behind. Over here, over here. Follow closely, lil bro. 10 minutes later, they reach the city sewers. A glimmer of hope in the darkness. See? These are our neighborhood sewers. Exit's gotta be this way. 40 minutes crawl by. A strange stillness descends. The younger brother notices something unsettling. Strange. We should have hit the exit by now. There's wind? He shines his light down a narrow passage, his brother's voice echoes in the distance. Hey? Lil bro, where are you going? A chilling draft reveals a hidden chasm, a shaft of light pierces the gloom. It seems the wind just blew in from above here. And there's also light, we might be able to get out of here. The older brother's face breaks into a triumphant grin. If that's the case, then what are we waiting for? Their descent begins, a treacherous climb down icy slopes. The older brother warns, "Lil bro, be careful. It's really slippery." They emerge from the depths, into a world transformed. The younger brother gasps, "Lil bro, look. It's not snowing as heavily anymore. So this is what the outside world looks like now." A breathtaking panorama unfolds before them, a city buried under a thick blanket of snow. The end of their ordeal, but the beginning of a new chapter. The biting wind howls, a blizzard's icy breath sweeping across the desolate landscape. The brothers, faces grim, navigate the treacherous terrain. The snow on the floor has already hardened. "Lil bro, get down here." A flash of light cuts through the gloom as the older brother scans their surroundings with a powerful flashlight. His younger sibling, bundled in layers of protective gear, points towards a distant structure. The Dingfeng building is the tallest structure within 5 kilometers northward of our neighborhood. A map, stark and cold, reveals their perilous journey. A chilling realization dawns on them. We've been heading in the wrong direction. The biting wind whips across the desolate landscape as we're given a crucial piece of intel. Xingfu District, our current location, lies on the northern fourth ring of Hanchuan City. And to return home, we must traverse the treacherous Jingshan District, a journey fraught with peril. The path ahead is far from easy. But fear not. Our guide, a seasoned traveler of these snow-covered wastes, assures us it won't be that tough, a reassuring smile playing on his lips as he speaks of warm meals and rest. The snow is deceptively slippery. We must proceed with caution. As the storm intensifies, blanketing the ruined city in a swirling vortex of white. Shelter is needed, and fast. The journey continues, each step a battle against the elements, a grim determination etched on their faces. But the relentless blizzard shows no mercy. The cold bites deeper, threatening to steal their warmth and their lives. No. No way. Despite the worsening conditions, they press on, their resolve unwavering, fueled by preparation and a shared will to survive. A sudden slip, a desperate cry, and one of them falls, swallowed by the merciless snow. The blizzard howls, a relentless white fury. A grim discovery, the remains of a team, their supplies exhausted, victims of the unforgiving cold. 2 figures trudge through the snow, their breath misting in the frigid air. One companion lies injured, the weight of the storm pressing down. Hope flickers. A faint light in the distance. A chance for survival? The Jingshan Villa District, partially buried under the snow. A beacon of hope in this desolate landscape. But even here, danger lurks. A sense of unease settles over them as they approach. A sudden movement. Shadows dance in the periphery. Are they alone? One ventures forth, cautiously. A tense standoff in the heart of the blizzard. Betrayal. The figures reveal themselves as attackers. A hail of gunfire erupts. A desperate struggle for survival. The brother is caught in a deadly crossfire. Surrounded. The unnamed protagonist and his companion are ambushed in a blizzard, their captors brandishing weapons. "Do not make any moves, be good and stay still," one of them snarls. The unnamed protagonist's eyes narrow. He observes his surroundings, his mind racing, a desperate plan forming. His companion, wounded and vulnerable, watches helplessly. "Fool! If you hurt him, you'll be the one stuck carrying him up the hill," shouts one of the captors. The scene shifts. They are led through a desolate, snow-covered landscape, the cold biting at their exposed skin. A chilling panorama unfolds before them. One of the captors speaks, his words laced with suspicion. "I saw him trying to pull something, he's hiding something." The unnamed protagonist grits his teeth, weighing his options. Internally, he calculates, "If I were to fight back now, my healing ability might be able to handle one shot. But the cost is too high." A grim determination hardens his features, but brotherly would be as good as dead. They reach a vantage point overlooking a sprawling city. The view is breathtaking, yet ominous, a stark contrast to the harsh conditions. A desolate landscape stretches before us, a chilling wind whipping through the skeletal remains of buildings. The air itself seems to crackle with tension. Our protagonist, eyes narrowed in calculation, assesses the scene. His companion shivers, fear etched onto their face, a stark contrast to the protagonist's steely resolve. The protagonist's lips curl into a smirk. If we can get rid of them and take over this place, he muses, with my abilities and that of the middle school girl, we could turn it into a fortress. His companion's apprehension explodes. What the hell are you giggling about? The scene shifts. Our heroes are now surrounded, their captors issuing a chilling ultimatum. After you are done, not only will we let you go, we will also return your supplies to you. A tense moment hangs in the air, a glimmer of hope in their captors' words, but the threat of violence remains palpable. The order is given, get to work, or I will kill you. The weight of the threat hangs heavy, the shovels bite into the frozen ground. With grim determination, they dig, the cold biting at their exposed skin. No idea. Just keep digging. Suddenly, a glint of metal catches the protagonist's eye, buried beneath the snow, a vehicle lies half submerged, a chilling discovery. A chilling discovery in the desolate landscape. Brotherly points out a horrifying sight, corpses, frozen solid in the snow. His brother, equally shocked, questions the cause of such carnage. Tension ratchets up as they discuss the grim reality. One brother urges caution, while the other's fear is palpable. The weight of their situation hangs heavy in the frigid air. A heated argument erupts. Accusations fly amidst the snow and ice. One brother is furious, feeling betrayed by the other's actions. The threat of violence hangs in the air. The confrontation escalates. A challenge is issued, a fight is imminent. The cold wind howls, mirroring the rising tension. A ruthless ultimatum is delivered. Death is the price of failure. The barrel of a gun is pointed, the threat is real. A sinister chuckle echoes in the darkness. A chilling image of a man, bloodied but gleeful, is revealed. The scene shifts to a close-up of his face, a cruel smile playing on his lips. The hunter becomes the hunted. A sudden attack. A gun is fired, the scene is chaotic. Two figures are apprehended, bound and kneeling. The cold, hard reality of their situation sets in. The weight of their chains is a physical manifestation of their defeat. The interrogation begins. Accusations fly, heavy with the weight of unseen death. But the captives vehemently deny any involvement. Their fear is palpable, their eyes dart nervously. A sudden shift. Relief washes over them as their interrogator declares them free to go. But doubt lingers. One brother's apprehension is clear. Are they truly free? The cold bites deep as they stumble out into the blizzard. Their freedom feels fragile. A chilling realization dawns. They are not safe. The true horror has only just begun. Back at base, worry gnaws at the team. The missing are unaccounted for. A grim update arrives. Han Fom, a powerful ally, has entered a dangerous tunnel. An army emerges. And with him, a terrifying figure who commands the very elements themselves. The situation escalates. Jian Shuao, a formidable foe, now controls the entire district. Our heroes are public enemies. A cynical chuckle cuts through the air. The man, a cigarette dangling from his lips, watches the chaos unfold from a distance. His gaze cold and calculating as he observes the naive hope flickering in the eyes of the refugees. Humans are just such creatures, he thinks, a hint of disdain in his tone. A young woman, her face etched with worry, tries to comfort the shivering refugees. The weight of their plight settles heavily on her shoulders. But even her kindness can't fully mask the underlying fear. The man watches, his decision made. A brutal flurry of blows. The sounds of impact echo in the dimly lit arena. A fighter is sent sprawling across the ring. His trainer yells, "Dodge! What did I teach you?" The brutal beating continues. A desperate cry escapes the fighter's lips. As the trainer's voice rings out again, filled with a mix of anger and disappointment, "Stand up and fight. How much effort do you think I've put into training you?" A desperate plea, a desperate fight for survival. The fighter struggles to his feet. But the weight of his past, and the harsh words of his trainer, weigh heavily on him. The fight is far from over. The impact. A shield shatters, splintering into 1,000 pieces, leaving only a swirling cloud of dust and debris in its wake. 3 figures cough, their faces partially obscured by the smoke. One of them, a woman with pink hair, nervously adjusts her scarf. "Did we get discovered that quickly?" she asks, her voice barely a whisper above the lingering chaos. Another, a man with short gray hair, looks down at a makeshift table laden with food. "Is it time to eat?" he asks, his tone surprisingly calm amidst the tension. Meanwhile, a hulking figure bursts through a nearby wall, his eyes wide with a chilling intensity. "I can smell living people, there's definitely someone in here," he growls, his words dripping with menace. A bustling warehouse, crates overflowing with supplies, the air thick with the scent of cold steel and exertion. The inventory is complete: 97 refugees, 126 boxes of food and supplies. A grim efficiency hangs in the air. Orders are given, transport prepared, the wheels of this grim operation turn with chilling precision. But a shadow falls across the room. A question hangs heavy: where is the advance party? The commander's eyes narrow, suspicion hardening his features, the casual confidence melts away. A witness speaks of a terrifying display of power. "Superpower," they gasp, describing a purple light that melts metal. The commander silences the witness with a curt gesture: "Some truths are best left buried." He's out of options, forced to admit the truth: one of their own is missing. A chilling scent, the unmistakable odor of living beings trapped within the darkness. A figure, shrouded in smoke and shadow, collapses to the ground, the air thick with the stench of something unnatural. Inside a dimly lit room, a tense scene unfolds. A young woman, eyes wide with fear, is being pulled back by an older man. "Stay away from him. Something's not right about this guy." The older man's face is etched with grim determination. His words cut through the fear: not only did he instantly destroy the door that had been strengthened by Han Feng, he's also exhaling a stench like wild beasts. He's not even human. A terrifying, monstrous visage erupts from behind the man, a fiery inferno of rage. The older man's eyes dart around, his voice urgent: "My years of fighting experience tell me that this fellow is dangerous. We need to run, now." With a sickening crack, his arm is broken. The force of the blow sends tremors through the room. The older man's gaze falls to his broken arm, his expression a mixture of disbelief and dawning horror. "Why is the glass so tough?" The young woman explains, her voice barely a whisper: "The glass has been strengthened by Han Feng too." The tension hangs heavy in the air, a cold wind whistling through the dilapidated building. A young woman, eyes wide with fear, stands before a group of hardened soldiers. A burly soldier, sweat beading on his brow, insists, "It's 1804, I am not wrong." His voice cracks with a sudden, furious roar. "You guys are liars." Eyes blazing, veins bulging, he unleashes his rage. "If Han Feng doesn't show himself, all of you can go to hell." A shockwave erupts from the soldier, sending the young woman and her companions sprawling. The building trembles. A desperate scramble for escape. "Gio!" screams the young woman, pushing her friends towards the window. They tumble out into the snowy landscape, a chaotic ballet of limbs and fear. "Brotherly!" cries one, as they plummet downwards. The enraged soldier, towering above, bellows his hatred. "I hate dishonest people the most." With a mighty leap, he crashes through the window, a silhouette against the swirling snow. The chase is on. The scene shifts to a desolate, snow-covered landscape. Silence. The only sound is the wind whistling through the frozen wastelands. Woohoo! A thrilling snowboard descent across the snowy landscape. Lee, his brother, watches in surprise. Lee, brother, you coming up with a snowboard idea really surprised me. I've got a whole new level of respect for you. A chuckle escapes Lee. I used to negotiate billion-dollar deals and often accompanied clients to ski resorts. The scene shifts to Xingfu district, a city partially buried under snow and ice. A chilling wind howls. The brothers arrive, seeking a way back inside. We are finally back, let's find a window to sneak back in. Suddenly, a terrifying sound shatters the silence. I hate dishonest people the most. A young woman screams, "What's going on?" A chaotic flurry of motion. A wave of bandages crashes down from above, whump. The impact sends the woman sprawling. Hi. Dodge quickly, someone yells, as more bandages rain down. Mummy! The brothers fight their way through the blizzard of bandages, finding the young woman and an injured older man buried beneath the pile. Terror grips the young woman's face as she witnesses the monstrous form emerging from the icy depths. A chilling realization dawns: the creature is here. The monster bursts forth, a wave of icy destruction crashing around the group. A desperate struggle for survival begins. Panic! The young woman slips, tumbling across the ice, but Lee's brother is there, reaching out a hand to pull her to safety. The monster lunges, its grotesque form a horrifying sight. Baby! You are the monster, screams the older man, his voice filled with desperate fear. Lee's brother urges Nurse Jean onward, his voice a mixture of encouragement and warning. Come on, Nurse Jean, you can do it. He's catching up. Meanwhile, Lee shouts words of support to his sister. You can do it, sis. The young woman, breathless and terrified, cries out, why don't you guys try running by yourselves? Mr. Han, equally desperate, shouts, Mr. Han. Think of something quickly. The monster's hunger is palpable, its chilling words echo across the icy landscape. So hungry, I want to eat snacks. I'm going to eat you guys. Lee's eyes blaze with determination. That's right. A strategic retreat. Lee instructs the others, you guys go ahead, I've got a method to deal with him. Lee prepares for his counterattack, a strange green energy emanating from his hands. Big baby, he mutters, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Soybeans, delicious, the monster savors its meal, a chilling grin twisting its grotesque features. Lee's brother watches from afar, a sinister smile playing on his lips, a chilling counterpoint to the monster's gruesome feast. He's planning something. A horrifying scream pierces the snowy silence. The monster's next victim is consumed by an unnatural growth, vines erupting from its body. A guttural scream tears through the frozen wasteland, the chilling sound echoing off the skeletal remains of buildings. Something unnatural erupts from within the soldier's chest. Tendrils of green, pulsating with an alien life force. The creature bursts forth with violent force. A sickening crack as bones shatter. And in a flash of motion, the soldier is nothing more than a husk. Rage boils in the eyes of the surviving soldier. You bastard! I am going to smash you into pieces. He lunges forward, a desperate attack, only to be met with a swift, brutal counter. The ground trembles beneath the impact. A torrent of icy water washes over him, sending him sprawling. Your AF ****, King Coward. The battle is far from over. Orders are barked, Team 1, go chase after them. The rest will lock down the surroundings. A grim landscape of ice and snow. The surviving soldiers advance, their movements precise and deadly. While their commander surveys the scene, a calculating glint in his eye. It's a world filled with ice and snow, so they won't be able to get far. The only thing they can do is hide in the nearby buildings. A desolate, icy wasteland stretches before us, the biting wind howls a mournful song. Inside a dilapidated building, a group of weary soldiers huddle together, their faces etched with worry. The air is thick with unspoken tension. A captured soldier, his voice strained, recounts a terrifying tale. A monstrous creature, impervious to even the most powerful explosives, shattered their defenses. The revelation hangs heavy in the air, a chilling reminder of their vulnerability. Shock ripples through the group as the full weight of the situation sinks in. A grim debate ensues. Should they risk a return to save their fallen comrade, or prioritize their own survival? The cost of failure is death itself. But loyalty and brotherhood prevail. The decision is made, they will go back, no matter the cost. Their leader, a man of quiet determination, steals his gaze. The weight of responsibility bears down on him. But the risks are undeniable. The monster's power is a terrifying unknown. Suddenly, a shout cuts through the frigid air. Reinforcements arrive, bearing an injured soldier. A glimmer of hope amidst the despair. Could this be a turning point? Uncle is indeed alive, I am going to save him. The commander's declaration cuts through the blizzard, a defiant shout against the howling wind. Her resolve is absolute, a stark contrast to the fear etched on the faces of her companions. Across the frozen wasteland, a chilling scene unfolds, a vast throng of figures, their breath misting in the frigid air. Among them, a familiar face, the commander's uncle, held captive. The offer is tempting, join our organization, and your family will receive preferential treatment. A high-ranking officer extends a hand, a promise of safety and comfort in exchange for allegiance. But the commander's response is immediate, a single word that shatters the carefully constructed illusion, nope. The scene shifts, revealing a lone figure against the desolate cityscape, the uncle, seemingly resigned to his fate. A heavy silence hangs in the air, broken only by the whisper of the wind. The officer's words are laced with a chilling indifference. Does your good brother not care whether you live or die? The question hangs heavy, a cruel jab at the commander's loyalty. The truth is revealed, a twist that throws the situation into sharp relief. Actually, I only met that kid a few days ago. The officer's surprise is palpable. His words, a mixture of disbelief and grudging respect. You just risked your life to protect this woman and kid, which caused me to misunderstand. The revelation continues, adding another layer of complexity to the situation. Those two aren't his wife and kid, they also just met a few days ago. A frustrated sigh escapes the officer's lips. Damn! What a waste of effort! The commander's daring rescue attempt is deemed a failure, a futile gesture in the face of overwhelming odds. A desperate plea echoes across the frozen wasteland. Lil bro, we can't be lecherous. The commander's group is surrounded, their faces etched with worry. Surrender? It doesn't sound so bad. But the stakes are too high. A young woman, eyes wide with determination, offers a plan. I have an idea to save Uncle. Are you guys going to help out or not? A simple question, yet the weight of the world rests on their shoulders. How? The scene shifts. A brutal confrontation unfolds in the snow. A commanding officer kicks a captured soldier, his face a mask of cold fury. Hey, speak. Under normal circumstances, how is it possible for them to stay quiet? That kid is really careful. The soldier, battered but defiant, spits back, isn't it because you look like a bad guy? The officer's patience wears thin. With the current situation, it's impossible that you have enough food to feed so many people, but you guys are going around searching for residents to take in. What exactly are you guys trying to do? The soldier's response is a defiant roar. Saving people is our responsibility, you selfish bastards. Like you wouldn't be able to understand noble sentiments. A contemptuous sneer. Tui, liar. The officer presses his advantage. You are dying soon anyway. It's not like I can't tell you. The chilling truth. In the city right now, which creatures do we have the most of? So much that we can't finish eating? Amidst the frozen wasteland, a desperate search for sustenance unfolds. Cigarettes, alcohol, even scraps of food become precious commodities in this unforgiving world. A hoard of supplies, a treasure trove in this desolate landscape. Vegetables, meat, even rice, a feast for the starving. They are all mine. The gruff voice echoes, a claim staked on this meager bounty. Soldiers guard the precious cash, their eyes sharp and wary. A cunning plan takes shape in the shadows. The officer's words are a chilling prelude to an ambush. Don't cause any disorder. Come back here right now. The trap is sprung. Chaos erupts as the soldiers are caught off guard. A coordinated attack, swift and brutal. Amidst the swirling snow and shattered ice, a lone figure emerges, defiant. Come, let's fight, he roars, a challenge thrown into the heart of the storm. A chilling plan unfolds. First, alluring bait will be scattered to draw in the enemy, a flock of unsuspecting sheep lured into a deadly trap. Then, a devastating assault. Han Feng will unleash his metal beast, tearing through the ranks of soldiers, creating chaos and opportunity. A daring escape is plotted. Li Zhenghao must be rescued, and they need a way out, fast. The team strategizes, their expressions a mix of determination and apprehension. Practice makes perfect, one of them mutters, a nervous chuckle escaping their lips. But a critical question arises: how to ensure the soldiers are truly lured in? The plan, as it stands, is simple, perhaps too simple. And the need for a vehicle becomes urgent. Where do I get a car? Someone exclaims, their voice laced with desperation. A solution presents itself: a metal beast, previously acquired. But it's not quite what they expected. It's a bulldozer. Where's the car? Someone shouts, their voice filled with disbelief. But this unexpected vehicle proves surprisingly effective. But this thing really does feel good to drive, someone exclaims, a grin spreading across their face. The desperate cry rings out, my rice! A soldier bellows back, block him quickly. The scene explodes into motion. As a massive wave of ice and snow erupts, a furious roar accompanying the chaos. Yaha! Amidst the blizzard of ice, a soldier struggles, his face contorted in disbelief. There's no one here that's stronger than me, he boasts, but Han Feng's voice cuts through the storm, you'd be competing in strength with a machine. Is there something wrong with your brain? The bulldozer roars to life. The bulldozer's blade slices through the ice, sending another soldier flying. The impact sends a shockwave. As the ground trembles beneath the unstoppable force, another soldier cries out in terror, if you don't want him to die, then you better stop. Li Zhenghao, safe inside the bulldozer's cab, shouts back, what did you say? I didn't hear you. He grips the controls, his eyes fixed on the road ahead. The bulldozer crashes through the ice, a geyser of frozen water erupting behind it. Another soldier is swept away. As Han Feng's relentless assault continues, a superior officer watches in disbelief, you really are ruthless. Another soldier is thrown into the icy water with a final, desperate cry. Aha! A colossal machine descends from the sky, its engines roaring. A desperate escape unfolds amidst a frozen wasteland. Li Zhenghao groans, his body battered and bruised. The ground trembles beneath the impact. But hope arrives in the form of Han Feng, his voice a battle cry, hold on tight, I'm going to speed up. The bulldozer bursts through the snow, a titan of metal and fury. A desperate chase begins. Han Feng's arrival is a beacon of defiance, a promise of salvation. I am here to fetch you guys. With a combined roar, they leap onto the bulldozer, escaping the clutches of their pursuers. The ground shakes as the bulldozer cuts through the snow, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. The enemy is hot on their heels. Fire! Fire! The enemy's desperate barrage intensifies, but the bulldozer pushes onward, unstoppable. A desperate command rings out, chase them. We must not let them escape. But the relentless snowstorm is their unexpected ally. Captain! The snow that's been piled up is too thick and the tires are losing their grip, we can't speed up anymore. Damn it, where did they get that gigantic bulldozer? Even our gigantic base only has a few of those. Captain, that bulldozer seems to be the one used by our advance party. No matter what, follow their tracks and keep chasing after them. We must find them. Damn! The ground trembles as the bulldozer roars to life, a monstrous engine of destruction unleashed. Metal screams as the bulldozer tears through the enemy lines, a path of devastation carved through the snow. So many things, where did they come from? The dark orb shrinks, pulsating with an ominous energy. Despair, this is the true eye of the evil king's power. Achoo! A blizzard rages across a desolate, snow-covered cityscape, the remnants of a brutal battle litter the ground. Han Feng, his breath frosting in the frigid air, clutches Li Zhenghao close. Zhenghao's snot drips onto Han Feng's head. Despite the dire circumstances, a wry smile plays on Zhenghao's lips, gratitude and exhaustion etched onto his face. "Thank you for the life-saving grace," he manages to say. Han Feng, ever the pragmatist, focuses on their escape. "I found a pretty good hillside villa earlier. What do you guys think?" he proposes, already plotting their next move. Their makeshift vehicle, a bulldozer, rumbles to life, a beacon of hope in the frozen wasteland. But the journey is far from over. Suddenly, a warning light flashes on the dashboard. Beep beep beep. "We ran out of fuel," the alarming sound cuts through the tense silence. Panic threatens to overwhelm them, but Han Feng, ever resourceful, turns to his companions with a mischievous glint in his eyes. "Evil King, do you have any oil?" A tense moment hangs in the air, then, a collective sigh of relief as the answer comes. "Yes." A cramped, dimly lit vehicle interior. Fuel containers line the walls. The air is thick with tension as a frustrated voice cuts through the silence. "I told you to take out the fuel I stored, not these." A flurry of panicked movements. Something's gone wrong, and it's not just the misplaced fuel. The situation is spiraling out of control. The driver's face is etched with disbelief. "What's going on? Weren't you capable of easily taking out the things you want from there?" A frustrated sigh escapes his lips. "I seem to have thrown them out together with the fridge and I can't find the generator as well." The gravity of the situation hits hard. A year's worth of fuel, gone. His voice rises in anger. "The 1 year's worth of fuel that I stored, you threw it out?" A glimmer of hope. "I still have some natural gas though." A new plan forms. "I will call you Dad if you can start the vehicle with this." A bucket of strange, dark, coal-like substance is revealed. These are the remnants of something else entirely. A dark, viscous liquid sits in a bucket, the stench is almost unbearable. The main character, ever resourceful, examines the foul-smelling substance, a small, almost imperceptible smile plays on his lips. With a flick of his wrist, he ignites the mysterious liquid, a burst of intense flames erupts. The flames roar, a potent energy unleashed, a solution to their fuel crisis? Doubt clouds the main character's face, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders. Outside, a blizzard rages, the vehicle entombed in snow, their escape route blocked. He pours the meat-derived fuel into the engine, a desperate gamble. The engine roars back to life. A wave of relief washes over the group. Success. Whispers of awe and disbelief fill the vehicle. The main character's ingenuity has saved them. The vehicle cuts through the snow, leaving a trail of sparks. Their escape begins. A young girl, bundled in layers against the biting cold, clutches a bag overflowing with snacks. "Wow, you even have this," she exclaims, her eyes wide with wonder. Beside her, a gruff-looking man eyes the bounty with a mixture of curiosity and suspicion. A request immediately follows. "I want it too, give me some." The man's gaze sharpens, his suspicion growing. He peers into the seemingly bottomless bag, a question forming on his lips. "Little girl, how many things do you exactly have in that storage?" The scene shifts, revealing the source of the girl's seemingly endless supply, a swirling vortex of dark energy, pulsing with an otherworldly light. The man's eyes widen in disbelief. A sudden realization dawns on him. "Wait, I heard a supermarket got robbed and emptied overnight, could it be you?" he asks, his voice a mix of awe and accusation. The girl simply giggles, a mischievous glint in her eyes, and gives a playful aha. A sudden shout cuts through the air. "Everyone!" The camera pulls back, revealing a breathtaking vista of a snow-covered landscape. A figure stands silhouetted against the bleak horizon, his gaze fixed on a distant point. Right ahead is the hillside villa I mentioned previously, he declares, his voice filled with a renewed sense of purpose. The vehicle they're traveling in speeds towards the destination, a streak of light against the white expanse. But their journey is far from over. Are we finally there? One of the passengers shouts, their excitement palpable. The vehicle sputters, threatening to stall. Lil bro, keep it up, another passenger urges. The main character, eyes gleaming with determination, prepares for a final push. Watch me charge all the way up in one go, he declares, his voice ringing with confidence. A burst of intense energy erupts from beneath the vehicle, a brilliant flash of light and fire. Kaboom! The engine explodes with a deafening roar, sending a shockwave through the snow-covered landscape. The passengers are thrown back, stunned by the sudden, violent event. The engine exploded, one of them groans. The fire crackles, casting dancing shadows on the weary faces gathered around it, a stark contrast to the chilling wind howling outside. We survived, the words echo in the small, makeshift shelter, a testament to their harrowing journey. Despite the cramped quarters and the lingering chill, a wave of warmth spreads through the group. Laughter bubbles up, a fragile yet precious sound in the face of recent hardship. So comfortable, one of them exclaims, the relief palpable. The main character, his face etched with the lines of exhaustion, yet a quiet contentment settles in his eyes. I no longer have any regrets in life, he murmurs, gazing into the flames. This is Hillside Villa, a haven found after a perilous journey. The wind howls, but the sturdy stone walls of Hillside Villa stand firm against the elements, a strategic location, offering protection from the harsh winter. The houses won't get submerged by snow, the main character explains, it's also hard for people to climb all the way up. It's easily guarded and hard to get attacked. A discussion ensues, the weight of their survival settling upon them. Are you guys planning to use this place as a long-term base? Someone asks, the question hanging in the air. The girl with vortex, ever mischievous, effortlessly carries a heavy object. Put it over here, she directs, her tone casual despite the effort. The others follow her instructions, their exhaustion momentarily forgotten in the task at hand. A collective gasp escapes the group as the girl with vortex reveals her prize, a state-of-the-art game console. Damn! This is the Gen 9 XPS game console, someone exclaims, their eyes wide with disbelief. The main character sighs, pretend that I didn't say anything. Meanwhile, another member of the group heads to the generator room, his movements purposeful and efficient. I didn't expect the middle school girl to throw away the generator, he mutters, a hint of grudging admiration in his voice. With a final click, the generator roars to life, filling the villa with much-needed power. Done, he announces, his voice filled with satisfaction. The lights flicker on, banishing the shadows. A cheer erupts as electricity floods the villa, chasing away the lingering cold. We have electricity now, someone shouts, their voice brimming with joy. The atmosphere shifts from weary survival to cautious optimism. A blizzard rages outside, but inside the hillside villa, a different kind of warmth is brewing. The girl with the vortex, bundled in a fluffy jacket, shivers playfully. Snowstorm started. The scene shifts, revealing a glimpse of her in the bathroom, a cloud of steam obscuring the details, but leaving no doubt about her intentions. The main character watches, a mixture of surprise and amusement on his face. With a grin, he declares, I'll set it up. His energy is infectious, a stark contrast to the raging storm outside. The promise of warmth and comfort hangs in the air. A frigid cavern, water pipes frozen solid, a broken water heater. This water heater, how do I use it? One of them asks, a hint of desperation in their voice. The situation is dire, even the backup pipes are frozen. But there's a bathtub, a glimmer of hope in this icy wasteland. They find another broken heater, but they're not giving up yet. Over here as well. One mutters, surveying the damage. A plan forms, space heaters are set up, radiating warmth into the freezing bathroom. Set up the space heaters first, one instructs, their voice firm despite the circumstances. Snow is piled in, a makeshift solution to melt and heat the water. Then bring a pile of snow in, the instructions continue, practical and efficient. The magic begins. A small, glowing orb is placed into the water. Now take that thing out, evil king, one commands, a touch of playful exasperation in their tone. The water slowly warms, but it's too slow. Don't you think the water is heating up too slowly? One asks, concern etched on their face. Frustration mounts, it's taking far too long. Yes, too slow. It's basically still cold water. How long is it going to take to heat it up? One exclaims, their patience wearing thin. Suddenly, a jolt. A hand reaches into the water, crackle, electricity. Damn, there's an electricity leak, one shouts, startled by the unexpected surge. Could it be? The red glow, does it hold the key to this unexpected warmth? Ah, sweet relief. A long-awaited bath. Sister Jean luxuriates in the steaming water. But wait, what's that? A magical aura surrounds Sister Jean as she prepares for a luxurious soak. Every imaginable bath product is at her disposal. And a heartfelt declaration of affection follows. The warmth of the bath mirrors the warmth of their bond. Pure bliss, a moment of perfect comfort and contentment. But the compliments keep coming. So petite and cute. Sister Jin's reaction is unexpected. A sudden outburst. The truth about Sister Jin's age is revealed, or is it? The evil king's power, a secret revealed in the steam. It's the source of Sister Jin's youthful appearance. But is it truly the king's magic, or something else entirely? The mystery deepens. A shadowed figure lurks in a dimly lit hallway. A playful voice cuts through the darkness. Lil bro, what are you doing over there? Let's play some games together. A young man, startled, coughs nervously. His older brother's words are laced with a warning. Oh, Lil bro, you aren't thinking of peeking, right? The younger brother denies it, but his older brother isn't convinced. Lil bro, a true man will look at them openly and without fear. Let me demonstrate. Inside a cozy cabin, a warm fire crackles in the hearth. The brothers, along with another man, are engrossed in a video game. Brother, I feel like playing games now, let's go play some games. The scene shifts to intense action. Demonic dance. Go to hell, shouts one of the brothers, his movements a blur of motion. Amidst the chaos, a strange observation, to think that you guys are in the mood to play games in such a situation. The brothers invite the third man to join their game. We have food, drinks, and electricity, why wouldn't we be in the mood to play games? The older brother's gaze sharpens. How about you, uncle? Are you staying here or are you going to look for your subordinates? The uncle's response is heavy with unspoken tension. I know your background is not normal, but I just want to live my own life, as long as you don't drag us into any trouble. As long as you can stay here. The aftermath of a near-death experience, a moment of unexpected levity. A shared bath? The brothers' discomfort is palpable, the tension hangs heavy in the air. Despite the awkwardness, a shared bath leads to a shared moment of peace, and then, a feast. Finally, rest, a well-deserved sleep after the ordeal. The villa's defenses are bolstered, a new sauna is added to the top floor. Relaxation and vigilance, a strategic sauna session with a view. A distant figure approaches, a shadow in the snowy landscape. Brother Lee's sharp eyes spot a familiar face, a surprising reunion. The identity of the newcomer is revealed, a connection to the past. Brother Chang, visibly shaken, is urged to calm down. A young man, Han Feng, introduces himself, revealing the reason for his visit, to buy a gun. The grim details emerge, a brutal attack on their group left many dead or injured, including Director Liu. The weight of the news hangs heavy in the air. A dimly lit, makeshift shelter, supplies are stacked high, a stark contrast to the grim faces gathered around a table. The weight of the crisis hangs heavy in the air. But a few days ago, that peace was shattered. Soldiers appeared, not just stealing supplies, but brutally murdering residents. The scene outside is a grim reminder. A desperate battle erupts. Guns blaze, the sounds of gunfire echoing through the frozen landscape. The survivors fight back, but the odds are stacked against them. Explosions rock the area. Director Liu, caught in the crossfire, is shot and captured. The chaos continues, scattering the remaining fighters. They agree to regroup at a hidden supply depot in a nearby village, a desperate hope flickering in their eyes. A lone figure appears at the foot of a snow-covered hill, his presence a silent promise of action to come. He's planning a rendezvous. A reunion filled with relief and grim determination. Brother Chang, Director Liu is still alive, right? The question hangs in the air, a fragile hope amidst the devastation. I think so, the response is firm, yet tinged with worry. It was obvious they were trying to capture him alive. A glimmer of hope. That's great. Director Liu is still alive. Brother Chang, wounded but resolute, receives unwavering support from Big Mouth Li. Cheer up. As long as there's even a sliver of hope, we cannot give up. I, Li Zi, will fight alongside you forever. The scene shifts, revealing a conversation between Brother Zhanghao and Big Mouth Li. Zhanghao, his arm in a sling, is introduced as a former underground boxing arena fighter, whose past intersects with Li's. Zhanghao's offer is clear, his loyalty unwavering. If you guys are going to save him, count me in. He reveals a powerful network. I still have quite a few brothers in the city, I can call them to come help us out. The revelation of Zhanghao's legendary past as Wild Dog, a fighter with 30 consecutive victories, creates a moment of stunned recognition. But Zhanghao quickly corrects the nickname, preferring to be addressed as Li Zhanghao. Brother Li's resolve is tested. The weight of the mission and the inherent danger cause him to hesitate. He questions the righteousness of saving Director Liu, highlighting the personal risk involved. Despite his reservations, the call to action is too strong to ignore. The scene focuses on Li's internal conflict, his own life versus the mission. The others urge Li to join them, highlighting the shared risk and the need for his support. The tension builds as Li contemplates his decision. Zhanghao offers a practical solution, promising to provide essential supplies. He also reveals a need to protect a secret. A shared meal underscores the camaraderie and shared purpose. The subtle tension remains, however, as they strategize. Brother Han Feng surveys the impressive haul of supplies gathered for the rescue mission. Guns, compressed biscuits, and an unexpectedly large number of cigarettes. A quick farewell, a promise to return, the mission begins. Brother Han and his sister-in-law's volunteer group prepare to depart, their commitment unwavering. A light-hearted misunderstanding unfolds as Brother Han's reference to his sister-in-law causes confusion. Sister Jin's surprised reaction is priceless. The misunderstanding is quickly cleared up, leaving Sister Jean slightly flustered but amused. Brother Han explains his preparations for enhanced security around the villa and the mountain path, ensuring better surveillance for future incidents. Back at home, a sense of normalcy returns, until it doesn't. Suddenly, chaos erupts. A chilling cry pierces the air, shattering the tranquility. Panic sets in as Chicho's desperate cry reveals a shocking turn of events. The last cabbage, a symbol of their dwindling resources, and a harbinger of the nightmare to come. The scene opens in a surprisingly well-stocked kitchen. Brother Han Feng, amidst overflowing shopping carts, stares at a mountain of cucumbers. Chicho's voice cuts through the air. Why are there so many cucumbers? He explains, I don't like vegetables, so I only took some casually. The focus shifts to Han Feng's grim expression. His words reveal a harsh truth. I can only produce wheat, soybean, broccoli, and meat currently. All the other vegetables and fruits ended up being failures. The weight of responsibility settles on his shoulders. Only one cabbage remains. Chicho's worried voice echoes, Mr. Han. Everyone's future happiness here depends on you. Han Feng sits on the couch, clutching the last cabbage. A silent prayer escapes his lips, God bless me, I have to succeed. He focuses, a green energy emanating from his hands, crack, the cabbage crumbles to dust. The sound of failure echoes in the silence. Again, he tries, the same green energy surging, but the result is identical. Damn it, again. The scene shifts. Chicho and Sister Jean frantically suggest alternatives: carrots, chiles, potatoes. But the cabbage remains the only failure. The weight of this failure is palpable. Han Feng slumps onto the couch, defeated. His despair is evident in his posture. Chicho's concerned voice breaks the silence. "Mr. Han, are you all right?" He explodes. "We won't have any more vegetables to eat in the future. We are done for." Chicho tries to reason. Is there really a need to exaggerate it? There's still a lot of cucumbers. Sister Jean, a beacon of practicality amidst the despair, unveils her solution: indoor farming. With enough light and the right conditions, growing vegetables is possible, even in the dead of winter. A detailed plan unfolds before them. Vegetable racks, nutrient-rich soil, and LED grow lights, the essentials for a thriving indoor garden. Brother Han Feng, eyes wide with a newfound hope, exclaims, "Nurse Jean, you are simply a farming expert." But a shadow of doubt falls across their faces. Chicho, ever the pragmatist, points out the obvious: they don't have any of the necessary supplies. The weight of their predicament hangs heavy in the air. The ground is rock solid, a frozen wasteland. No way to dig through this. A frustrated grunt as shovels clang against the unforgiving ice. Then, a sudden glint of inspiration. "It's too cold out here. Let's head back inside first, then we can think of something." A cluttered room, filled with the remnants of a determined effort, countless plastic bottles, a testament to tireless work. "It's been hard on you. But even without flower pots, all these plastic bottles should be enough. Don't treat me like a child. Where's the soil? The ground is frozen solid, we can't dig through it at all. We can use heating rods to melt the ice. We can insert the heating rods into the frozen soil, but there's a limit to the heating effect. If only there was a way to instantly melt the ice." A mischievous glint in her eyes. "Apostle in charge of bath water, it's time to use your true power." A surge of energy, a transformation. The aftermath of a near-death experience, a chilling recounting of accidental electrocution and heated bathwater. A desperate attempt to replicate the phenomenon, the protagonist plunges his hand into a bucket of water, his brow furrowed in concentration. Nothing. Frustration mounts, 20 minutes of fruitless effort. The weight of failure bears down. A moment of clarity, a flashback reveals the key difference: the previous electrocution. Could that be the missing piece? A bold proposition, a plea for help, a desperate gamble to recreate the conditions. The solution arrives: a low-voltage electric baton, a seemingly insignificant tool with the potential to unlock the mystery. A moment of doubt, a cautious consideration of the risks. Trust, a fragile bridge between desperation and hope. The experiment begins, a surge of energy, a vibrant arc of electricity crackling across his skin. The water reacts. And the ice melts. A triumphant glow emanates from his hands, a testament to his ingenuity and perseverance. Success! The power surges through him, melting the ice around him. A new path forward is revealed. The male protagonist, bundled in layers against the biting cold, holds the electric baton. He looks determined, his gaze fixed on the task ahead. "Although I don't understand the principles behind it yet, it's fine if it works," he mutters, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. A surge of energy. The baton crackles with power, a blue glow intensifies. The ice melts away, revealing the dark earth beneath. A grunt escapes his lips, a testament to the effort. Triumph! He scoops up a handful of soil, a wide grin spreading across his face. "Ha, we got soil now." The scene shifts to a room filled with meticulously prepared containers. Rows of small wooden boxes and repurposed plastic bottles await their green occupants. We are finally done preparing the soil and vegetable growing containers. Apostle and the male protagonist discuss their next steps. "We will plant everything, of course," he says, confident in their progress. Apostle, ever practical, points out a crucial detail: "Wait, the temperature in the house isn't that high, there's many vegetables that we won't be able to grow." Apostle suggests a solution, her voice filled with expertise. These vegetables don't require high temperatures. Let's try planting these first. The male protagonist nods in agreement. As expected from a farming expert, he comments, a hint of admiration in his tone. They move to the basement, a surprisingly spacious area. The basement is the best place for heat preservation. We will specifically use the basement as a farm from now on. The male protagonist explains, highlighting its suitability. Despite their preparations, a new challenge emerges. Although we already placed 4 furnaces, I am not sure if the temperature is high enough. Apostle worries, her brow furrowed in concern. High five. The Apostle and the male protagonist celebrate their success. Tens of vegetable sprouts have emerged, a testament to their combined efforts and the male protagonist's unique abilities. But the victory is short-lived. Despite the furnaces, the room's temperature plummets to a frigid 10 degrees, threatening their precious sprouts. The cold bites. A chill permeates the air as Apostle and the male protagonist brainstorm solutions. The temperature needs to reach at least 20 degrees. Adding more furnaces is considered, but the limitations of the current structure become clear. Heat preservation is the key. The solution lies beneath their feet. The basement of this villa boasts superior heat preservation. Deeper is better. The male protagonist, brimming with confidence, takes charge. He'll dig a deeper basement, leveraging his unique abilities. The Apostle observes, intrigued. The male protagonist's plan is to use his abilities to soften the stones, making the digging process easier. The male protagonist focuses his energy. A purple glow emanates from his hands as he prepares to work his magic on the stubborn stones. The stones yield. Softened, they resemble mud, but remain incredibly tough. The male protagonist is undeterred. Experimentation and setbacks. The male protagonist tries different combinations of his abilities, but each attempt ends in failure. Plants become a black, sticky substance. The male protagonist focuses, his hands ablaze with a crimson glow. He's ready to unleash his full power. A surge of energy erupts. The plants around him are instantly reduced to ash as the raw power explodes outwards. The force is immense. Stone cracks and crumbles under the sheer intensity of the male protagonist's ability. The effect is devastating. But even he is left exhausted, gasping for breath. The exertion takes its toll. Days later, the male protagonist is shown digging, his body weary but his spirit resolute. He's been tasked with a monumental undertaking. Nurse Jean is seen transporting the shattered rocks outside, a testament to the male protagonist's incredible feat. The scale of the work is staggering. A week passes. A new, expansive basement has been carved out, a testament to the male protagonist's relentless effort. The underground greenhouse is complete. The male protagonist and Nurse Jean share a moment of well-deserved celebration. Their teamwork has paid off. The male protagonist reflects on his recent struggles, a hint of pride in his eyes. He's come so far. And the results are undeniable. The sheer scale of his accomplishment is breathtaking. More than 2 weeks since the decision to grow their own food, a steep climb down into the darkness. The harsh reality of their situation hits home. 4 days of broccoli, and 2 more months to go? The sheer monotony is almost unbearable. But hope remains. A glimmer of a solution, the green broccoli, capable of rapid reproduction. A chance to accelerate their harvest. A new plan takes shape. Bean sprouts, a faster-growing alternative, a potential lifeline in this desperate situation. A sudden stumble. A clumsy fall down the steps, a yelp of surprise echoes in the confined space. The impact. UGH, a heavy thud as one lands hard on the ground. Concern washes over the other person's face. Sorry, are you okay? A worried question, filled with genuine care. Despite the pain, a brave face is put on. It's fine, it's fine. But the blood speaks a different story. The concern deepens. But Mr. Han, you are bleeding. A frantic plea for help. What happened? The question hangs heavy in the air, a stark contrast to the frantic energy of the scene. In a dimly lit room, a ritual unfolds. Candles flicker, casting eerie shadows as the young woman chants an incantation. Her voice rising in intensity as she summons a powerful entity. The air crackles with unseen energy. A surge of power erupts. The room vibrates as the fifth evil eye descends, a spectacle of otherworldly might. Mr. Han, witnessing this bizarre spectacle, is understandably concerned. What are you doing? Are you sick? He asks, his voice laced with worry. The young woman explains, this is the summoning ritual for the evil eye. One of the evil eyes has lost its function, so I am getting ready to summon another. She continues, so you mean one of the CCTVs at the foot of the hill is broken? You frightened me. The scene shifts to a snow-covered hillside. A harsh, unforgiving landscape. The text explains the challenges of installing security cameras in such a treacherous environment. Mr. Han and the other person trudge through the snow, their breath misting in the frigid air. The task is difficult, the weather brutal. The relentless snowstorm continues to hamper their progress. This damned weather, just when will it end? Mr. Han mutters, his frustration evident. A sudden, thick mist rolls in from the distant hills, obscuring the path ahead. The next day dawns, and our protagonist, still weary from the previous adventure, stretches and yawns, the memory of the strange mist lingering in his mind. He focuses on his task, tending to his vegetable garden. He begins by carefully examining the seeds, preparing to use his unique abilities to accelerate their growth. But the familiar rhythms that usually work so well fail him. Something is different this time. Frustration mounts as he tries different techniques, the plants remain stubbornly unresponsive. 30 minutes pass in a blur of experimentation, and then, disaster strikes. A strange green glow emanates from his hands, touching some of the plants, causing them to wither and die. The unexpected result leaves him stunned. But there's a twist. The plants that didn't receive the full force of the green glow, they've grown explosively. A eureka moment. He realizes that a faint green glow is the key to rapid growth. His hypothesis is confirmed. And after carefully controlling the intensity of his green glow, he achieves a breakthrough. The vegetables thrive under his precise control. The protagonist examines his harvest with a critical eye. The tomatoes are misshapen, the cabbages, monstrous. Even the seasoned farmer is taken aback by the sheer size of these green cabbages. Could this be a new breed, a mutation spurred by the green glow? Despite the unusual appearance, the group decides to make the best of it. Radish pork rib soup and tomato beef stew are on the menu. A hearty meal is served, a testament to their hard work. 2 weeks of relentless effort, finally paying off. And the protagonist already plans their next culinary adventure, strawberries and honeydew. The others, however, are less enthusiastic about the mountain of green cabbage left. The sheer volume of cabbage proves too much, even for the most dedicated eaters. One member expresses their distaste openly, while another wistfully remembers Brotherly, who could single-handedly devour this entire mountain of greens. A wave of longing washes over them. 2 weeks have passed since Brotherly and his team ventured into the snowy mountains. The protagonist worries about their safety, remembering the compressed biscuits they were given for sustenance. A sudden, violent tremor shakes the ground. A massive explosion rocks the distant mountains. The roar of the Demon King. The group hears the deafening sound, but chooses to remain calm. It's a regular occurrence, and unlikely to affect them directly. A blizzard rages across a desolate, icy landscape, the wind howls a mournful song. Inside, a warm room offers a stark contrast. A group shares a meal, but the protagonist's face is etched with worry. It's been happening for tens of times today, non-stop, he groans. Driven by a need to understand, he bursts from the room, determined to face the storm. He climbs a ladder, battling the wind's relentless assault, each step a struggle against the elements. A sudden gust throws him from the ladder, sending him tumbling down the icy slope. He crashes into the snow, the impact jarring, but his eyes widen in disbelief as he sees something truly monstrous in the distance. A frigid wasteland stretches before us, a lone figure trudges through the snow, his breath misting in the air. He raises his binoculars, focusing on a distant commotion. A powerful blast rocks the snowy hills. The observer's eyes narrow, concern etched on his face. "Who is doing that?" he mutters, a hint of unease in his voice. He assesses the situation, his thoughts racing. The blast was powerful enough to be a serious threat. A quick glance at his surroundings. The sturdy walls of his shelter offer little comfort against such a powerful attack. He decides on a course of action. Reinforcing the defenses is paramount. "I should strengthen it a bit," he thinks, his expression grim. The scene shifts to a flurry of activity. Two figures, a young woman and a girl, join him in the task. The young woman questions the lack of cement, but he has a solution. "Don't worry," he says, a confident grin spreading across his face. "We have plenty of materials right here." A frantic race against time. They haul stones, stacking them high, a desperate defense against the coming storm. 3 days of backbreaking labor, and the fruits of their efforts stand tall, a colossal ice wall, a testament to their resilience. A fortress of ice, a bulwark against the brutal elements. For now, at least, they can rest, safe within their frozen sanctuary. Suddenly, a tremor. The ground shakes, a horrifying realization dawns on their faces. Ah! The earth groans under the impact. Did they really start bombarding this area? A chilling discovery. This is it. In the distance, a fiery pillar erupts, a terrifying sign of the approaching devastation. He scans the horizon through his binoculars. Damn it, the bombardments are getting really nearer. A whistling sound cuts through the air, a projectile hurtles towards them. Boom! The impact sends a shockwave through the landscape, shattering the fragile piece. A chilling wind whips through the snow-covered landscape, the air thick with anticipation. Luckily, foresight saved them. The ice wall, a testament to preparedness, stands, for now. But the warning comes, sharp and urgent: bombardments. Everyone, quickly get to the basement. A frantic dash for safety, a desperate scramble underground. Hidden beneath the earth, a makeshift sanctuary, a temporary refuge from the storm above. Days melt into nights, punctuated by the terrifying boom of distant explosions, the constant threat looming. Even in the supposed safety of their underground haven, danger finds a way. A sudden blast rocks their sanctuary. The shockwave sends our protagonists sprawling, the ice wall, breached. A devastating blow, the villa next door reduced to rubble. Another bombardment, another close call. The tension is palpable. A chilling discovery amidst the snow, a scrap of cloth, hinting at a hidden conflict. The main character carefully examines the fragment, a military uniform, a grim reminder of the recent attacks. His eyes narrow, suspicion growing. It's more than just a stray piece of clothing. This is a battlefield. A vast expanse of snow, littered with the grim evidence of a brutal clash, countless corpses scattered across the landscape. To gain a better vantage point, he ascends the hill, seeking a clearer view of the carnage below. Huff, huff. The climb is strenuous, but the need for answers pushes him onward. And through his binoculars, a shocking sight is revealed: a massive cave, resembling a military installation. 2 cannons, the very weapons that have been relentlessly bombarding him, are positioned within the cave. But something is amiss. A group of soldiers, acting strangely furtive, move within the base. This isn't just a military base, it's a scene of internal conflict, soldiers clashing in a desperate firefight. A blinding flash of blue energy erupts from the main character's attack. The force of the blast sends snow and ice flying, a devastating shockwave rips across the battlefield. One soldier lies defeated in a crater, his body broken and still. Another soldier surveys the scene, his words echoing the grim reality: "Looks like he's dead." The soldier's question hangs in the frigid air: did that group of soldiers get wiped out? A family of 3 emerges from a snow-covered alcove, their presence a stark contrast to the carnage. The soldier's suspicion is clear. Why is a family of 3 coming out? The elegant woman, her silver hair a striking feature, steps into view, a hint of surprise in her eyes. Her thoughts reveal a shocking truth. Did I get discovered? Impossible. I am hundreds of meters away. All this time, it must have been a coincidence. A frigid wasteland stretches out before us, a desolate parking lot, half buried under a thick blanket of snow. 3 figures stand amidst the frozen landscape, their forms silhouetted against the bleak backdrop. But they are not alone. A sniper's scope zeroes in, the target locked. A breath is held. The trigger is pulled. Bang, a deafening roar erupts, a fiery blast tearing through the snow. The impact sends a shockwave, leaving a trail of destruction in its wake. A figure tumbles, the force of the blast sending them sprawling across the frozen ground. She really discovered me. How did she do that? The words echo the disbelief. As a desperate plan forms. Those people are really strange. Let's hide further away, for now, and then decide what to do based on the situation. The decision is made, a retreat initiated. But the sounds of pursuit echo through the desolate landscape. Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang, asterisk the sounds grow closer. What are those noises? Panic sets in. As the pursuers emerge from the swirling snow. They are catching up to us. The chase intensifies. A desperate struggle for survival begins. A hail of bullets rips through the air, wah wah wah, a cry of pain pierces the silence. One soldier falls, his body crumpling in the snow. Another soldier is thrown back by a powerful force. The ground trembles beneath their feet. The relentless assault continues. A monstrous explosion rocks the frozen landscape. The force of the blast is unimaginable, leaving behind a crater of pulverized ice and snow. A lone figure, silhouetted against the chaos, stares in disbelief. What the hell? How is this possible? He collapses, defeated. I am done for. The weight of the situation crushes him. The snow continues to fall, blanketing the ravaged terrain. A chilling silence descends, revealing the extent of the destruction. A vast, icy wasteland stretches as far as the eye can see. Suddenly, a tremor. A new explosion erupts from the depths of the snow, sending another shockwave through the already devastated landscape. Cough. Cough. He struggles to breathe, his body battered and bruised. Almost got smothered to death. But there's a glimmer of hope. Luckily, this dam blocked it. Otherwise, who knows how much further I would have been pressed down. He assesses his surroundings. During that instant, buried by the snow, he saw 3 people standing on top of it. Do they have the ability to control ice and snow? A desolate, snow-covered landscape stretches out before us. A lone, ruined structure stands as a grim monument to a forgotten past. Inside, amidst the wreckage of a shattered room, 2 figures stir. One, battered but alive, the other, a hardened soldier, cautiously approaches. Hey, wake up, the soldier urges, his voice a low growl. A groan escapes the survivor's lips. A desperate plea follows. Don't kill me, I'll tell you everything. The soldier raises an eyebrow. I thought of so many interrogation methods. I haven't even used any of them and he's already giving up? Don't worry, as long as you tell me information about that woman and those kids, I will let you go. A deal is struck, a desperate bargain in the face of overwhelming odds. And the captive spills the beans. They are simply inhuman. They know ice magic, can release energy waves, and can cause explosions as well, he blurts out, fear etched on his face. Stop rambling, you bastard, start from that woman and tell me about them one by one. The soldier's patience is wearing thin. The captive describes the woman. That woman can release energy waves, she sent us all flying in one move. A chilling image flashes before our eyes. a powerful sorceress, her eyes blazing with arcane energy. Then, the boy, that girl knows explosion magic, she can turn anything into a bomb. Boom! The interrogation intensifies. A terrified survivor spills the beans, revealing the shocking truth about the woman and children. A chilling tale of power beyond imagination. The soldier, intrigued, presses for more details. The survivor, desperate, explains the recent attacks on the hillside villa region. A brutal campaign of destruction, leaving countless soldiers dead. The soldier's eyes widen in disbelief. The truth is revealed, it was the woman and children who orchestrated the carnage. The soldier is stunned. Utterly speechless in the face of such overwhelming power. His brother, equally shocked, can only stammer a response. The soldier, torn between fury and fear, lets the survivor go. A moment of uneasy peace. Shattered as the soldier unleashes his rage. A devastating blast of energy erupts. The force of the attack is immense, carving a path of destruction through the snowy landscape. A relentless assault continues, leaving nothing but devastation in its wake. A wave of vibrant energy erupts. Pink and green power surges clash in a ruined building, the very structure groaning under the strain. The soldier, eyes narrowed in concentration, struggles to contain the forces he unleashes. It's obvious that they weren't just firing randomly, it was aimed specifically at this location, he observes, a grim understanding dawning on his face. He's miles away from the enemy, yet they found them. Already we are multiple hills away from them, so how on earth did they discover our location? The question hangs heavy in the air, a chilling realization. The aftermath of the bombardment is shown. Casualties litter the snow-covered ground. After the bombardments, his ability fluctuations did not disappear, they became stronger instead, a woman explains, her voice laced with grim determination. Both avalanche and bombs were unable to kill him, he's too powerful. A heated debate ensues. We have plenty of bombs, he will die eventually, one exclaims, but another counters, if we let him go, it will only attract more enemies. The stakes are high, the choice is difficult. The tension ratchets up. That person isn't even afraid of bombs, will we be able to defeat him? Fear mixes with defiance in their voices. What are you afraid of? Your ability is invincible in the snow. A younger voice challenges the doubt. The soldier surveys the damage to the building. The bombardments finally stopped. If I didn't strengthen the building in time, I would have been dead, he reflects, a chill running down his spine. A difficult decision weighs heavily on him. What should I do next? Should I initiate and bring the fight to them, but there's 3 superhumans on their side. For the sake of a peaceful future. I can only think of a way to get rid of them. The weight of responsibility crushes him. A snowfield blankets the landscape before the dam, with treacherous hills flanking both sides. 3 enemies lie in wait, each wielding unique, formidable powers, energy waves, ice and snow manipulation, and devastating bombs. The girl's touch transforms everything into a bomb, but the structures I reinforced should withstand the blast. Her energy waves are powerful and have a long range, she's a serious threat. But the boy, he's the most dangerous. He can summon avalanches. From afar, he could bury me in the dam under tons of snow, if only I had a rifle with the range to hit him from here. But I'm not a professional sniper. At this distance, a precise shot is unlikely. If they hide in the hills, I'll never find them in time. What other options do I have? A trap? But they control ice and snow, a trap might be useless. Or I could lure them to the lower dam level, then unleash the water. They won't escape that. The plan forms, a surge of determination hardening his gaze. The water rushes. The sniper surveys the dam, a grim determination etched on his face. How to lure his enemies to the lower levels. A chilling plan begins to form. He ponders the logistics, the sheer scale of the dam's gate a daunting obstacle. 7 meters tall. But a spark of inspiration ignites within him. A memory surfaces, tales of the North Pole, where ice layers reach 2 meters thick. Below that, the water must be deeper than the gate itself. He descends, a calculated risk. Failure means certain doom. If the gate doesn't release the water at the crucial moment, his plan will crumble. A vibrant, almost alien energy surges from his fingertips, a controlled explosion of power. The ice cracks under the strain, crack, crack, a geyser of pink energy erupts, carving a path through the frozen landscape. And with a final, earth-shattering boom, a torrent of water bursts forth. Success! The water gushes, a raging river ready to sweep away his foes. His plan is working. And from his vantage point, he watches, a predator observing its prey. The lower level is his trap. Meanwhile, unaware of the impending doom, his enemies traverse the snowy path, their carefree chatter a stark contrast to the danger that lurks beneath the snow. A chilling wind whips through the snow-covered landscape as a clandestine operation unfolds. The commander, her face etched with grim determination, issues her orders. Yueni, you make a move first. When he runs out of the house, then Zishi will take action. I will send a bomb to him right now. A young man, his breath misting in the frigid air, crouches low, a picture of vulnerability in the vast, unforgiving wilderness. The ground trembles. A fissure rips open, a geyser of icy water erupting with violent force. The frozen earth groans under the strain. A devastating torrent surges across the landscape, carving a path of destruction. The icy deluge sweeps everything before it. In the heart of the chaos, a structure stands defiant, partially submerged but still intact. The relentless assault of the water continues. A flash of vibrant color explodes from within the building, followed by the unmistakable sound of gunfire. The enemy is here. From a hidden vantage point, a figure observes the unfolding scene. The chaos is exactly as planned. A sniper takes aim, his gaze unwavering. The scope focuses on the unsuspecting targets, frozen in the midst of their desperate struggle against the floodwaters. He spots them. Found you. The rifle recoils, a sharp crack echoing through the frigid air. The deadly precision of the shot is undeniable. A blinding flash erupts from the snowy peak. A projectile, a streak of incandescent gold, lances across the desolate landscape. Its trajectory unwavering, a harbinger of the storm to come. The team advances through the frozen wasteland, their breath misting in the frigid air. Yueni leads the way, her eyes sharp and focused. Zishi trails behind, her weapon ready. While a controlled avalanche, triggered by their precision strike, begins its deadly descent. Looks like an avalanche won't be able to destroy the house he's in. I will have to rely on you now, Zishi. No problem. Zishi replies, her confidence unwavering. Meanwhile, hidden in a remote outpost, Sniper takes aim. His target unaware of the impending doom. The wait is over. The moment of reckoning has arrived. Inside the dilapidated building, the target nervously checks his equipment. He's trapped, a sitting duck. A sudden tremor shakes the ground. Cracks spiderweb across the walls, boom, an explosion rocks the foundation. Water gushes in, a torrent of icy destruction. The target struggles, his escape route cut off. Sniper's shot rings out, precise, deadly. A wave of icy water crashes, the aftermath of a devastating explosion. Yueni's fury boils over. He actually dares to scold us. I am going to bomb him to death. Zishi looks on, a mixture of apprehension and excitement in her eyes. As their superior, Sniper unleashes a torrent of insults. You are the run-through floozy, your entire family are run-through floozies. The rocket launcher roars to life. A fiery projectile streaks across the snowy landscape. Impact. A shockwave ripples outwards. Ha 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 ha. You damned uggo. The target, momentarily stunned, attempts a desperate escape. But Sniper's precision shot finds its mark. Wash your butt clean and wait for me to come back. Yueni and Zishi watch, relieved, as the target plummets from the sky. While Sniper's cold determination hardens. I am going to kill you. A colossal waterfall, frozen in time, dominates the landscape, its icy torrent crashes into a chasm below. A lone figure clings precariously to the cliff face, the wind whipping around him. "Enough, let's open a few more," he shouts, his voice barely audible above the roar of the water. He leaps, a blur of motion against the icy backdrop. Second, third, fourth, each jump a testament to his skill and daring. The final leap sends a shockwave through the frozen ground, a massive fissure opens, swallowing the waterfall whole. Silence. A vast, empty expanse of ice and snow stretches before them. A group emerges from a protective barrier, their faces a mixture of relief and determination. "I found that bastard," one of them exclaims. But another, more cautious, raises a hand. "No, there's no fluctuation of an ability over there." A sudden, sharp crack echoes across the desolate landscape. "What's that sound?" Another fissure opens, this one spewing forth a torrent of icy water. The ground trembles. A glacial torrent bursts forth, a sudden, icy deluge. "A flood," someone cries, the chilling words echoing across the snow-covered landscape. It's a trap. Panic sets in as the group realizes their perilous situation. "It's a trap. Yuan-E, let's run quickly," the urgency in their voices is palpable. "Quick, quick, quick." They scramble for higher ground, the icy water threatening to engulf them. A desperate struggle for survival against the relentless onslaught of the flood. Each desperate leap, a testament to their will to live. But the icy grip of the flood tightens. One of them struggles, their escape hampered. "I am doing my best," they cry, their voice strained. The surrounding snow has melted, there's not enough snow to use. The ice shatters, sending them plummeting into the freezing water. A collective scream pierces the air, a desperate cry against the unforgiving cold. The struggle continues, each individual fighting for their life amidst the chaos. A desperate battle against the elements. With a final, desperate effort, they manage to create a temporary shield of ice, barely escaping the crushing force of the water. The swirling vortex of the flood slowly subsides, leaving behind a trail of destruction and a chilling reminder of nature's raw power. The icy peaks loom, a frozen fortress guarding secrets below. Yuan-Yi's view is blocked, the valley shrouded in a chilling mist. Even if they didn't drown in the flood, the freezing temperatures would claim them, a grim fate in this desolate landscape. A moment of respite. Warmth, relaxation, the promise of carefree days ahead. Yuan-Yi savors the thought. The journey continues, each step a challenge in the deep snow. He wishes for easier terrain. Across the vast expanse of snow and ice, a solitary figure presses onward, the wind howls a mournful song. His weapon held ready, Yuan-Yi scans the horizon, ever vigilant. A sense of unease settles upon him. He approaches cautiously, his senses heightened. The silence is heavy with anticipation. A prayer for safety. "Please, don't let anyone ambush me." But his plea falls on deaf ears. Suddenly, a hail of bullets rips through the air. Asterisk bang. Bang. Bang, asterisk the ambush is sprung. A wave of pink energy washes over the cannons, melting them down. Yuan-Yi observes the destruction, a question forming in his mind, will they explode after melting? He considers ignoring the shells, as the cannons are now useless. But then, he notices something else entirely. A massive military facility lies ahead. His eyes widen in disbelief as he takes in the sheer scale of the weaponry. So many huge weapons. A mortar was used previously, but these are on a whole other level. He remembers the bombardment, and the sheer power of those massive shells. No matter how strong the house is, it will be destroyed in an instant. His resolve hardens. Melt them. With a surge of pink energy, he melts the cannons one by one, a rapid, decisive strike. Leaving only silence and destruction in their wake. Done. The sheer scale of the military supplies is staggering. A clandestine operation unfolds in the dead of night. Yuan-Yi, perched precariously on a rooftop, surveys the scene below. The air crackles with tension, the weight of the mission heavy on his shoulders. His eyes gleam with determination, a chillingly beautiful image of destruction flashes before him. The plan is set in motion. He descends into the heart of the enemy's stronghold, a dark, cavernous space filled with the scent of gunpowder and anticipation. With swift, precise movements, Yuani plants explosives. A series of small, controlled detonations rock the facility. The ground trembles beneath his feet. Suddenly, a fiery inferno erupts. "Crap," he shouts, narrowly escaping a devastating blast. The enemy's arsenal is consumed by flames. The earth shudders as the final charge detonates. A massive explosion sends debris flying high into the air. The enemy's weapons cache is obliterated. From a distance, a chilling voice echoes across the ravaged landscape. "Trying to kill us? Watch how I bomb you to death." The mastermind's sinister laughter rings out. "Sis, check and see if he's dead." A moment of tense anticipation. The mastermind assesses the situation, a calculating glint in her eyes.